morning, just after 7 a.m., they called in a report of a fire breaking out at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and that somebody was trapped inside. And sure enough, the fire department responded right away.
Did nobody recognize the address? Drop another dime the other way. Hey, White House switchboard. Yeah, this is the Metropolitan Fire Department. You guys have anybody there that's trapped?
When authorities tried calling the number that first called it in, the person on the other end denied placing any such call. Just a practical joker.
All right, well, listen, our 2024 electoral cycle is getting underway tonight. Whatever that means, whatever these next 11 months hold, buckle up, Buttercup, because it's going to be an absolute circus on top of a carnival. Iowa caucuses, obviously former President Trump holds a pretty commanding lead over his main rivals. We saw some of the last polls that came in that suggested he's over 50%, that Nikki Haley may be coming in at about 20%. We'll see how all of this pans out. Oh, and he finally fired against Vivek Ramaswamy, did Donald Trump. So we'll talk about all of that. ABC Sherry Preston is in Iowa, and we'll talk with her in just a few minutes. A reminder, by the way, this afternoon at 1:30, you can catch the action of the AFC wildcard game that was delayed, the one that was between the Steelers and the Bills, on your radio home of the NFL, AM 570 LA Sports, presented in part by Rotolo Chevrolet. See what the fun is all about at Rotolo Chevrolet. And then at 5, the NFC wildcard game between the Eagles and Buccaneers, also on AM 570 LA Sports, also presented in part by Rotolo Chevrolet.
Coming up
Chevrolet. Right?
Coming up next, we will get a look at the caucuses. You can thank Jimmy Carter for all the attention on Iowa. Also, we've got your chance at $1,000. Amy King is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
About 100 million people are on some sort of wind chill alert around the U.S. Over 100 daily cold records could be set to start the week today and tomorrow in states all the way from Oregon to Mississippi. The Pacific Northwest, the Midwest, and the Northeast are all expected to see snow this week. A missile has struck a ship just off the coast of Yemen in the Gulf of Aden, less than a day after Houthi rebels fired an anti-ship cruise missile toward an American destroyer in the Red Sea. Private security firms in the area are saying the ship hit is U.S.-owned. Actor Anthony Anderson hosts the 75th Emmy Awards tonight at LA Live. Nominated for Outstanding Comedy are Abbott Elementary, Barry, The Bear, Jury Duty, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Only Murders in the Building, Ted Lasso, and Wednesday. The Emmys will air live on Fox. We're going to check continuing problems on the 105 with the KFI in the Sky. Next.
Well, over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena.
The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results. Just listen to this story.
Client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle, left him with severe injuries, and he couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all. And after all the frustration, he called Sweet James.
His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him.
In these kinds of situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. And it means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice.
That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James.
And don't wait, because waiting could hurt your case. So give them a call at 800-9-MILLION. 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000, or go to sweetjames.com.
Sunny with some clouds mixed in, highs mainly in the low to upper 60s. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Let's check Linwood, shall we?
But, you know, it's one of our two major problems. For the most part, it is holiday morning life here in the LA area. But, yeah, we've got a couple of big ones. The westbound side of the 105. Long Beach Boulevard, that's one of them. We had a spilled load of gravel there in the roadway. Caltrans sweeper machine is now on scene picking up the little rocks. Only one lane open, the carpool lane. And traffic is jammed up back from before the 710. I should also mention, if you're northbound on the 710, they have the transition closed to the westbound 105. So just trust me, CHP doing you a huge favor there so you don't get stuck in that headache. Also, the westbound side of the 210, past Hubbard, crash there with only one lane open. That's involving a big rig that completely burned out. and that's causing some very minor delays. You can head over to the 118 West, go north on the 5 and escape that whole problem if you want. Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the sky.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Visit new and exciting places across the U.S. on Amtrak. It isn't just about the destination. It's about the journey. Without busy airports or cramped car rides, with no middle seats, extra legroom, and first-class private rooms, new adventures are just an Amtrak away. Book now at Amtrak.com.
Cunning Dental can make the pain and embarrassment of loose, missing, and rotten teeth all go away in just one day. They've been making smiles great since 1968. Change your life, increase your confidence, and enjoy your favorite foods again with no more pain and discomfort. Call 888-640-SMILE and receive $4,000 off new teeth in one day. Plus, we'll beat any competitor's written offer. Read all of their 5-star reviews at cunningdental.com. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply.
When accidents happen, clients soon realize that this is a fight for insurance company dollars. Access to this money is not easy, and all lawyers are not created equal. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at OPO Law. Let us win for you. 888-OPO-WINS, OPOLaw.com.
Hey, Conway here. It's winter in Southern California. That means it's freezing at night. But guess who's staying warm thanks to their new windows? Me, with American Vision Windows. And they look beautiful. The neighbors are always commenting on how great they look. Energy prices are not going down, so you have to save as much energy as you possibly can. Nothing better than these windows from American Vision Windows. Bill and Kathleen put together this amazing company. See for yourself how great it is. From the moment you make that call until you get your windows installed, every aspect of this company is beautiful. I know firsthand. We have 8 of their windows. 8. And here's the big offer to start the brand new year. You're going to get a free upgrade to Quantatherm. That's top shelf. Plus, you're going to get 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, and free expert installation. Phone them up right away. 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, or go to that website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved credit. Offer expires 1/31/24. CSB 778-326.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of her life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
They must be trained in politician school. Always talk about the future. Always talk about what you're going to do next. Never take any accountability for how you screwed up and how you lied.
She intentionally misled everyone, and of course, nobody in the media challenges her on any of this.
John Cobelt.
Are you going to take down any new tents as soon as they appear at that spot? Force her to say yes.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. February 26, 1975, a year before Iowa Democrats would gather in caucuses to make their choice for president in the election of 1976. Jimmy Carter comes to town, former governor of Georgia, ready to charm everybody with his earnest demeanor. He goes to a dinner honoring a lone Democratic official in the heavy Republican Plymouth County in the northwestern corner of the state, stops by a radio station for an interview on his way. The news director at the time says, the guy is a nobody. Will probably fall by the wayside like a lot of others. But I don't think he's convinced of that. 11 months later, Iowa Democrats validated Carter's self-confidence. They put him on the map, and he put Iowa on the map. That's the reason why Iowa is a major caucus event.
And we've been able to continue it for 50 years.
The man at the desk said the restaurant was closed.
Outside, it was 14 below. We are your Tom T. Hall show of record. The It Sure Can Get Cold in Des Moines song topped the charts right around the time that Jimmy Carter was putting Iowa on the map. They're talking about temperatures in the 30 and 40 below range through much of the state of Iowa tonight. And whether or not that's going to keep people away from the caucuses, we simply don't know. Here's part of the difference. I mean, we saw it evidenced in Kansas City on Saturday night during the football game. We in California don't know what it's like to sit through a football game when it's 20 below. We just don't. We might know it when it's raining, or we might feel a breeze when it's 50 and wish we had our hoodie, but we don't know what it's like to be at 20 below. They do. Iowa at 30 below with wind chill is a January night. It's not unusual for people like that. I mean, it's still not great, but they've lived through it before and they'll live through it again. So I don't know if it has that much of an impact on turnout.
But sitting around with space heaters, wearing all the clothes in your closet, talking about Trump and Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, it just doesn't sound like a fun evening.
But to your point about the garbage cans that we turned ourselves into this weekend, eating everything, the food at an Iowa caucus event.
What does that look like?
Just think a lot of casseroles, like tater tot casseroles.
How do you keep those warm?
Casseroles. What do you mean, how do you keep them warm? You wrap them in foil. You can, and that's the other thing is if you're having an event at a school or a library or a community center, they might have ovens. So you can always rewarm that casserole and fill your casserole hole with it while you're caucusing. Caucus casserole.
I just Googled caucus food or food at a caucus.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's really coming up. I don't think it's a thing. I don't think that food.
It's a community event, and you're in Iowa.
I know. I don't know why you're yelling. I don't know why you're yelling about the food at the caucuses.
I might have to make a caucus casserole tonight just to feel like I'm part of the.
I think that would be lovely.
Thousands of voters heading out to the 1,657 different precincts across the state today. Nikki Haley, by the way, has overtaken Ron DeSantis in what they consider to be the final poll. This is the Des Moines Register, NBC News, Mediacom poll, the last one that they take before the caucuses take place. And they said that 48% of likely Republican caucus goers would pick Trump as their first choice for president. That Nikki Haley comes in around 18%, Ron DeSantis just below that.
Steve Ducey actually has a recipe for his caucus casserole. And it involves a lot of tots. A lot of tots, a cheese, some sour cream.
You had me at the cheese and the sour cream. Maybe some green onions in there or some chives that you want to throw on top.
And then there is an Iowa casserole. This is an easy instant pot hamburger casserole with green chili, sweet corn, cheddar cheese, and Fritos.
Okay, stop it. We need to stop. I just say a strong casserole of any kind with just a basic beef and a tater tot base.
You need a casserole. You look very thin today.
Monday, of course, today is the Iowa caucuses. ABC Sherry Preston is unfortunate enough to have drawn the cold short straw. And it's actually in Des Moines, Iowa. Let's start with that part of it, Sherry. Weather is going to be an issue, but do we have any clue? Is there any way to forecast how much of an issue it's going to be tonight?
P.S. Sherry, our producer booked you last night, and it was right before I went to sleep that I saw that, and so I dreamt that we were hanging out in my dreams.
Well, we are hanging out now.
Here we are.
So here we are. Yes, except you're in Los Angeles, and I'm where it's 28 below zero. So, hey, it's kind of safe. The wind chills all day have been well below zero, and tonight they're expected to be, could be 20, 30 below zero wind chills. So that is certainly going to be a factor. Talking to the Iowa GOP, they're trying to say that, Iowans are a hardy lot. We'll be out there. I talked to the former governor, Terry Branstad. He said, I grew up in northern Iowa, and I used to be on a farm, and I did tours when it was this cold. We're going to be there. However, when push comes to shove tonight, when it comes time to get in the car, because you have to go at a certain time, you can't go when it's convenient for you, and going to your precinct site, your caucus site, whether or not people show up there, it's going to be different. There's a whole bunch of schools of thought on
this benefits the most. The cold weather. Some people say it really helps Trump because his people are already so fired up, and he's got a strong base, and they're planning on coming there regardless. Others say maybe he's been polling so high that people will say, well, I'll just stay home because he's already doing okay. So we don't really know. We're gonna have to wait and see. It's never been this cold in Iowa before, ever. I mean, on a caucus day.
In terms of I'm a little fascinated by the political landscape of the caucuses and primaries this season because they're different than they ever were before. Democrats are not. I mean, granted, they have one standout. It looks like Biden's going to win, but the Democrats are not caucusing. They're doing a primary, but we won't even know the results of the primary for several weeks, right?
Right, and they're mailing caucus cards, so they're still considering it a caucus on the Democratic side. What happened is 4 years ago, it was an absolute chaotic mess here in Iowa. They had things like weighted voting, second choices. The Democratic Party put out a new app that failed miserably. And so, the voting and what was happening, and they also used to have this way that they did it. You had to line up with particular people, like literally physically walk over to them and say, I'm in your group now. And the other one, I'm now with this candidate. So it was a real disaster the last time around. And it was like a week before they came out with the actual people who won. It was Pete Buttigieg who beat Joe Biden. And this time around, the Democrats said, we're not doing that. We're doing mail-in voting, and the mail-in voting doesn't have to begin until Super Tuesday, which is March 5th.
Now,
the Republicans have a much easier way of doing it.
Yeah, the Republicans, when you look at the evangelical bloc there, in the 2016 caucus, they stayed away from Trump. Since then, it seems like they've become an important part of his base. How has he been able to woo the evangelicals there in Iowa?
I mean, that is one of the questions that, you look at this, and that the issue of abortions has been big here. And it's something that, with the evangelicals feel very strongly about that. And they've given their support to Donald Trump, and they have for a long time.
Really
Ron DeSantis has a lot of support as well among that group. And it's funny because speaking to Iowans, you ask them what the most important issues are in their state, and they will say immigration. Like you hear all over the country, it's the southern border, it's immigration, and that's a Republican talk point, I know, but it's really interesting to hear that is the number one issue here in the middle of the country, where they've been very little affected by that on a personal level. So it's really interesting, and you look at the number of places that these guys have traveled to. Donald Trump has only been here a handful of times, but he's got a ground game here that is really strong. His people have been out and about for a long time. He lost to Ted Cruz in 2016, and as we all know, Donald Trump doesn't like to lose, and he wants to have a huge turnout tonight. Huge. It could be a blowout. So we'll have to see. But Ron DeSantis has been to every single county, all 99 counties. They call it when you do that based on Chuck Grassley, the full Grassley. He's done it. Vivek Ramaswamy has done it twice. He's been to over 300 stops since he's been here. Now he's a billionaire, so he's put. He just went to a appearance yesterday by him. He said he put $30 million of his own money into this campaign. He practically moved in here, it sounds like. But it's really it's fascinating to see how seriously Iowans do take this process. They say, every 4 years we kind of get ignored by the coast, and you're important for one tiny little segment, and then you don't forget about us until the next 4 years. They take it really personally here, and they see it as a point of pride.
Sherry Preston, ABC News, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
You too.
Stay warm.
Yeah. Sherry Preston there live in Des Moines, Iowa.
Outside, it was 14 below.
Oh, man. It is going to be wild. We should see some of the results, by the way, from the Republican caucuses sometime during the football game.
Coming up next, hot air balloons terrify me, and this is more proof of why.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A hit-and-run driver has killed a woman in the Vermont Vista area of South Los Angeles. Another pedestrian is in critical condition. Police say the people were in a marked crosswalk last night on Vermont Avenue around 94th Street when they were hit. Witnesses say they saw a silver Kia SUV leaving the scene. Other witnesses found the car abandoned a few blocks away on Vermont Avenue. News brought to you by Thorson Motor Center. More than 24 people in LA County have become sick from eating oysters.
The health department says it's received 27 cases of gastrointestinal illness linked to the consumption of raw oysters at 4 different restaurants. The county's health officer, Dr. Muntu Davis, says they're working to locate the source of the infected shellfish. Davis says anyone who suspects they got sick after eating raw oysters should contact the health department to file a report. He also says kids, older adults, and the immunocompromised should avoid eating raw oysters and other raw seafood. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A Navy helicopter that crashed in San Diego Bay has been recovered. The salvage effort Saturday lasted about 10 hours. The damaged helicopter was taken to Naval Base Coronado. All 6 crew members on board survived the crash last week and have now been released from the hospital. Speaking of, Defense Secretary...
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hi, Angela.
Hello, lady.
We're not in the studio together today, are we?
We're not, but you look like you're in a fancy studio.
I am in the fancy New York offices of Stitcher.
Get out! You're in New York City!
Yeah! And guess what, lady?
What?
Guess what?
What?
Our picture is on the wall here.
In New York?
Yes! In the New York offices! They have our office lady's picture on the wall. I took a picture with it.
Ah, that's so cool.
I know.
We have photos in 2 cities.
In 2 cities, that's the big time.
We're bi-coastal.
We are.
Right now, wait a second. Right now, we're bi-coastal.
Office Ladies has gone bi-coastal.
That feels real boss lady.
It does. I like it.
Me too. Well, since we're talking about being in offices, Jenna, guess who's back at Dunder Mifflin?
Toby.
Well, not everybody's happy about it.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
That's right. Today we are talking about Frame Toby. It is season 5, episode 9. It is written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Jason Reitman. That's a good duo. I'm going to give you a summary.
I was hoping you would.
Michael reacts poorly to the revelation that Toby is back at the Scranton branch.
I like the use of the word poorly.
I know, that's an understatement. So he and Dwight hatch a plan to frame Toby for drugs that Michael has purchased from the 2 Vance Refrigeration employees, Gino and Leo. Pam is incensed by a mess that is left in the microwave by one of her coworkers. We don't know who. She leaves a pointed note, which elicits mixed reactions from the fellow employees. Meanwhile, Ryan breaks up with Kelly, and Jim surprises Pam with the news that he bought his parents' house for them.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. These headphones are tight. The headphones are tight in New York. I fixed them.
Do you want a different pair?
No, I fixed them.
Okay. You guys, that was Jared in New York.
Yeah. Jared is the Sam of New York.
Yeah. Sam, say hi.
We'll dig at LA there in our loose headphones.
Why?
I like some loose.
I like a loose headphone.
Oh, in that case, take that, Jared.
Jared's all squeezing my brain with the headphones here in New York. Should we go into fast facts?
I think we should.
All right. Fast fact number 1. You might remember, because we shared this earlier, that NBC ordered 28 episodes for season 5. It was our longest season.
I remember, Jenna, when we wrapped season 5, we all got sick.
Oh, yeah.
Like we all got the flu or something. Because I remember the next week, like texting a few people. I'm like, I have a cold. Kate was like, yeah, me too. Like, I think our bodies were just like,
yeah. A standard network television season usually runs on television from September to May. We work from July to March, right? So that we can get the episodes ready. And a standard television schedule is usually where you do 3 weeks on, 1 week off of filming. So usually a show will take 1 hiatus week a month, but the writers always continue to work for that week. That week off is meant so that the writers and the producer, they have a sort of catch-up week, because they're constantly writing, prepping, editing, delivering the episodes. They would have these episodes in multiple forms. They're like doing an outline for one, but they're writing another, they're punching up another one, they're doing post-editing on another one. They've got like 5 episodes going at once. We would just like be like, what are we filming this week? Right. This year, with this crazy 28 episode season, Steve Carell also had a commitment to do a film. I think it was Get Smart. And he needed like a 6 to 8 week break from the show in the middle of that July to March filming schedule so he could film Get Smart.
how did we ever do that?
In order to do that, we had to film 19 episodes in a row.
That's when we got sick. That's when we got sick. I just have a memory of a bunch of us getting a cold bug. That was it.
Yeah. So Frame Toby was right in the middle of this crazy 19 episode schedule.
Oy, oy, oy.
And here's why I think this is significant. It's really crazy to me that they decided to bring Toby back in the middle of this 19 episode stretch. Because remember, he was now our showrunner because Greg was doing Parks and Rec.
So Paul Lieberstein is now showrunning and acting in an episode.
Again, because they gave him that break. And now they're like, sorry, bud, you need to be Toby again.
You're back in the mix.
So I reached out to Jen Salata, who was running the show with him, and I said, do you know why you did that? Did you just want Paul to never sleep? What was your plan there? And she said she can't remember exactly the reasoning, but because Holly had left, they were either going to have to cast someone new or bring Toby back. And that dynamic between Toby and Michael was so beloved. She said as a fan of the show, she wanted Toby to come back to that role. As a co-showrunner, she was freaked out at the idea of Paul having to wear both hats. But she said he did it so well. And Paul said he doesn't remember sleeping a lot. Aww. But also he enjoyed doing it. You know, he liked his time on set with us.
Well, I love Toby coming back just because watching Michael spiral is delicious.
This is one of my favorite episodes of this season for that reason. So thank you, Paul, for doing that.
Paul, but thank you.
My fast fact number 2 is a big thank you to James Carey because he gave us the shooting draft for Frame Toby.
Yes, James, this was so fun to watch it with the shooting draft. Jenna and I were texting each other and calling each other like, oh my God, that's not it. Oh, but this is, but did you see that? It was really fun.
And this is a particularly amazing episode to have the script for because this microwave runner, the dirty microwave runner, it was much bigger in the original script.
Yes, and it was full of Angela and Pam stuff.
Yes, so we get to share about all that today. So thank you, James Carey.
Thank you, James Carey.
We are also going to have some great location details thanks to Randy Cordray. He told me all about Jim and Pam's new house. And I have to share something that Randy said in his email to me when I reached out to him about this episode. Are you ready?
Okay. Yes.
He said, a particular delight of looking forward to your questions each week is that I get to revisit each episode to refresh my memory of what we collectively accomplished. Here's what his process is when I write him an email. Oh, he says, my process is to reread the shooting draft, watch the episode, watch any deleted scenes, and listen to any commentary that might have been recorded.
Randy, this is what I do every week. This is what Jenna and I are doing.
That's what I said. I said, you are an office lady.
You are an office lady. And Jenna, every time you email him a question now, I'm going to be like, don't ask him that. I don't want to send him down a rabbit hole.
I know, but he really said he's really been liking it. And remember when our podcast for weight loss came out and Randy wrote us that nice email?
He wrote us the most lovely email.
Yeah, he was just like, ladies, you nailed it. You got every bit of information that could be known about how we did that engagement scene with the rain and the parking lot. I'm so proud of you two.
I know. It was like we got an email from our dad. That's how I felt. Like Dad thought we did a good job.
I know. I want Randy's respect.
I do too, because I respect him. Look what he's doing. Just off an email of questions. We got to have him on the show. He's got to come on. He's an office lady.
We need to have Randy and James come on.
Yes.
Because they worked together. Okay, future revisited, everybody.
Did you hear that, Randy and James? I guess that's my serious tone. What am I doing? Did you hear that? You're coming on the pod, fellas.
I'm going to move us into fast fact number 3.
Okay.
I think the world is going to be grateful for this fast fact because I was grateful for it.
Oh, no. Somebody did a deep dive.
This is how to clean a microwave.
Oh, Lord.
This episode's about dirty microwaves, and I thought, how could we clean this microwave?
This episode is about dirty microwaves.
All right, Ainsley Bubico, our associate producer, helped me with this, and I love it. Here is how to clean a real dirty microwave.
Okay.
All right, get a microwave-safe bowl, fill it with 2 cups of water and 2 tablespoons of vinegar. Now, side note, if you'd like, you could add a drop of your favorite essential oil, if you want.
If you want to be fancy.
Yeah, you can clean your microwave fancy or regular.
Okay.
Now, turn the microwave on, obviously, put the bowl in the microwave, and then put it on high for 5 minutes. You want it to get real steamy in there. Okay, that's what she said. After it's done, don't open the microwave door for 15 minutes.
Why? Because you'll burn yourself or something?
No, because that makes all the baked on grime sort of soften.
And then you can wipe it off?
Yeah, that's step 3. Wipe it off. Just wipe it out. Done. Your microwave is clean. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
That's it. We can go to break. You can clean your microwave while you listen to some advertisements. Or if you're listening on Stitcher Premium, you won't have time to clean your microwave because it's ad-free.
Oh! Well, let's take a break because Jenna just told me the bathrooms in New York are real far from where you're sitting.
They are, and you need a key.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, in LA, it's a porta potty on the side of the road, so I'm going to go. No, I'm kidding. Sam is applauding. All right, guys, we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
Well, we are back, and everyone's real excited because there's brownies in the conference room.
Every time I worked in an office and someone brought in a baked good, it was a whole exciting moment.
Heck yeah.
I love.
We're not sure why there are brownies, but everyone's real happy about it.
It's true. We had a fan question from Jessica L. that says, why are there brownies in the conference room at the beginning of the episode? Was it someone's birthday? And then Jessica would like to know, did Angela bring the brownies? Because we've heard a lot of references to Angela's famous brownies.
Yeah.
Well, I looked at the script.
Yeah,
Because I had it.
that's right.
It says Phyllis is giving away brownies, but there is no further explanation as to why. But it does make a note that Angela is not eating the brownies.
Yeah, in the script, Pam is like, Angela, why aren't you having any?
Yeah,
Pam, a little bit of a stir.
Andy says she's dieting. My baby's trying to fit into a child-sized wedding gown for her big day. And Jim says, why? And why do those exist?
Dude, this Lakers set.
And then Angela says, it's from my pageant days. I was Miss Tiny Mid-Atlantic Bride when I was 10. What was Angela's childhood?
I don't know.
Seriously. And you guys remember, this is a callback. Remember Performance Review Season 2? Angela had a talking head where she said, and I quote, I actually look forward to performance reviews. I did the youth beauty pageant circuit, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. I really enjoy being judged. I believe I hold up very well, even to severe scrutiny.
Well, we know that you won Miss Tiny Mid-Atlantic Bride when you were 10.
And that's my wedding dress. There it is.
I wonder how many more of these that you won. I wonder, were you a big winner in your mind as the character of Angela? Do you think she won quite often?
Yes, I think that Angela Martin peaked at 13.
Okay.
She was it. She won all of the young pageant, junior pageant. And then she retired.
I see. Okay, let us move on. While we're in the conference room, Kelly is going to take 2 brownies.
One for Toby.
Right. And Michael kind of scoffs at this, but nobody else seems to think it's a joke.
Yeah, he calls her a weirdo. He's like, whatever, weirdo.
I know. And Jim is like, Michael, Toby is back. And Michael's like, okay. And so he walks back to the annex, and no one's there.
But then suddenly someone is there, and it is Toby. It is Toby. I want you guys to know at 1 minute and 23 seconds, as Michael turns to see Toby, and he has that look of horror in his face, if you look at the wall behind him, you will see that there are 3 framed sort of things on the wall for Toby. There is an award for Toby Flenderson, a certificate of achievement, and a diploma from the California Coastal College. So Jenna, he had been back long enough to hang up his framed items. And in the script, Toby had a talking head where he said this: "I've been back for 6 days. I think I've even talked to him."
I wish that stayed in.
Me too!
I wish so much it had stayed in.
For my background catch votes, the California Coastal College, I don't think that's a thing. I Googled it, I couldn't find it. I did find the California Coast University, which is a private online university based in Santa Ana, California. Oh, there you go. My background, people.
Well, we got a lot of fan mail. People wanted to know if Michael's screaming no and all of that was improvised or if it was in the script. In the script, it just says Michael turns and screams in all caps.
Yeah.
But that whole like, no, no, God, no, that was Steve. That was Steve's interpretation of that script note.
And how funny was that? You guys, if you read that you scream, I think most of us would just be like, ah, right?
Yes.
But Steve made a meal out of that moment.
In the best way.
He's a comedy genius.
Yes. You know, Screen Rant did a list of the top 15 pop culture references created by The Office, and the meme of Steve saying no is one of them.
I don't doubt it. I have been online where I see people that I don't even know, like respond to other people with just Steve's face going, no. It's amazing. Well, the episode starts and Michael is spiraling. He's going to call David Wallace. He's watching stupid Toby as he shows us stupid photos of Costa Rica to Phyllis.
Yeah, he manages to get David on the phone by texting him 911. Call me. But you know what? Michael said he's learned that people will not return his calls unless he texts 911.
And now everybody does because they think something horrible has happened. So
I had a pager when I first got to LA.
So did I.
You had to, because you didn't like really have cell phones. You had a pager. And the only reason you had a pager was so that your agent could page you if
you got an audition. And then you would have to go find a phone.
You'd have to find a payphone.
Call them back. Yeah.
I used to keep a Ziploc bag full of change in my car for 2 reasons. One, for all of the metered parking that didn't accept credit cards, just coins. And 2, so that I could find a payphone and call my agent back when my agent paged me, which was maybe twice a year.
Oh, yeah. I remember one time distinctly, I was driving through Santa Monica with some friends, and my pager went off, and I almost swerved off the road. So I was like, ah!
My career is happening! I've hit the big time! I've been paged!
We were supposed to be going to the beach. I was like, no, we can't do that now. I have to find a payphone. So we're all like driving the streets looking for a payphone. I pulled over, I ran up to the payphone, I put my quarters in, called them, and they were like, have you ever needed any kind of glasses? I'm like, what? No? They're like, we have an audition for you for lens crafters. They would like people who wear glasses. I'm like, that's not me. All right, bye.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But then I did have a boyfriend once who was not calling me back.
Did you light up that pager?
I sure did, with a bunch of 911s. You know it.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I did.
Were you a psycho girlfriend?
You know what? He was cheating on me that night.
Oh, so you knew. You knew.
I knew it. We broke up after that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't light up the pager. I'm like sitting here calling you psycho. I wouldn't light up the pager, but I would drive over and like hide out in a bush.
That's so much more elaborate than texting 911. Here was my plan. I was like, I know he's cheating on me, so I am going to light up that pager and make it buzz. So that while they're whatever they're doing, the pager's just like zing, zing. Yeah, I'm just gonna ruin their good time. Probably just turned it off.
I guess I'm just gonna jump out of a bush and be like, "Hey, what are you doing?
Gotcha."
Now I'm gonna go home because I've got twigs in my hair and I'm embarrassed.
Is this a plot line for mom detectives? Should we set mom detectives in the past where all we have are pagers and bush hiding?
Yes. Oh, bush hiding.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. That could be something else.
What's wrong with us? Can we call it bush hiders?
No! We can't. It doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
You go pitch it. Hi, our show. It's called Bush Hiders.
And if you don't want to buy it, you're an asshole, because this is gold.
And they're like, what's it about? And we're like, it's two mom detectives.
It's two older women in comfortable clothing.
Yeah, we're not wearing any designer clothes. We want like 30-minute wardrobe sessions.
It won't be fitted. And we want a lot of old tech that no one watching it will really understand.
And we're going to hide in some bushes.
Yeah.
Do you want
it? Crush those corn.
Okay, where are we?
We shouldn't have shared that on the air because someone's going to steal it. I guarantee you in 2 years, you're going to turn on HBO Max and there's going to be two 20-year-olds starring in a show called Bush Hiders. Mark my word. Mark my word. And they're going to be young, hot detectives in designer clothes.
Funeral potatoes.
That's how it works in this business.
That's right.
I'm not jaded. All right. Should we move on? What's happening in New York? Who am I here?
I don't know. You just took a big swig of coffee and you're like, that's how it works in the business. Well, listen, you know what? David Wallace tells Michael he's just going to have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And he couldn't believe that one of his employees had been back so long and he didn't know. And Dwight and Michael let him know that the annex is icky. It's icky back there.
Yeah. And he really wants David to get rid of Toby. And David says, I can't get rid of him without cause. And Michael says, he has cause. It's because I hate him.
Because.
But that is not obviously cause.
Well, they're going to find something. But Jenna, another issue is happening.
Yeah.
It's a day of drama in the office.
Pam is preparing food in the kitchen and she discovers a mess in the microwave.
Jenna?
Yeah.
Did you see what Pam was preparing?
I know what Pam was preparing.
Share.
This is maybe one of my most frequently asked questions outside of what was in the teapot note.
No way.
Yes, people are like, what is Pam microwaving in the episode with the dirty microwave? Here are some guesses. We got mail. Here are what people are guessing that I was microwaving. Okay. Apple juice. A probiotic drink. Okay. Egg whites. Bone broth. Soup. Milk, porridge, and yogurt.
Well, I had no idea, so I looked at the script. But Jenna, you tell us.
It's egg whites.
It's egg whites, which I, by the way, knowing my BFF in real life, thought was kind of fitting.
Yeah, because you can buy egg whites in these little cups, and that's what she's doing. She's going to microwave herself some egg whites. A lot of people also asked what was in the microwave. That is also in the script. And it just says like a saucy mess, basically.
I typed it out. It says, Pam opens the microwave door to put in some egg whites, but the microwave is splattered all over with red sauce.
Yeah.
Now we're in the break room, and what would we title this? Jim's exposed in the break room. No,
exposure in the break room.
Exposure in the break room. Andy, I guess, has peepers like a hawk and read Jim's email and found out that Jim is buying his parents' house and hasn't told Pam.
Yeah. Or as Kevin puts it, the same house he used to pee the bed in.
Phyllis thinks it's romantic until she asks Jim where it is. Jim says it's on Linden Ave. And Phyllis makes a face, and then in the background you see me kind of roll my eyes like, ooh. I looked up Linden Ave in Scranton. I couldn't find a Linden Ave. I found a Linden Street, but it's sort of like in the heart of the city. There's like shops and churches and definitely no quarry nearby.
Oh, interesting. We got a lot of questions from, for example, Brittany Y and Jenner B. Whose house did they use for Jim's parents' house? Was the interior a set or was it the actual house that they used for the exterior? This is where Randy Cordray really came through for me, Ange.
Bring it home, Randy.
I remembered that it was two different houses. We used one for the interior and one for the exterior. And Randy said that our location manager, Kyle Alexander, had found several choices, and that Randy had really hoped that they could find a single residence that they could do both interior and exterior, just because it would be so much easier to shoot at just one location. But it didn't work out that way. Randy said everything they looked at either worked for the interior but not the exterior, or vice versa. So for the exterior, we used an occupied home on Calvert Street in Van Nuys, California. But the interior was not suitable to shoot. This was because it was absolutely adorable inside.
And it needed to look a little janky.
Yeah, it was so cute. And when we were shooting there, they would let John and I step in to the house to kind of get our makeup refreshed and touched up, but we would just stand right inside that front door, and then we would go back outside again. And that was it.
And it was cute inside.
Oh my God, it was so cute. It was decorated like an English professor's home, like just cozy, literary bookshelves, just beautiful kind of restored home inside. So great.
I did something similar one time on this show called Haters Back Off. We filmed the exterior in one house and the interior in another. And when we were filming the exterior, it was cold and kind of misty raining, and they let us step inside just the front room.
Yeah, same.
We waited, right? Yeah. We didn't go throughout their house at all, but we stepped in the front room, and I was with Steve Little, and we weren't really sure what to expect. We opened the door to step in, and there was maybe 4,000 tiny dolls.
What?
Yes. What? There were dolls in cases, all kinds of fancy dolls in every kind of case you could imagine. Cases on the wall, little case stand on the ground. They were everywhere. And Steve and I stood right on the other side of the door, and we're like, okay, so somebody likes dolls.
Oh my gosh, I would be like, run. I know. Run now.
It was like, okay, all right.
If you have that many dolls, there's a very good chance that one of them is going to come alive and try to kill you. I mean, if we've learned anything, one of them is possessed.
One of them is possessed, and you know who's on the case? The mom detectives.
The mom detectives, we got that covered.
We got it covered. We'll hide in the bushes. We'll figure it out.
That's right. So this house was so cute. What Michael Gallenberg did, our set designer, he added a broken rain gutter to the outside. He changed the front door so that it would match the other location, where we go inside. And he also added that swinging screen door that bangs into the overhead awning.
Oh, that was really funny.
I know. And then they also asked the homeowner to turn off their sprinklers for a week leading up to the shoot to make the grass look kind of dry and weather beaten. And they did. They kind of killed their lawn for us. Thank you. Now, for the interior of Jim's parents' house and for the garage scenes, they found an unoccupied home on Owlett Avenue, which is also in Van Nuys. It was only a few blocks away from the other house. And for this one, they went in, they added the shag carpeting, they added the wood paneling, they changed the front door. Like, they bought a front door and they put it on both houses so it would match, you know? So he was able to go in and completely set design the interior of the home.
Is it A-L-L-O-T?
A-L-L-O-T-T.
And you say it a lot or Owlett?
Owlett. So from everything I said, the thing that we're going to discuss is the street name and how to pronounce it.
I want you to know something. Whenever I think about like where I'm going to live, I think about the name of the street and having to tell it to like the pizza delivery guy. I live on Owlett. Owlett. A-L-L-O-T. No, not Owlett. Not Owlett, Owlett. I play it out in my head. You guys don't do that?
Clearly, you'd rather live on Calvert Street.
Calvert, yes.
Much easier for you to get your pizza on Calvert.
That's right. I'm not spelling that every single time.
This is like how strongly I felt about pockets in women's clothing. This is your soapbox moment, Angela.
Yeah, I can't tell you like how many times I've had to spell my street name out. It's annoying. Not gonna say it. Don't need the creepers.
One day you need to use it. You've got some water damage.
You don't want anyone in your bush.
I don't want anyone. Well, I might want someone in my bush, but I
think he already lives with you.
I think. Oh, jeez, Louise.
Lockjaw. Let's get a.
Oh my gosh.
Shit.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Should I go to New York more or less? I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. We had some more questions because Jim, during this talking head, he's showing us his parents' house. And Sam K would like to know, please explain the clown picture in Jim's parents' house. Please explain.
Yeah.
In the script, it just says, Jim examines a hideous painting of some clowns putting out a fire. He tries to pull it off with all his might. Nothing. Jim grimaces. Randy Cordray told me that that clown painting was provided. It was made original for us by one of Phil Shea's go-to artists. He did not have the artist's name in his files. So we'd like to put it out there. If you are listening and you are the person who painted the clown painting, will you contact us on Office Ladies Pod? We want to know more. But Randy Cordray said that the artist actually provided them with multiple preliminary choices, and that Mindy, Greg, Paul, and Jen all had to stand and look at multiple clown paintings, and that's the one they chose.
That was their job that day.
Yeah, pick the clown painting.
That was your day. I had to pick a clown painting.
So crazy.
It cracked me up that it was on the wall like that and that he couldn't remove it, because I feel like that's such a dad move. You know, it's like that moment where your mom is like, that painting is always tilted. It's always tilted. And then your dad goes and super glues it to the wall because he's tired of it tilting. It just made me laugh. I want to know the story behind why they bolted it down.
Yeah, what is the story there? There's a story. We don't know what it is exactly.
We don't know.
Well, now, guess what? Oscar and Andy discover a note on the microwave. It's a very shaming note. It is. They think that the note is worse than the mess.
Angela likes the note.
She does. Meredith thinks that the person who wrote the note is definitely rich and should get off their high horse. I love this moment with this note on the microwave.
I do too. It's so relatable. If you have ever worked in an office, there is at least once in your time of working in that office a note stuck to something about something that people are like, eh.
Yeah, and also the note where the person leaving the note has clearly reached their limit.
Yeah,
they can't take it anymore.
No, the note is masking a deep, like, river of anger. They're just pissed.
Well, I think this is such a fun moment because we get to see Pam and Angela in agreement about something. I think Pam starts to doubt her note a little bit when she realizes that Angela's on her side. Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
Well, the cool thing is that this moment at the microwave would have continued in the script. There are two talking heads here, one from Pam and one from Angela. And lady, I thought we could read them.
I did too, and they really further the story. It's so fun.
Okay, here was Pam's talking head from the script. She's holding up the note. This is the front of the note. And then it says Pam holds up a memo. This is the front of my latest office memorandum. This can only lead anyone to believe that I wrote the note, which I did.
And then immediately it would cut to Angela's talking head. And this was what was in the script. Everyone keeps asking if I wrote the note on the microwave. It was so perfectly worded and a little bit snotty. I wish I had written it.
Now, there were even more candy bag talking heads, which we filmed as well, and they ended up in deleted scenes. But these are the two that were in the script.
Yes. And you guys, what cracks me up as well, I don't know if you noticed this, Not only are Pam and Angela kind of oddly on the same side of this argument, did you notice, Jenna, that they're dressed alike?
Yes, I noticed that Pam is doing that thing that Angela always does where she wears like a weird short sleeve sweater over a blouse.
They both have V-neck short sleeve sweaters over short sleeve blouses. Angela's is like brown on brown, and Pam's is black over purple. But what this short sleeve sweater?
I have to believe that was a genius wardrobe choice by Alicia Raycraft.
I think so.
Because that is funny.
I screen grabbed them. I'm going to put them on side by side in stories.
Well, we got a fan question from Maddie and Laura. They asked, in the episode, both Pam and Angela agree that the note on the microwave was acceptable and correct. Where do you guys stand in real life as Jenna and Angela? Note or no note?
You go first.
You go. Why are you making me go first?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm probably a no note. I'll just sort of like stew and resent you forever. I'm probably a no note. But here is my reaction to the note. When I see the note, I'm like, you know what? You needed that. Whoever you are out in the world, you needed to get it out. So I'm okay with it. One time, Jenna, I'll never forget this. I was in high school and I had finally gotten my driver's license, and we went to the mall. You know, you're going to go to the mall. And I think, Jenna, because I was so excited, I had my friends in the car with me. We're at the mall. I was a little distracted, and maybe I didn't do the best parking job. Okay. And after our day of going to Claire's Boutique and hitting up 579, maybe the candle store, we go back out to my car, and there was a note.
I'm so sorry. You bought candles as a teenager? It goes that far back for you?
Yeah, I love the candle.
And the teenage Angela went to the mall, and she went to the candle store.
She loved Yankee candles, Jenna.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Go on. You get to your car.
The Yankee candles, it was right next to the Hallmark store. I could get myself a card, maybe a knick-knack, go get a candle.
I'm sorry. How old are you? You're 16 in this story.
I've been a grandma my whole life. Anyway, I walked back out to my car with my friends. This is my first outing in my car to the mall.
Yeah.
There's a note under my windshield wiper. What's it say? This is what it said. Hey, dickhead. Next time, leave me a can opener so I can get into my car.
At issue in this latest case is a ruling from the same court, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, that says that
I was like, what? I must have sandwiched the guy's car. I don't know. Oh, but you know what? I was like, he needed that. Whoever he or she was, they needed this. They needed to get it out. Okay.
So basically, where you stand on notes is you wouldn't write one yourself, but you don't have a big kind of reaction. You don't take them personally when they're out. You sort of like that person needed to get it out.
Think about the time it takes to sit down and write a note or type it out, print it on a piece of colored paper like Pam did. She had two different colors. She had black ink. She had red ink. It was on a yellow piece of paper. She clearly needed to be heard in this moment.
Yeah.
So I would just hear her.
Would you clean the microwave if it was dirty?
I probably would. Wow. I would probably just clean it. Because, I mean, who needs, and then it's done. Wow. I would just clean it. If I go into the little kitchen here at Earwolf and there's like a mess around the sink and it's not my mess, I just wipe it up.
Here's what I would do.
Okay. You look very serious. That's why I'm like, okay.
Well, I'm thinking about it in my head. I'm really trying to, ask myself, who am I? What would I do? I'm a problem solver, right? So if I kept going in the kitchen and there kept being a dirty microwave and there was no system in place for who cleans it, I would want to create that system or create that rule.
100%, Jenna. You would make a chore wheel.
Yes.
And we would all, like, on Mondays, I would be in charge of cleaning the office sink.
Yes. Or it's Monday Microwave Day. We'd give it a fun name. And that's the cleaning day, and it would rotate around. And, you know, part of that would be the cleaner you keep the microwave, the less work on the day you have to clean it. So it'll incentivize us all to keep a cleaner microwave because no one's going to want to clean it on their clean day.
I like that very much about you. You're solution-based.
Seems like
I am. Well, in the script, the microwave storyline continues. There is now another note on top of Pam's original note, and it says this. Hey, anonymous coward who left the note, be a man. Spend less time writing notes and more time cleaning up the microwave. Yeah. And then it continues. Throughout the episode, there would have been more notes piling up on the microwave. Not just on the microwave, they're on the cabinets.
They ran out of space on the microwave. They're taping them to the cabinets around the microwave.
There are so many notes that clearly people have written multiple notes because there's not even that many people in the office to weigh in on this, right?
Right.
So here's one of the notes. Hey, whoever was bashing the first note, grow up. The microwave is filthy and no one here is a maid.
And then there's another one that says, you are all a bunch of idiots and privileged asswipes who weren't raised right. If I find you, I'm going to knock your teeth out. That's got to be Meredith, right?
Do you think it's Creed?
I think it's Meredith.
I mean, Meredith is the obvious choice, but I think we could find out that Creed wrote it. Lady, I think we should take a break because when we come back, Michael is about to serve up some high caliber acting. I mean, watch out, Kurt Russell.
Yeah, Michael Scott's coming for you.
He sure is. All right, we'll be right back. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated.
So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes.
Hey, why
Here's
don't you
what
talk
it
like a
is.
douche?
You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
It's time for Michael to do his best. This is Michael's best. Michael approaches Toby's desk to welcome him back. He's asking questions about Costa Rica. Toby says it was amazing, but he came back because it was kind of hard to meet people. It was hot, but Michael can't stand it. He cannot stand this incredibly innocent small talk with Toby.
No, he can't. He goes back to his office. He has this talking head where he's like, I tried to talk to Toby and be his friend, but it's like trying to be friends with an evil snail. I want to know who in the writer's room came up with evil snail. It's so funny.
It's such a good description of Toby.
Such a good description. And then he goes on to say he feels like Nev Campbell in Scream 2, and he has this very funny talking head where he learned a lot, I guess, from the Scream movies. But Jenna, there was another talking head in the script. So the one you see with the Nev Campbell, yep, that was not in the script. So that must have been an alternate talking head they handed him on the day.
Okay.
In the script, this is Michael's talking head. It's almost the same right up until the evil snail.
So Evil Snail was in the script.
Yes, evil snail was a keeper. We've always had that. But this is how it changed in the script. The last 4 months without Toby have been absolute bliss. I fell in love with a beautiful blonde woman. I fell out of love. I tried scallops. The office was broken into. I became a father. I grew a goatee. The Olympics were a great success for China. And now that I've tasted freedom, I can never go back. I'm going to kill him. No, too far. But I will do something. No, too little. I will get rid of him.
Oh, I like it. I love his breakdown of what all happened, and I love that he included he grew a goatee.
Me too. It's true, in fact, that Michael is going to try to get rid of Toby. He is looking for fireable offenses.
Dwight says there are two that he can find in this binder: workplace violence or sexual harassment.
So I guess Michael's first plan is to try to get Toby to sexually harass Pam. He goes up to Pam's desk, he hands Pam a note, and he says, "Go give this note to Toby. Don't read it. Don't read it." Pam reads it. In the note, it's written as if it's from Pam, and it says, "Please hug and kiss me no matter how much I struggle. I'm too shy to confess my love to you."
Can you imagine if Toby had read that note?
His brain would have exploded. Yeah. Well, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Pam's like, "No, I'm not going back there." So now the new plan is to get Toby to beat up Michael.
Yeah, so they march back to the annex, and Michael's sort of confronting Toby and trying to sort of, antagonize him to hit him. And Dwight's like, "Hit him!" And then Kelly jumps in so quickly. "Hit him!"
I know. First of all, her and Ryan were making out.
Oh, yeah.
They've stopped making out so that they can weigh in, and they're for a fight. They're like, "Do it. Hit him. Hit him." Toby refuses. It's not working. None of these plans are working. So you know what they're going to have to do?
They're going to have to go big.
They're going to have to frame Toby for drugs, like on the Shield.
I love that Dwight said I framed many animals. I framed a raccoon opening a Christmas gift. I love Dwight.
Well, Michael thinks it sounds mean, but sometimes the end justifies the mean.
That's such a good line. Such a good line. It's so smart. It's smart money.
It reminds me of this gem. I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little bit stitious. Yes, that it's right in line with that.
So, yeah, Michael's going to go and hit up Leo and Gino over in Advanced Refrigeration for some drugs. They give him what they say is 2 pounds of weed, and they want $500. Michael has $500 in his wallet?
I thought the same thing.
That's a lot of cash in your wallet. And for my background catch people, did you see the Lackawanna library card? In Michael's wallet? Yes, when he opens his wallet, there's a Lackawanna County library card.
Do you know what I found recently when I was cleaning out my closet?
What?
Pam's wallet.
You did?
And in it, there's a credit card that says Pam Beasley. There's all these cards they made for my wallet, my prop wallet. I'll take a picture. We'll put it in pod.
Yeah, we have to put it in stories. That's so fun.
How crazy is that? They did that. That's how detailed Phil Shea was.
Phil Shea's a man.
If you had a prop wallet, it reflected your character. Although, is Michael going to the library? And why? What's that for?
I mean, I feel like Michael has probably had that library card for like 20 years in his wallet.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a time where he didn't have internet and he'd have to go to the library. Oh, wait, we didn't have internet.
I know.
Maybe he used to go to the library to make copies. Was the copier in the office is crap?
We'll get to that next week. Yeah. So, and you know how when sometimes we're watching an episode or we're breaking down our document to prep to do the podcast, we'll get curious about something and we'll do a deep dive.
Did you do one on something?
I didn't. Our associate producer, Ainsley.
Ainsley, what'd you deep dive?
This is what she wrote me. She said, according to a regrettable Google search, the price of 1 pound of recreational marijuana in Pennsylvania ranges from $1,900 to $2,550. She had to know. She was like, okay, they're selling Michael 2 pounds of weed for $500. Ainsley got curious. How much is a pound of weed in Pennsylvania?
And now I looked and we shot this in September of 2008. So how much was it in 2008?
I'm not sure, but today that's going to run you quite a bit of money. With today's prices, Michael got a deal because it would cost him close to $5,000 to get 2 pounds of weed today. I also want to say that's clearly not 2 pounds of anything in that baggie.
No,
it's green. but it's not 2 pounds. I mean, 2 pounds, I have 2 pounds of things all over my house, like 2 pound weights, 2 pound bag of flour. That's not 2 pounds of anything. It's not. I've had a 2 pound bag of spinach in my house before. It's much bigger than that. It takes up the whole crisper drawer.
You're very passionate about painting a very clear picture of what 2 pounds is.
I mean, it's so glaringly obvious that that's not 2 pounds. There are so many signs that Michael is missing. Don't get me started on what 2 pounds of something is.
I'll tell you about my 2 pounds of spinach.
I just ordered 2 pounds of Epsom salts, and that was a large package as well.
What are you making?
Warm, soothing bath.
Well, listen, we're about to find out that Pam has an ally in this whole microwave business.
Does she? She has Ryan, who's pretending to be an ally, and he's laying it on thick, and I love it.
Yeah, he says I'm totally on your side. But the truth is, he went to make a cup of noodles, and the microwave is still a mess. And he wants her to clean it up. And she delivers some real Pam sass.
Hey, Pam, I just want to let you know, I'm totally on your side of the whole microwave situation.
Thank you.
I was just back there to make some cup of soup. The thing is still a huge mess.
I know, can you believe it?
Yeah, it's crazy. But I guess the thing is, at some point, notes or no notes, someone's going to have to just get in there and clean it up.
I guess that's why we have a temp, huh?
Oh no, trust me, I would just make it worse.
How would wiping it with a paper towel make it worse?
I would find a way.
You've seen things clean before, though, right?
I'm hopeless at that stuff.
I mean, yeah, that's some good Pam sass.
That was all scripted. I know it sounds like Jenna sass. It was scripted. I just brought myself to it.
You brought some real truth to it.
I did. Well, Ange, we got a lot of fan questions asking who did clean the microwave. Because this never gets wrapped up. We never find out. Did it get clean? Who cleaned it? This would have wrapped up. It's in the script, and we filmed a big scene that would have explained all of it.
It was a fun scene, too.
It was, and it has a great Pam Angela moment at the top.
Yeah, so it starts with Angela. She's storming in from the kitchen. She's super ticked off, and she's holding up a note. Someone has drawn a penis on the note, and she confronts Pam.
I know, she thinks Pam drew the penis.
Why did she always blame Pam for this kind of stuff?
I don't know. Here's how it went.
Pervert. Angela, I didn't do that. So is this what they taught you at your fancy art school? Why would I draw a penis on my own note? Why do you wear bright colors? For attention, Pam. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. I'm the person who put the first note on the microwave.
Yeah, Pam comes clean. And I remember shooting this because Pam kind of goes on to take charge of the room. After she admits that she wrote the note, she's like, and I guess I just have to say, what's so wrong about the note? Why is everyone so offended by this note? Shouldn't you be more offended by a consistently dirty microwave? She gets on her soapbox. It's Pam's soapbox.
It's Pam's soapbox. And you guys, as an actor, when we got to have a moment where we commanded the whole bullpen, it was exciting, and also we were like kind of terrified.
Oh yeah,
because you're in charge of like the pace of the scene. This only happened to me a handful of times when Angela makes a big announcement or something. But I remember, Jenna, watching you, and you were so good in this moment because everyone is like throwing you little curveballs. You know, Oscar and Stanley and Kevin, you know, they're all kind of sassing you.
And you know, the last time that I had a scene like this was back in Beach Games when Pam is going to confront the whole group about her feelings and how they didn't come to her art show. But in this instance, people were interrupting me and they're coming at me, and I got such a window into what Steve's everyday was.
Yeah.
At one point, the group starts hazing Pam about being in New York. And Pam gives this speech that kind of takes Jim off guard, and I think we should hear it.
Listen, New York, that might fly.
Why? Because I went to New York for 3 months?
That and the black sweater, Manhattan.
Okay, yes. I went to New York, everybody. I'm not going to apologize for it. I experienced more there in 1 week than I experienced here in 3 months. I love New York. You know, I especially love that people there cleaned up after themselves.
Well, Jim has just heard her say all that.
Yeah, and the camera is pushing in on his face, and he's realizing at the end of today, he's going to tell her he bought them a house in Scranton. She's not going back to New York anytime soon. This place she loves.
I really wish this moment had made it into the show because I feel like it just sets up the stakes for Jim because he's doubting his decision from the very beginning. Did I do the right thing? Is she going to like this? I don't know. And I feel like he needed to hear this. And I feel like the audience needed to hear it.
I do too. I think it's a shame that it got cut out. And you know, at the end of this whole scene, Pam says, fine, I'll go clean it. So it is Pam in the end who cleaned the microwave.
Yes, in the script, the very last line of this big scene says this. Pam marches over to the kitchen and Stanley starts to slow clap.
Oh, yeah.
We had a slow clap that didn't make it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's bringing back that memory of me walking to Stanley's slow clap. So good. It's time for Michael to plant what he thinks is 2 pounds of marijuana in Toby's desk. And at the same time, Dwight is going to call the police and report that there is a drug dealer named Toby Flenderson on the premises. And when asked to give his name, Dwight says his name is Andy Bernard.
Dwight is going to throw Andy under the bus any chance he gets. There was this deleted scene, Jenna, that for Michael to be able to have the time to go plant the drugs, they needed to get Toby away from his desk. So Dwight asked Toby to show him his photos from Costa Rica. Let's go to the conference room. I'll look at your photos. Toby is thrilled that someone wants to see his photos. And then Michael sneaks off to plant the drugs. But in true Michael fashion, he can't keep this secret. He has to share with someone that he might have just done something. This is what he said.
I think it's really cool that you wanted to see my photos. What's this pink thing on that white oval? That's me. I was boogie boarding. Okay, wait, who took this picture? Did you make some friends? So I hired a local kid to snap it. Tell me about this monkey.
Okay. I am not at liberty to talk about it. Let's just say that I something in somebody something. And if discovered, then someone will get something. I may have said too much.
He can't not say anything.
He can't. Containment is not his strong suit.
No.
And then I have to say, that scene with Dwight and Toby, to me, it sounded like Rainn Wilson improvising questions trying to stump Paul Lieberstein.
Jenna, you're not wrong. I'm looking at the script right now. The part with what's the red thing crawling on that oval, that was scripted, okay? But the tell me about this monkey is not in the script.
Okay. Also, what about that question, who took these pictures?
That's in the script.
Oh, it is? Yeah, it's a funny line.
The improv moment is the monkey.
Okay. Now the police arrive, and they are going to look into this possible narcotics situation. Pam doesn't know anything about it. Dwight's going to take charge.
And then Michael starts freaking out.
Yes.
And then they realize it's a Ziploc of maybe like what, a caprese salad?
Yeah, it looks like there's definitely some cheese in there. And some salad dressing. Yeah. I'll have you know the police officers were played by Patrick Fawcett and Michael Harity, and neither of them have been on Monk. I checked.
Oh, good call to check, though.
Also, can we talk about how when the police first arrived, Creed stood up as if he was going to be handcuffed?
And then put his hands behind his head?
Yeah.
And then his talking head where he's like, just keep talking to me until the police leave.
I love it.
So good.
I love it so much. We got some fan mail. Brooke L. said that Toby seemed very concerned about police officers searching his desk. Could this be because they might find evidence of him being the Scranton Strangler?
Oh,
I don't know.
At 16 minutes, 27 seconds, we have a very rare side-by-side talking head.
So rare. How did they get through it?
I don't know. Michael and Toby side by side.
I know.
I would have loved to have been a fly on a wall in that talking head because I looked for the bloopers. I was like, surely there's something.
I looked too. Yes, because I was like, I know these guys. I know Steve and Paul together, and they were as tickled by the Toby Michael relationship as the audience was, as we all were.
Yes, and they would mess with each other. You remember in a scene, there's a blooper where Toby has to hand Michael a piece of paper, and Steve and him start cracking up because Paul wrote "you" on it.
Yes.
So I know they were giving it to each other, and I wish there were some bloopers from this.
There is footage somewhere for sure.
Somewhere.
Well, listen, in the annex, Ryan and Kelly are making out again.
Oh, it's such a sloppy makeout, too.
It is.
Not that a tidy makeout would have made it any better at work.
Exactly. Well, Ryan wants out. He doesn't want a sloppy makeout. He doesn't want a tidy one. He's going to Thailand with some friends from high school, a high school. You know, he has to break up with her because if he doesn't, he'll always resent her. If he didn't go, he would like them to be adults about it. Maybe they could have sex one more time. And does she have any cash?
Then let's be adults about it, but we could also have sex one more time. That's such a dude move.
I feel like I've heard that so many times.
I know.
Do you want to have some goodbye sex?
No. No, just goodbye. Get your sorry ass out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fan question from Gracie R. When Ryan is telling Kelly he's going to Thailand, why are they both wearing different clothes? I'll tell you, Gracie, because this scene was originally supposed to be the tag at the end of the episode, and it was meant to be a new work day. So in the script, this scene was not during the same day that we were framing Toby. It was the next day. But in editing, they moved it up, and we are going to end instead with a delicious Dwight talking head. We'll get to it. But first, Jim needs to show Pam what he's done.
That's right. Jim is nervous but excited. He is, as my daughter says, nervous-sided. And she's like, why are we stopping at your parents' house? And he says, I bought it. And then Jenna, at 18 minutes, 2 seconds, Jim says, let's go inside. I'll show you inside. What? Has Pam never been inside the house?
We got so much mail about that. People wrote in. They said if Pam knew they were at Jim's parents' house when they pulled up, wouldn't that mean she's been there before and she's probably been inside?
You would hope Pam has been inside his parents' house. They've been dating for a while. They live in the same town.
Yeah, and it's interesting because his parents have moved out, but they've left some furniture. Also, how rough were they on this house?
I know. And Jim says, I was helping my mom out. Where's his dad?
I don't know.
I have a lot of questions.
There were a lot of questions. Rachel M. and Megan L. said, question for Jenna. In this episode, when Jim is showing Pam his parents' house, I was wondering what went into how you decided to play this scene. Because she seems really worried and unexcited, but then in the end, she says she loves it. Any input you could give about how you decided to play this or what the director told you would be super appreciated. Well, guys, we've already discussed my personal opinions on someone buying someone else a house without telling them. So this was a little bit of a mental gymnastics for me to get Pam to the place where she's going to say she loves it and where she says that line, I mean, you bought me a house, because it was like not how I would react as Jenna. You know, I had to really play the character and play the character's truth. And in the script, I was being told that my character's truth was that she loved this gesture and it made her feel loved.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we often did that. Obviously, we had to play the truth for the character. I mean, I hope you guys know I'm not very much like Angela Martin and how I would react to things, but it made sense to me, Jenna, for Pam, you know, and Jim made the garage into this art studio, and he's really putting down some roots with her. And I think Pam wanted a family, and she wanted all of these things that Jim is offering her. She had wanted that.
Yeah, you know, I had thought a little bit back on the talking head where Pam discusses what her perfect home would look like, how she always wanted a home with a terrace. You know, picking her home seemed like something that Pam was attached to. So I did bring that up. I said, we've established that Pam has daydreamed about what her home would look like, and now this person has taken her out of the process.
You brought that up to the writers at the time of when we were filming?
Yeah. And so I was saying, like, help me understand why Pam now is so happy and so excited. And Angela, we got to exactly what you just said, which was that it was a vulnerable thing for Pam to give up the art school track. And she did that because of two reasons. One, graphic design wasn't what she meant she wanted to do as an artist.
I love this dad.
And two, she's
Please don't
ready.
tell me this is shitty.
She's very, very ready to start living this
USPS
married
package, dog.
life, to be in the season of family and marriage
That's tight.
with this man that she's been waiting years for. And so this home is her fast track to that season of her life.
Yeah,
And she's
this is
just ready.
sneak at you.
Yeah.
I kind of like
And
it.
they're going to get to fix it up together. So there's still that element of nesting that's going to get to happen. And so that's kind of what I was thinking was like, I'm ready.
Yeah, and you have to think, when Pam talked about her dream house with this tower and the terrace and all of that, she was in an unhappy relationship. When you're in a place you feel stuck in life or you're unhappy, you daydream. And you daydream about these fantastical things and their coping mechanisms. And then when you're with someone you really love, you don't need the fantasy anymore.
That's such a good point, Angela.
You're just ready to have a life.
And she's ready to have that life.
Yeah.
Now, we did get some mail about that garage. Katie C. and Chris G. said, when Jim is showing Pam his parents' house, he says the garage has great lighting. He then proceeds to open a windowless garage door, revealing a completely windowless garage space. Where's the great lighting, Jim? Where? Okay, well, that was really funny.
That is really funny. I want you guys to know that I have a garage that we use as a home office. And for a long time, we would just raise the door. And then there would be amazing light, Yeah, so it did get great light, but you had to raise the door. And then years later, we actually just removed the door because we're like, this is never going to be a garage again. We've sort of made it into this little home office and put an actual sliding glass door. But I get it. It does have great lighting. You just have to open it up.
But he does present it like this garage has great lighting, as if the other garages that you open, the whole side of the building, wouldn't have great lighting. He's presenting as if it's like a special feature that kind of applies to every garage that doesn't have like a giant tree planted in front of it, which it wouldn't because it's a garage.
Right. Most garages are just boxes with no windows.
I have to tell you two things about shooting these scenes at the house. The scene where Jim is trying to take the clown painting off the wall for Pam is one of the hardest I've ever laughed on the show. It is the second hardest time. The first was when we did the scene in Dinner Party where Michael's showing us the tiny TV on the wall. This is the second. Every time John tried to lift the painting on the wall, I could not stop laughing. I don't know what it was. Tears, choking on our laughter. We laughed so hard. I looked for it in the bloopers and it's not there. And I'm so upset it's not there. It took us like an hour to shoot that tiny moment of him trying to take off the wall, the painting off the wall.
John is also so funny at physical comedy.
Yes.
I laughed out loud when he peeled back that fake wood paneling and it kind of startled him.
Yes. So then at the end of the scene in the garage, when we're hugging, I improvised the line, "What about the clown?" And it made John laugh. And that's why he's like burying his head into my neck. And then when he said, yeah, I can't do anything about that, it made me laugh. And so I'm like smushing my face into his shoulder. You can totally tell we're breaking. And that's why. It was because we were still, anytime we brought up the clown painting, we lost it.
I love that moment. It made it intimate and funny and sweet.
I think it's time to talk about the greatest Dwight talking head of all time.
That's saying a lot because there are some amazing Dwight talking heads, but this one really is like top 5. He's going to describe his perfect crime, and I think we have to hear it.
What is my perfect crime? I break into Tiffany's at midnight. Do I go for the vault? No. I go for the chandelier. It's priceless. As I'm taking it down, a woman catches me. She tells me to stop. It's her father's business. She's Tiffany. I say no. We make love all night. In the morning, the cops come and I escape in one of their uniforms. I tell her to meet me in Mexico, but I go to Canada. I don't trust her. Besides, I like the cold. 30 years later, I get a postcard. I have a son, and he's the chief of police. This is where the story gets interesting. I tell Tiffany to meet me in Paris by the Trocadero. She's been waiting for me all these years. She's never taken another lover. I don't care. I don't show up. I go to Berlin. That's where I stash the chandelier.
Yeah, I do not know how Rain got through saying, this is where the story gets interesting. I know. Every time I watch this episode, I laughed at that line, and I watched it like 3 times.
This entire talking head was scripted, and it was delivered as scripted. I think this is one of the most brilliantly written pieces ever. It's just so good.
It's so good, and who better to deliver it than Rainn Wilson as Dwight? It was just perfect. I agree.
There you have it, everyone. That's Frame Toby. Did you have anything else, Angela?
I don't have anything else. I do want you guys to know, because Jen and I both watched the bloopers. Next week on The Surplus was one of the hardest I've ever laughed in a scene.
Oh, I can't wait. Thank you so much to Randy Cordray, James Carey, and Jen Salata and Paul Lieberstein. I traded some emails with them as well. Man, that was fun.
That was a delight. I will be trying to clean my microwave using your method.
Thank you.
And we'll see you here next week.
I'll be back in LA next week. I wonder, will I bring New York Jenna home with me? We'll see.
No, New York Jenna might get the E next to our podcast.
Sorry. What can I say? See you next week, guys.
See you next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their families succeed on the career. You can exchange the future and see how far your education go at unbound.org.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. Hello! Happy summertime, everyone!
I want to paint this picture for you. Oh, right now, I am in a filthy sundress that doesn't hug any part of my body. Okay, maybe I've lathered myself up in some sunscreen, put on a big floppy hat, and I'm hoping there's a glass of rosé in my hand.
I believe that right now I will have on some blousey pants with lots of pockets.
Oh, yeah.
I have just sprayed bug repellent all over my body. And hopefully I also have an adult beverage in my hand because we're on vacation!
But we didn't want to leave you this week, so we thought we'd share an episode we loved. It's branch closing You remember this one?
It's so good.
So good. There's the brilliant Jim prank with future Dwight.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jan tells Michael the Scranton branch will be closing, and everyone freaks out.
There's also some big Jim Karen news.
Oh, yeah.
And most exciting, we got to talk with Chip Eston, who played Josh Porter, who was the manager of the Stanford branch. He talks all about his time on the show, and he could not be more charming.
So charming, and he had some great stories about scenes with Ed Helms.
We also discussed My Low Pony in this episode, Angela.
I know.
We'll see you back here next week.
With the surplus.
Ooh, and that's a good one, too. That's a new one, guys.
That's the one where you guys surprised me.
That's your birthday episode, lady.
I know. All right, we'll see you guys then.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hi, folks. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I feel like I just shouted. I won't do that again. If you shouted, then what did I do? I don't know. I'll pull back. We're a little amped up today, guys. We're excited about this episode. We're amped up. We're excited about this episode. Also, seeing my BFF's face and Sam and Cody, like the four of us, is kind of just like one of the highlights of my week. Every week, it's one of the highlights of my week. Yeah, it's true. Let's talk about The Office. This week's episode is Branch Closing. It is season 3, episode 7, written by Mike Schur and directed by Tucker Gates. Yes, Tucker Gates directed 4 episodes, one of which people absolutely flip out over is the Threat Level Midnight. We'll get there. Yes. Oh, yes. All right, here's a summary for this episode, jumping right in. Jan tells Michael that the Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch is shutting down. Michael, of course, shares this news with the rest of the office, even though Jan told him not to. I mean, what, are you going to tell Michael something and expect him not to just blurt it out? He's like emotion driven. The guy cannot hold anything in. No, he can hold nothing, basically. Yeah. So everyone is wondering what their new life will be like. They're talking about it. They're thinking about it. Meanwhile, Michael and Dwight drive to David Wallace's house in hopes of ambushing him and saving the branch. They're gonna save us, guys. Even if they have to be aggressive. What? They're gonna show up at this guy's house? What are they thinking? Yeah. Thank God he didn't come home.
Well, we eventually learned that Josh from Stanford leveraged his position to get a new job at Staples, and the Stanford branch will now be closing. The Scranton branch will absorb some of their employees, which means, guys, Jim is coming back.
Oh, Jim is coming back.
It's a big episode. That's a lot of information we find out.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hello, you guys.
Today is a very special day. Yes, it is the last day that Angela will be in her 40s. It is, you guys. I am 49, staring at 50. By the time you guys hear this, I'll be 50. Yeah, that's crazy. You'll be a hot 50 lady. Ooh, hot 50. I was asking you the other day, what does it feel like? Like, what does 50 feel like as you're approaching this milestone birthday? I think I've been in denial because I've just been busy with life and kids and whatnot, but I'm realizing now it feels big. You know what I mean? Like, I realize I'm in a different survey group. Like they're like, Americans 18 to 35 surveyed. Americans 35 to 45 surveyed. I'm like, oh my God, I'm not in the survey anymore? I'm in the like senior citizens surveyed 50 to 75. You're going to get surveyed about all things now, right? You know what? My grandmother lived till 100, and I'll never forget when she was 96. Her and I were hanging out. She was the best. Her name was Lena May. And I said, Grandmother, you're about to turn 97. How does it feel? And she said, well, you know, when I'm sitting down, I feel like I'm 23. It's when I stand up that I feel 97. Oh, that's amazing. Isn't that amazing? And then she said, nothing's broken, but none of it really works. So, you guys, I'm very excited today because here I am at work the week of my birthday, and that means I'm getting a birthday cake, right? For the first time ever at work. Sam, do you have it? Is it hiding? I saw your Arby's bag. Is it behind it?
Nope.
What? Angela, Jenna, you said you had something in your car. Is this a ruse? No, what was in my car is my son's electric guitar that I accidentally brought today. I thought it was code for cake. I thought you were going to get cake this whole time. No, I mean, I can bring you down to the car and you're going to see a red electric guitar in my trunk. When I got here, Lee texted me and I realized I picked him up from guitar last time. I never took it out of the trunk. Oh my God, you guys, do you want a red electric guitar? We could strum happy birthday on it. No, I think this is perfect. I think I need to finish my 40s never getting cake on my birthday, but next year I want a f***ing cake. Okay, I'm going to be 50. It's about f***ing time someone gives me a f***ing cake when I'm at work for my f***ing birthday. So 51, do you hear me? Do you hear me? I want a cake. Directly at me. And now I'm looking at you. Oh boy. And Cassie, I know you're in there somewhere in the Zoom. I'm 50. This is what happens when you're 50. You're like, I'm f***ing 50. Give me what I want. Okay, I think we all feel really bad. I would never want you to feel bad, ever. Are you messing with me? Lady, I swear it's an electric guitar. I feel like now. I mean, you guys, it was really funny. She was like, I have to run to my car. I know. Sam, it's about the guitar. And I'm like, this is code for cake. They're messing with me. Angela, we officially apologize that there is no cake here. I am going to see you tomorrow on your actual birthday to celebrate your actual birthday where you will be getting a cake. Yes. Because I'll be dropping. Are you bringing a cake? Gelson's tomorrow, tonight, to get it. Because by God, you're getting a cake. Okay? Okay. Okay. All right, done. This week, we are talking about the surplus. It is season 5, episode 10, written by Gene Stupnitsky and Lee Eisenberg, and directed by Paul Feig. Do you want to hear a fun little tidbit about the title? Yes. As you guys know, I am a digital hoarder, and every once in a while, it brings me a real nugget. I found an email from Randy Cordray saying that we were tentatively going to be shooting this episode in October of 2008, end of October. And the title, the working title, was Spend the Surplus. Oh, Spend the Surplus. And then we just dropped the spend. Mm-hmm. Okay, so as you watch this, know that we're filming end of October 2008. I went on a website that tells you weather years past. You guys, the high was 88 degrees in October. Mm-hmm. And if you watch us shivering outside, know that that's a fakey shiver. Oh, I have some things to say about that when we get there. Okay. I'm going to hit you with a summary. Do it. Oscar informs Michael there is a $4,300 budget surplus that must be spent today or it gets returned and taken out of next year's budget. The office is then divided on what to spend it on. New chairs or a new copier. This creates tension between Jim and Pam, who are on opposing sides. Pam is team chairs. Jim is team copier. Andy and Angela visit Schrute Farms to discuss their wedding with Dwight. Michael then learns of a third option for the surplus. He can return it in exchange for a 15% bonus for himself. What will he choose?
Well, he doesn't like to make anyone mad, but he also wants the money.
Yeah. Fast fact number 1, the character of Ryan does not appear in this episode.
Good catch.
Yeah, remember last week he told Kelly he was going to go to Thailand? Well, this marks his first episode on his vacation, and he will be gone for 11 weeks because he was filming Inglourious Bastards, the Quentin Tarantino film.
This was such a big deal for BJ. We were so excited. He was working with Brad Pitt.
I know.
We really hit him up for Brad Pitt stories, and he had nothing. He just said he was a nice guy. We're like, come on, give us something.
I know. And then he would drop and do like a one-arm push-up.
BJ, we get it. You have to get in good shape. We get it.
Fast fact number 2, our cinematographer for this episode was Matt Sohn. Yeah. So this actually happened back on business trip because remember Randall Einhorn, our usual cinematographer, directed business trip. So while he was directing, Matt Sohn, who was normally our B camera operator, stepped in as cinematographer. But this started a stretch where Matt served as our A camera operator and cinematographer for 3 weeks while Randall was doing post-production on his episode of Business Trip. And so these last 3 episodes, that's Matt Sohn, y'all.
I love that. Matt Sohn was the best. He is such a hiker. Do you know that?
Yeah, didn't he and David Denman used to hike a bunch?
They hike a bunch. I saw him on a hike one time, and I was like sucking air so hard, and he like strode past me with his kid in one of those backpack things.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, shoot, he was really in good shape.
He and Randall both were in good shape.
I know.
But I mean, they need to be because they're lugging those cameras on their shoulders. Although now Matt directs.
Yes, now he just hikes for pleasure.
Yeah. Fast fact number 3, a very big portion of this episode takes place at Schrute Farms. And Angela, I know you will have a lot to share about that, but to kick things off, you have a location breakdown from Randy Cordray.
I sure do. You guys, Randy Cordray is the best. Jenna has shared with you emails that he has sent to us. I reached out to him because I had questions about Schrute Farms. We have shared over the years that there were a few different locations for Schrute Farms, and I just wanted to ask Randy which location it was, and I had a question about the barn. He responded to my email, Jenna, with so many details. It was so wonderful, and photos. I'm going to share. Here we go. Are you ready for Randy Cordray's location breakdown of Schrute Farms?
Yes.
These scenes were shot in Newhall at the Disney Ranch. It was originally known as the Golden Oak Ranch. And Jenna, Randy gives us a deep dive on the origin of the Golden Oak Ranch.
Lay it on me.
He did a deep dive. This is what he said. It was land owned by the famous singing cowboy movie star Gene Autry. Gene Autry also owned the California Angels baseball team and the Los Angeles news station KTLA Channel 5, which was the first TV station on the West Coast. Randy also shared that the Walt Disney Company purchased the property in 1959 and established a movie location on a still working horse and cattle ranch. There's more. He shared that just beyond the boundary of the property, to the south, in Plaza Rita Canyon State Park, is the site of the very first gold discovery in California. In 1842, a cowhand named Francisco Lopez was sitting under an oak tree and pulled up some wild onions. He found gold nuggets clinging to the roots. His discovery led to a mini gold rush 6 years before the more famous discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill.
Wait, he pulled onions out of the ground and there was gold clinging to like the onion or the root of the onion?
Yeah, gold nuggets clinging to the root of this onion, and it happened right there, and that is why it's called the Golden Oak Ranch.
It should be called the Golden Onion Ranch.
He was sitting under an oak tree. It should be called a Golden Oak Onion Ranch. Golden Oak Onion Ranch. Rolls off the tongue. So there's the background on the origin of the Golden Oak Ranch, which then became the Disney Ranch. So we spent a lot of time at this Disney Ranch filming this episode. There's tons more scenes that didn't make it in. We were there the whole week. This was weird for me, Jenna, because I was the one not in the office, and you were there. Right?
Yes.
When we shot there, the facilities were just limited to a few buildings, a farmhouse, some barns, and stables, right? Randy shared with us that in the corner of the ranch, there was a very rundown Western street that was really in disrepair, and it was. It looked like a set that had been forgotten about because no one was making those spaghetti westerns anymore. It probably had its heyday, but it was really falling apart. But Randy shared that since then, Disney has invested a ton of money and has completely modernized the grounds. He said I wouldn't even recognize it. There are 6 state-of-the-art sound stages. There's also a fake residential street and a business district, and there's a full feature backlot movie location now. None of that was there when we were there. It was like a rundown, old, like Western set when we were there.
I've been there because I was there for the bed and breakfast.
Yeah,
when Jim and Pam.
That's right.
To stay at Shroot Farms. And there was nothing. There was really just these rickety farmhouses and barns that were basically falling apart.
Right, and there was only a handful of them, and then just sort of fields.
Yeah.
Well, now it's a full studio.
I know.
I asked him a little bit about the barn we filmed in, and he said the very first scene you see of us walking into the barn, that stable was called the Ragwing Barn, and Randy negotiated a rate to include the horses and mules and the horse that you see in the stalls.
Oh,
and then the other barn, which was like the fancy barn where Dwight, made it to look like a wedding ceremony.
Yes.
That barn was known as Pee-wee's because it was the former location used in Paul Rubens' Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Oh, wow.
So they all had names, and the actual Shroot farmhouse was an old farmhouse on the property known as Olivia's.
That's really cool.
I know. And he sent me pictures of the mules that he took that day. And he sent me like the map of the location, which it doesn't look anything like that anymore. It's so wild. It's completely different.
That's so cool. Thank you, Randy Cordray.
I know. He's the best.
He really came through.
I know.
Well, listen, should we take a break while I run to the store and buy you a cake and you go to the bathroom and we'll be back to break down this episode?
Are you going to go get me a guitar?
Yeah, I'm going to go get the guitar out of my car now.
All right, awesome.
I'm going to need about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Follow through on that story. Jason Nathanson will
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code Office Ladies Free.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional
additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
All right, we are back, and Oscar is presenting Michael with the overall budget for the fiscal year. And he is trying to explain that they have a surplus of $4,300. Michael's not quite getting it. He says, explain it to me like I'm 8 years old.
Then he says, explain it to me like I'm 5.
I know. So Oscar does this great lemonade stand analogy. Michael seems like he's getting it. Ultimately, in the end, we're not sure he totally got it. No. But Oscar says, you need to spend this money today, and you should really spend it on a new copier because we need it. We desperately need it. We had a fan question from Lauren K. When Oscar is explaining the surplus to Michael and Michael says, explain it to me like I'm 5, there's this great line when Oscar says, then next summer, and Michael says, I'll be 6.
That made me laugh so hard.
So hard. Lauren wanted to know, was that scripted or was it improvised? It was scripted.
Yeah.
That beat. Steve threw it away so perfectly.
It was so cute. It was so innocent.
I know.
Oh, Michael. Well, he's very excited. He knows it's something, right? He grasped at least that. And he's going to announce to the whole board,
yes,
they've got a surplus. And he thinks maybe we'll get a new copier. And Pam's like, no, wait, hold up. We need new chairs.
Toby feels like they really need a good air quality inspection for some of the silent killers. Here's Toby again. He's worried about the radon gas. He's worried about the asbestos.
This is the runner that the writers loved for Toby.
And this is the scene where we realize that Jim is not team chairs. He wants a copier.
It really made me laugh hard when Creed goes, the ball's on you, man. Creed's delivery was so good. And Jenna, there was a Pam talking head that would have gone here, and it's about her chair, and you delivered it from reception. It's a talking head from reception
in my chair,
standing next to your chair.
Oh, what is it?
Sam, play it.
This is the chair that was here when I was hired. It was crappy then, and it's even worse now. To give myself a break, sometimes I go outside and sit on the ground.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now.
That's how bad that chair is. I thought Pam made a really strong argument. She made me want to be team chair because she was like, I make the copies. I'm the one that has to deal with the copier. That should tell you how bad these chairs are.
Well, and also, everyone would get a new chair, right? So it really is something for everyone. But the other thing I thought was just, what about the copier in the annex? There's another copier.
No one wants to walk to the annex. It's icky back there.
Well, then they should swap them.
I know.
Maybe Kelly needs to make a lot of copies.
It feels like there's a simple solution
to the copier problem, and no one's realizing. Well, Michael's going to digest all of their ideas and see what comes out the other end.
Coming up at 3 minutes 56 seconds is a scene, Jenna, that I didn't think I was going to get through. I didn't think we'd have any usable takes. Last week, you talked about that clown painting on the wall in Jim's parents' house that you guys could not get through it. You were laughing. Yes. This scene with Dwight giving directions to Andy and Angela, that was it for me. Ed and I, we could not get through it. Like, truly, we could not stop laughing. It's in the bloopers, and I think we got to hear it.
You know, lady, last week I looked at the bloopers to see if I could find any clown painting outtakes.
Yeah.
I couldn't find them, but I did see this. It is so good.
Just, I feel like some of these directions to Shroot Farms are a little weird. I mean, like 156 paces from the light red mailbox, make a left. Walk until you hear the beehive. Make a right if you are attacked by territorial crows. This is really, if you smell bear pee, turn the other way. If you smell bear pee at any point, abort. Wait in your car for further instructions.
What's the problem exactly?
The other thing that's so great about this blooper is that you're hearing all those candy bag alt directions.
Yes, because in the script, the only directions were 156 paces from the light red mailbox and then the one about the bear. All the rest are candy bag alts.
So were they just, because in the clip you can see that Ed is reading, were they just handing him pieces of paper with like funny directions?
They literally did. They handed him a whole paper that were extra directions. And that's why he was like, I almost had it. And if you guys watch the bloopers, you'll see that I'm sniffling. I am sniffling because it was so cold on set that day that my nose was running. And I had a tissue in my hand that I was hiding under the table. It was that cold.
That used to happen to me all the time. My nose would run on set. I know. I had my sneezing from the allergies and the runny nose from the cold.
Well, I rewatched the scene and all I can see is me sniffling and trying not to laugh.
Well, you laughed a lot.
I did. Well, Jenna, we had a fan question about this scene. Allie Joe H. wrote in and said, when Angela and Andy are talking to Dwight, Andy says something about a three-way, and it looks like Dwight mouths something to Angela. Do you remember what he said? I can tell you in the script, Rain had this stage direction. It says, Dwight rolls his eyes to Angela like, check out the dummy. And Angela doesn't give him anything. So I think Rain was sort of mocking Andy in that moment, like looking at me like, oh, this guy.
Coming up, we have a scene that was really, really fun for me. It's the scene in the kitchen between Pam and Jim, where Pam is kind of low-key threatening Jim.
Yeah.
Be on her side.
Not low-key. Full key. Is that an expression?
We had a fan question from Jessica K. She would very much like us to discuss Pam's "you're on dangerous ground" moment, saying, quote, I was like, damn, Jenna. Well, Jessica, we came up with this little moment while we rehearsed the scene. So this idea of Pam going over to Jim and going in for a kiss, but then pulling back, that was something that we did in rehearsal. It was not in the script, and we just were so tickled. You know those moments when you're rehearsing a scene or you're doing a scene and you come up with this idea that just opens it up in this new way?
It's so fun. And it's so fun to see everyone else realize it too, because I have to imagine that when Paul Feig saw it, he was like, oh yes, you have to do that.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. And then we knew we shot this scene first. We were going to mirror it in the tag at the end with Jim.
Oh, it's so good. And I love Jim's talking head afterward. He was like, ugh, spooky. You guys were about to head out to Shroot Farms. There was a deleted driving scene. It was so good. There's actually two. I'll get to the other one.
Wait, there is a scene of you and Andy and Dwight driving in a car together?
Two. Oh, they are bookends. One going there and then one when we leave.
Stop it.
Yes. The one on the way there, Dwight and Angela get into a fight. Also, Angela's driving.
That tracks for me. Angela's driving and her car is filthy. It's like covered in mud. It's so funny. Oh, I know. Is that because maybe she's been going out to thin out Shrimp Farms recently? Yeah. So she's driving, Dwight's in the front, and Andy's in the back poking his head through. Amazing. For both scenes, these scenes were so much fun to film. On the way there, Angela and Dwight are arguing about centerpieces at the reception. Angela wants a fishbowl with a fish in it. Dwight's like, let's put a piranha in it and that will kill the fish and there'll be blood. And she's like, I don't want blood on my wedding day. And then he's like, well, I guess I have to reorder the cake. Oh no, that's horrible. I know. What is this cake? And Andy's like, you too. That is on the DVD. The other one isn't on the DVD, but I'm going to share it later because it's when they're leaving Shrimp Farms. When Dwight is giving Andy and Angela a tour of Shrimp Farms, they get into another discussion about, I guess, on theme with blood. They're talking about the slaughter. Do they really have to slaughter the entrees on the day of the wedding? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. And Andy gets Dwight to not do it the day of the wedding. And then Andy's like, what's that smell? Oh my gosh, I'm so Southern. Did you hear that? Smell. What's that smell? It's a vowel before an L. I can't do it. And Angela goes, manure, get rid of it. We had a lot of fan questions about the manure. Oh yeah, like a lot. Everybody wanted to know, was it real manure? No, it was not. It was made by Phil Shea. That was Phil Shea's job that day, make fakey manure. And how did he do it? He mixed mostly oatmeal, a little bit of sand, and some food coloring. Well, it looks like manure. It does. Good job, Phil Shea. Lee Eisenberg shared with me that his most vivid memory of shooting this episode was how hot it was at Shrimp Farms, and that you guys had to walk around in coats pretending it was cold. I noticed my forehead was glistening. Yeah, I'm not one to sweat, guys. I'm not a big sweater because I'm always cold. So if it tells you anything about how hot it was, I was sweating. Also, real random side note, sorry if this is an overshare, when we were filming this, I had a 5-month-old and I would have to go and pump. You were pumping at Shrimp Farms? I pumped at Shrimp Farms. Where? They had like, first of all, our trailers were a little bit of a car ride away. Yeah. And they just helped me get there because I would have to go pump. You pumped at Shrimp Farms. I pumped at Shrimp Farms in the heat. Wow. Things you do for your baby. Back at Dunder Mifflin, Pam is trying to get Michael on her side with the chairs, but she gets interrupted by Oscar, who suddenly wants to go to lunch with Michael. Oh, Oscar knows exactly what he's doing. All Michael ever wants is lunch with the guys. And Jim's in on it. Yeah. Oh, this is a bold move. Oh, yeah. This is Michael's happiest day. Pam says it is on. It is so on. And then she puts on lipstick and she tousles her hair. What? What is the outcome of this? Just to like flirt with Michael and make him feel good? I don't know what she is planning, except maybe just to look at Michael with some happy eyes to pay attention to him, laugh at his jokes. But Jim, Michael, and Oscar get back from lunch and they are hysterically laughing. I mean, they've had the best time. Yeah. I mean, how is Pam going to compete with this? She tries. She goes into his office. She compliments his pants. She compliments his tie. Hot tie guy. Hot tie guy. Hot tie guy. And I love how excited Michael is to share that he got his tie for $4 and his pants for $9 at TJ Maxx. Oh my gosh, that reminds me of my mom. Does it? Yes. So my mom and my sister, they love to go to the outlets at Lake Ozark, Missouri. All growing up, we would go to this cabin in Lake of the Ozarks in the summer, and they would head out to the outlets. I'm not a shopper person. I'm like, I'm going to stay back. I'm going to sit on the dock and read a book. Oh, I would be hitting those outlets with them. I know you would, especially if there was like one of those pretzel shops and I could get a pretzel while we shopped. Of course, there's a pretzel shop. Of course. Give me that cinnamon pretzel. Yes. So, you know how nowadays they have those haul videos where on YouTube where people go shopping and they just take things out of their bag and they show you their haul. HAUL. Yeah. I thought you said those haul videos. I'm like, why do they film themselves walking down a hall? That's what I thought. I thought, who does that?
Are they walking through the hall of the store?
No, like haul. Like here's my haul. Here's what I got. Yes, they would come home and they would get their stuff out of their bags.
Yeah.
And it was sort of like the haul videos because they would show every item, but part of the showing of the item would have to include
the price,
how much money they saved.
Yeah.
So the retail, I got this purse that retails for $45. I got it for $12.
Yeah.
This shirt, this was 70% off at Ralph Lauren. I got it for $12.
Yeah.
So the whole like description was always saying the price with the savings. I think it was a big show for my dad, you know, so that he would feel better about any.
Well, your dad loves a deal.
He loves a deal.
This is what I know about him.
Oh yeah. He wouldn't want my mom to buy a $12 shirt unless she could get it for $7.
That's right.
You know, so we would always have to make a big show of all the money that was saved.
Michael's right there with your family.
He sure is. He could get in on it with my mom and my sister.
Pam really did lay it on thick. There is a Michael talking head in the script. Right after all of this, right? He's been taking a lunch. Pam has just complimented him, and it didn't make it in. And Jenna, I loved it. Here it is. Michael's talking head in the script. When people kiss up to you, it's very easy to get an inflated ego. You can start to believe the hype that people are saying about you. I'm not at that point yet, but I'm going to get there.
But I'm going to get there. That's pretty amazing.
I know.
Back at Schrute Farms, they're inside the farmhouse, and Angela and Dwight are arguing over what kind of butter sculpture she should have at the wedding.
Lady, this scene was so much longer. It actually started with Andy signing a ton of paperwork. Because he was actually signing as a witness to the wedding, but he didn't know.
Oh.
Dwight said it was all these insurance forms so that they could get married at Schrute Farms. And during this scene, Mose enters, and there's a really awkward moment with Mose where Angela hisses at him, and then Dwight goes, "Why do you have to do that? It's not necessary. He loves you." And then Andy's like, "Well, how does he love her? How does he know her?" And then Dwight's like, "Oh, Mose loves everybody. He's a people person." And it's so much longer. And then it ends with us arguing about the butter sculptures. And once again, we could not get through it. We were laughing so hard. It's in the deleted scenes on the DVD. I'm going to put it in stories, Jenna, because I had to cover my face. I pull a Mindy. You can see me laughing with my hands over my face. But yes, then they get into this ridiculous argument about the sculpture, and that's what made it in the actual episode.
We got a fan question from Gabriella T, who said Angela tells Dwight she wants a cat sculpture made out of cow butter for her wedding. I am from Iowa, and every year at the Iowa State Fair, there is a cow butter sculpture on display. The very first cow butter was sculpted in 1911, and it has grown to be a famous tradition at the Iowa State Fair.
Love it.
I did a deep dive on cow butter sculptures.
I want to hear it.
All right, so at the Iowa State Fair, every year they make a life-size cow out of butter.
A whole cow?
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah, it starts with a frame of wood, metal, wire, and steel mesh.
Okay.
And then they add 600 pounds of low moisture, pure cream Iowa butter. It sits in a 40-degree cooler, and then layers of butter are applied until it is full size. It measures 5.5 feet high and 8 feet long. What? Yeah. I saw pictures. It's a cow, but it's butter.
I need to see the picture.
I'll send it to you. So a real dairy cow weighs like 1,000 pounds. The butter version weighs about 600 pounds. This butter cow could butter about 19,200 pieces of toast. And this part I'm unsure about, but every year most of the butter from the butter cow is recycled and it can be used for up to 10 years.
I hope so. That's a lot of butter. It is. Would you not use the recycled cow sculpture butter?
Well, I mean,
I don't know. 5-second rule. Kind of. Not really.
They also do a companion butter sculpture every year.
To the cow? The cow has a buddy?
Yes.
that stands next to it? Correct. What is it?
Well, one year it was Elvis Presley.
What?
A butter Elvis.
Elvis?
Made out of butter.
Oh my gosh.
Another year it was Harry Potter.
Oh, get out.
Another year they did Star Trek. And in 2018, they did a celebration of the 100th anniversary of John Deere.
Was there a tractor?
Yes.
Oh, my dad would have loved that.
They did a replica of the Waterloo Boy tractor. I took a picture and it's a tractor out of butter next to the cow.
Wow. I wonder if you could climb up in it. Probably not.
Well, I'm not eating that recycled butter.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I caught one thing from the start of the podcast. Hold on real quick.
Okay.
Gotta fix it.
Okay.
No, it's fine. Just give me 1 second. I can repair it.
Okay.
Go on.
Who would be able to stop
I knew you guys were going to do something.
He probably took it as a misuse of his name. You know how much he likes to take ownership of that.
That's true.
All right, Angela, how do you feel? This is your first work birthday.
You guys so got me. You so got me. I was so surprised. I really thought when I got here that the guitar was code for cake. And then when it wasn't, I was like, oh, well, maybe they've just all been busy. And, okay. And I feel bad I went off on that rant.
Well, what happened, Angela, was that we were going to surprise you at the top of the podcast with a Cookie Puss cake.
A Carvel Cookie Puss cake?
Yes. But there was a problem that happened. The cake got lost in transit. Poor Cassie has been hiding out here since like 9:30 this morning waiting for this cake delivery.
Poor Cassie. By the way, this is the first time we've all been in person, and it's amazing to see you. Cassie, say hi to everyone.
Hey, everybody.
Yay! Well, I saw a few times you had to check your phone and text, but I thought it was all about the guitar.
No, it was a panic thread about your cake.
Oh, no.
And then you called us out, and we were like, no, but we had a cake, and it's jumpa. And also, Cassie put together this amazing board for you. It is all of these cards that people sent in because they heard that you did not get your birthday celebrated properly. And so people from the Office Ladies Facebook page sent you cards.
That is so sweet. That is so sweet. They know because I was real chatty that I never had a cake at work or at school. You guys, that is so lovely.
Well, we could not let you start your 50s without a proper work birthday.
Thank you guys so much. I love every single second. I was truly surprised, and I cannot wait to read all of these cards that you guys sent in. It's so lovely. I'm going to sit down and read every single one. And thank you for my cake. A cake at work. It finally happened.
It happened.
It happened. Oh my gosh.
Well, before we did your birthday, we were talking about butter sculptures.
I know, it's really hard, you guys. Now I'm like, okay, we got to work. We still have work to do.
I know.
We were talking about cat butter sculptures. And y'all, I Googled cat butter sculptures, and let me tell you, it does not disappoint. Google image cat butter sculptures. Can I tell you the very first one that came up? Yeah, I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to put it in stories. How do I describe this to you guys? This is the first one that came up for me. There's more than one. It is a cat made out of butter, pooping butter poop next to a block of butter.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I guess it's a thing. There was more than one by different people.
What's that about?
I don't know. I have to think this is not the cat butter sculpture Angela Martin would want. There's also some majestic cats out there made of butter. It was amazing. People do really weird things with butter.
They do weird things with cats. There's the whole, like, litter box birthday cake. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Where it's a cake and it looks like litter and then you make, like, Tootsie Rolls into poop.
Yeah.
For the cat lover in your life.
Put that next to the butter cat pooping butter. Happy birthday!
Next year.
Next year. That's it. That's my cake next year. I want the cat litter box cake. All right. There was also a deleted Andy talking head after the scene, because this would have been, if you're keeping manure count the second pile of manure he steps in. Yes, it's really funny. You guys, he's outside by the barn hosing off his shoes and he's sobbing and he says, "This just isn't how I imagined it."
Well, you were looking at the bra commercial. I was making fun of you.
Just tell everybody. You gotta take a shit.
Let's make a decision right now. Let's get rid of that joint pain in 2024.
Could be your neck. It could be your neck, could be your back, shoulders, knees, whatever it is. Let's call QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief.
Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
This is the future of pain treatment, and QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients all over America. People with back pain or hip pain, like you, any pain associated with arthritis or injury.
This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again, get your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical.
If this is the year that you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on that calendar today.
Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, now in Costa Mesa, 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. That's QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
Stockland weather from KFI, partly cloudy with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA and the beaches, mid to upper 60s for the valleys, Inland OC and the IE, around 60 in the high desert. Right now it is 56 in Cypress, 61 in Brea, and we're going back to the 10 in El Monte. On the 10 westbound before you get to Santa Anita Avenue, got that accident with the carpool and the two left lanes blocked. It is stopped now from at least Tech Road. In Whittier, 605 north at Whittier Boulevard, going to do another break trying to clear some debris from the lane. Downtown LA on the 110 South right at 2nd Street, got a brand new crash clearing to the shoulder. In Compton on the 710 South at Alondra Boulevard, got an accident in the Center Divider area. March Air Reserve Base 215 northbound at Cactus. Another crash in that Center Divider area. And in Riverside, heads up 60 eastbound to the 215 North Connector. Got a report of a tire blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harman.
The music we listen to all year long.
The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2023.
And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox, April 1st.
Be here as the nominees for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are announced. Let's get it started.
Thursday at 6 a.m. Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and smoothie ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
For emergency backup power, go to wpower.com. How will you ever get them paid off? Here's how. A home equity line of credit with the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only could you get a much lower rate to pay off those cars, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. Check with your tax advisor, they'll tell you. Plus, at the Loan Exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the life cap of the line. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539.
That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. The Kitchen Store makes your dream kitchen easy. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. Jerry Chen at KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A bunch of stories that we're following. More action in the Red Sea. A missile fired by Yemen's Houthi rebels hit a U.S.-owned ship today. Just off the coast of Yemen, the attack was on a ship called the Gibraltar Eagle. The Houthis' attacks have roiled global shipping, and the United Kingdom's maritime trade operations overseas Mideast waters said the attack happened about 110 miles southeast of Yemen. It said that the ship's captain reported the port side of the vessel was hit from above by a missile, although they said it didn't cause a whole lot of damage. There was a small fire down below. It didn't hurt anybody, which is good. In that same area, by the way, the 2 Navy SEALs have been lost at sea after a ship boarding operation went bad off the coast of Somalia. They apparently were looking for Iranian weapons that would be found before Yemen. 2 service members went missing. Pretty rough time. And at this point, no sign of life yet.
Well, we were introduced to the hot dish today. We were doing hot casserole talk, and we learned about the hot dish. We learned about funeral potatoes, things to bring to your caucus or to celebrate the caucus here in California.
Yeah, here's our funeral potatoes.
Hey, Gary and Shannon, it's Neil from Vegas. You really need to look up funeral potato recipes because those are yummy. Topped with cornflakes. Super nutritious.
And listen, I think you broke it down very simply. You've got a protein, you've got a starch, and then you got some binding agent.
Yeah, like a cream of chicken.
Cream of chicken, cream of mushroom.
Cream of anything. Just bring on the cream.
And then anything else that happens. I mean, anything else that you find that you want to throw in there, whether it's bacon or you've got to have the cheese. I mean, cheese seems like it's a
staple,
easy way to do it. Steve Ducey from Fox News actually has a video up that shows his recipe. I guess he grew up in Iowa, and I didn't know that. But he grew up with...
His is the one that I was telling you about with the tater tots and the sour cream and the cheese.
Here's his video on how to make his tater tot casserole.
First, let's get out an oven-proof skillet and start browning the beef. Now, let's add an onion.
Okay.
And a can of corn. And a can of cream of mushroom and cream of chicken.
Ooh, a lot of cream.
Stir, and then smooth out the top.
Okay.
Now, add your cheese. In time to grab the...
Hold on a second. I'm going to stop him right there because he's sprinkling cheese from a plastic bag, like the pre-grated stuff.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
It's better if you freshly grate it.
Freshly grated.
But just don't break your finger like I did right here. I still have my grate wound when I grated my thumb.
Well, I don't know if that's a you thing or if it's like the grater got away from you or something.
My scar from the knife.
You're dangerous.
I'm grizzled.
Yeah.
Now, add your cheese.
Real cheese.
In time to grab those taters. Start circling the skillet.
He's literally placing. So he's flattened out the top of this thing, so there's a flat work area, and he's placing on end. He's standing up the tater tots in a circle all the way around the outside of the stick. Internal, and then another ring in.
It's very methodical and it's soothing.
Yeah.
To round up your tater tots like that.
He ends up putting it in the oven, heats it for a while, and then
was that about 350, 20 minutes?
350, like probably 25 minutes or so, and then you can top it with a little more cheese. Although again, he's using the bad stuff out of the bag that doesn't melt very well, and then sour cream, and he puts some tomatoes and
some chives
on top of that.
Maybe a little bacon bits. Although you don't really, I mean, you can always use bacon bits, but you've got the beef in there too.
Bacon goes well with beef.
With everything. Yeah, right.
Well, I wouldn't say everything.
What do you mean? Bacon doesn't go well with everything?
Like a dulce de leche ice cream?
Interesting you say that. Remember when I said I was texting a friend about diarrhea this morning? I'm glad we could bring it back. I was listening to a podcast of people that we know that do this podcast, and one of the people says, I had a peanut butter chocolate bacon smoothie or drink from Sonic. Yeah. Peanut butter, bacon, and he was like, there's like probably at least 3 strips of bacon in there, big chunks of bacon in the peanut butter smoothie. And then they went on to do the Ozempic story, right? And one of them says, I don't like talking about diarrhea. And the other one, who just drank this smoothie, says, oh, I have no problem talking about diarrhea. And so I sent a text that says, it's a good thing you don't have a problem talking about diarrhea if you're going to keep putting down those smoothies.
Because that's going to be a topic.
But it's a very difficult word to spell, as you noted today as well. Diarrhea, it took me a few tries to get diarrhea right in that text.
Did the phone auto correct for you?
No, it didn't.
Oh. It just crossed its arms and leaned back and said,
basically,
okay,
it said, this is wrong, but we're not going to fix it. Just keep trying to type diarrhea in traffic.
Why are you not supposed to
How did
drive?
you spell it?
I spelled it, I got the H first.
Yeah, it's tough. So it's D-I-A...
R-R.
R-R-H-E-A.
Yeah.
That H wants to sneak in there sooner, doesn't it?
Well, it's like the gonorrhea. Isn't there an H in gonorrhea?
I haven't had a lot
Or
of practice
leukochorea?
spelling out gonorrhea. Is there an H in gonorrhea? I don't think there is. Let's find out.
Thankfully, I haven't had to look at that word enough. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You're absolutely right. Gonorrhea and diarrhea, very similar with the RH placement and the EA.
On my side of the bed was human fecal matter.
Oh, speaking of which, guys.
What?
Guys.
What?
Guess what?
What?
Somebody under the age of 30 found this song and doesn't quite know what to do with it.
Who found this song?
Some kid on TikTok.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And was like, is Grandpa talking about what I think he's talking about?
You know what, honey? Grandpa's had a lot of sex, all right? How the hell do you think you ended up here?
And Smokey Robinson.
Grandpa's enjoying himself.
And Smokey Robinson was like, it's not about sex.
What is it about then, Smokey?
Mixtape Monday, you'll have to stick around and find out. Pretty great.
Like a spasm? Very different.
Is it? Or is it like gonorrhea and diarrhea? Stop.
Hey, if you missed any of this show, don't forget to get us on demand, get that podcast.
If you missed any part of the show.
If you missed the part where I broke down how to spell diarrhea and how to spell gonorrhea, you're going to want to go back and listen to that.
Yeah.
Told you. Spider-Man. That's
Jason is going to join us. Critics' Choice last night, Emmy Awards tonight. J-Nat's got a couple of days worth of work left in him.
He has no idea what he's walking into.
Jerry and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark, I'm going to turn the TV off in here so that Shannon doesn't blurt out anything this time.
Sorry, Deborah. It's okay. I didn't need to put knockers in your news.
What's going on?
An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 4.5 has been reported south of Catalina Island in the Pacific Ocean, I should say. U.S. Geological Survey says the quake this morning was centered about 61 miles south of Avalon, about 13 miles deep. Public health officials are warning people about a spike in sicknesses across L.A. County. The L.A. County Department of Public Health says the number of people in the hospital for COVID passed 800 a day earlier this month. The highest number of cases was reported around Christmas. And winter weather could impact the outcome of the Republican caucus in Iowa. Forecasters say today could be the coldest caucus day on record, with temps below zero in much of the state. We're going to go to the 710 next.
Companies that actually care about a customer's experience can be rare, but that's exactly what you get at American Vision Windows. Here's why. Bill and Kathleen got started with American Vision Windows because they had a terrible experience getting new windows years ago. They saw a need, and they saw a need for a company that does care about the customer and gets it right, and that's why we have American Vision Windows. I'm a repeat customer. These windows are gorgeous. They add such value to your home. And the people at American Vision Windows are just good people. They're easy to talk with, and they are home improvement experts. They can kind of walk you through what suits your home. I love the dual-paned, energy-efficient windows. They keep in the heat when it's cold. They keep the heat out come the summer. Our windows were the original ones when we moved into our home, and they weren't going to do any of that. Here's the offer on the table right now. There is a free upgrade to Quadra Therm this month only, plus 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months, plus that free expert installation. For all the offers, call or see the website for details. American Vision Windows on approved credit. Offer expires 1/21/24. PSLB number 778326.
Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy with highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by Indeed.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 710 in Compton. It's only 710 southbound right at Alondra Boulevard. Got an accident. The 2 left lanes are going to be blocked. It stopped from the 105. Also in El Monte on the 10 westbound before you get to Santa Anita Avenue, they are clearing that crash from the carpool and the 2 left lanes. Still flowing in Whittier 605 North right at Whittier Boulevard. Doing a break trying to clear some debris there. Hollywood 101 North on Highland Avenue. Stall in the lane. And in Santa Clarita, 14 northbound before Plaza Rita. An RV went into the center divider area. The carpool lane is blocked. And right there on the southbound side, the 2 left lanes blocked as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. TCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit tcadevzone.org.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now that the chaos of the holidays is over, it's time to sit back and relax. It's also a great time to set yourself up for your best year yet with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. For more than 3 decades, System Pavers has created impressive paving stone driveways and walkways, inviting patios and decks, turf lawns, outdoor kitchens, and so much more. By renovating your outdoors with System Pavers, you'll add beautiful, lasting value to your home. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, you can rely on System Pavers to deliver the space of your dreams. From design and project management to installation and beyond, all projects come with our unmatched workmanship warranty. And for a limited time, you can save 10% on your entire project. Start by calling 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. New yard for the new year. All orders must be placed by January 31st. Warranties vary by product and region. See website for terms and conditions. Contractors license 661575.
New year, new hiring needs? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/careers.
That's really funny. That is on the DVD. Oh, back at the office, Jim is watching Pam struggle with the copier. Everyone's really laying it on thick with Michael. They're making him hot chocolate. They're opening doors for him. It's the best day of his life. It really is. We had a fan question from Stephanie M. At 10 minutes, 25 seconds, Michael walks into his office, and off camera, we hear him say, "I almost choked." Was that a line that was scripted, or did Steve Carell actually almost choke on his drink? It was neither. It was an improvisation. He's doing that as Michael. He was not choking. He's going to choke later on some tiramisu powder.
It's the funniest choking scene I've ever seen.
I want to study.
I want to study it. I so believed it. At first, I thought, was that scripted? I had to go look.
I had to look too.
It was so brilliant. And then he did that thing, and we're jumping ahead, you guys, but after 2 bites that were failed attempts because he's choking, he goes for a third, and then with his hands, he's like, no.
Yeah, he has to stop himself.
So good.
Dwight is going to take Angela to a new barn.
It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. He's decorated it like how it will be on her wedding day with chairs and sparkly lights.
Yeah, and Andy's like, "Hey," because he's happy too.
Yeah, there's a priest and no manure. It's perfect.
Dwight is going to suggest that they sort of role play the ceremony. He wants Andy to get a bird's eye view. So he says, you walk her down as if you're her father, and she'll marry me, but so you can see what it looks like.
Yes.
And, the priest doesn't speak any English. He only speaks German, so they don't know what he's saying. In the script, it says Angela Martin is moved to tears by this moment.
I think because it is really playing out what's in her true heart, which would be what it would be like to marry Dwight.
Yeah.
We had a fan question from Ellie B. In the scene where Dwight and Angela are getting married at Shroot Farms, is the minister actually speaking German? Yes. All of the German in this scene is accurate. The actor who played the priest was Posh Boyd, and he was cast because he was fluent in German. And also because he was comfortable riding horses.
Yes, because he rides a horse at the end.
Randy said that the actor arrived early to set that day so that he could select one of the horses and practice on it. Randy also said that they had to submit a translated version of the priest's script to the NBC Legal Department of Standards and Practices because we had to prove that we weren't trying to sneak in any dialogue that would be considered unacceptable to the censors. Feels like they didn't trust us. I wonder why. Well, here is the translation. The priest is saying, "Groom and bride, you come here voluntarily with hearts prepared to receive each other in marriage. Will you love each other, respect, and be loyal to one another until death separates you? Are you ready to fulfill your obligation to raise your children as Christian parents should?" So that is what Dwight and Angela are agreeing to in their marriage vows.
I guess Dwight is going to forego standing in his own grave to marry her, just so he can make it happen.
Yes, because that is truly the Shroot tradition
and would tip off Andy.
This whole thing is going to lead into Angela getting pretty sentimental.
Yeah, and she realizes I made a mistake with Andy.
She says she made a mistake.
I know. She tells Dwight, I picked the wrong guy. Dwight, man, he just messed it up.
He does because he gets real arrogant.
He's like, I know, and I took care of it. I fixed it. And he sneakily had them married without her consent, and she does not like that and does not appreciate it.
No, almost had her back.
Yeah.
In that moment.
Yep.
But no.
No. She's furious with him that he would do such a huge life moment in this sneaky way.
We got a fan question from Rebecca M. Does Dwight's secret marriage actually count in the state of Pennsylvania? Or did the writers make this up?
Good question.
Well, Pennsylvania is actually one of the only states where you can do something called self-unite. So Colorado also allows this. According to the American Civil Liberties Union of Pennsylvania, the tradition of self-uniting in marriage dates back to 1681. It has its roots in the state's Quaker population. And because the religious sect does not have any ministers, members of the Quaker faith traditionally self-unite in marriage. So these are often referred to as Quaker licenses, but self-uniting licenses do not require the applicants to practice any specific religion or any religion at all. So, under Pennsylvania marriage law, couples wishing to marry without an officiant can obtain a self-uniting license. They can perform their own ceremony. The only rule is there have to be at least 2 witnesses who are required to sign the document.
Which Angela and Andy signed this insurance document, and I guess the priest would have signed something.
Yes, in this scenario, the priest and Andy were the witnesses. So, this marriage was legal.
How about that? This would have led to a delicious deleted car ride home scene. Lady, it's a rough one. It's right up there with a Jan Michael car ride home. All right, this was in the shooting script. It's not on the DVD. It's out there somewhere in the world, you guys. It was so amazing. Angela is driving home, furious. Dwight's in the front passenger seat. Andy is in the back, leaning between the 2 of them. And they start out the car ride, and Andy's like, "We did it!" He's so happy, and he starts singing at the top of his lungs this song.
Until I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and
That's what he's singing in the backseat.
That exact part of the song is in the script. What you just heard, it's for non-blondes. And Angela is so annoyed that Andy is singing, so she turns off the radio. And Andy keeps singing and comes in with this part.
That sounds like Andy to me.
Right?
Yeah.
In the script, it says Angela looks like she might drive the car into a tree. Dwight is stealing glances at Angela. Andy, oblivious, is singing for non-blondes.
Wow. How did you get through that with Ed singing in the back seat, though? How did you keep a straight face?
I'm telling you, we laughed through this whole episode. Every single thing was funny to me.
This next scene is the one that I could not get through.
I don't know how you did. It's one of my favorite scenes of the whole episode.
It's one of my favorite scenes of the whole series.
Yes, it's my favorite Hank scene.
Oh, yeah. So Michael, who can't make a decision, has decided to call Hank from security.
Yeah.
Who, as he explains, hustled up the stairs because he thought it was an actual emergency.
Well, you know, Michael texts people 911 to get their attention.
So Hank arrives, and I just want to say this was one of those scenes that was set at the reception desk, and I'm in the shot, and I wanted to edge myself out of the shot because I was ruining it because I was laughing.
From the minute Hugh walks in, the minute he takes a few of the candies and starts eating them, I was like, I wouldn't make it.
That was an improvisation, and the first time he did it, I laughed. Because it was so brilliant.
It's so brilliant.
So Michael is going to ask Hank, what do we do? He makes a big announcement. He's like, listen, Hank is going to decide, copier or chairs.
And Hank's like, can I see the copier?
Yeah.
Opens up doors and stuff, looks at it, and he's like, now let me see the chair. And the room is riveted. They're hanging on his every word.
But the scene ends amazing. My favorite is the ending of the scene.
My favorite. Well, first of all, he sort of like explains his theory why the office would need both. There's new copiers. They're amazing.
Yeah.
Although those chairs he could not sit in.
Yes.
And Michael's like, so? And everyone's waiting. And he goes, let me look at the copier again.
Michael's like, get out. Get out. Get out.
It's so funny.
Angela, this was the first time for Office Ladies that I have watched the show with my kids.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I watch them all the time with my kids.
I know,
but my kids are older. I know.
It was a pinch, and I said, guys, I have to watch this. I have to watch it. You can watch it with me, or you can go outside and scooter or something. So I turned it on. First of all, my son was just giggling through the whole thing. He's a little older, so I think he got more of the humor.
Yeah.
But this moment, when he says, let me see the copier again, and Michael said, get out, they were dying. And then they started doing it as a bit.
It was so good.
It was so fun. Gosh, I'm so excited as my kids get older for them
to discover it.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Well, my kids love The Office, and, you know, every once in a while we'll watch an episode and Isabel will go, Mom, because Angela Martin is so mean. And, you know, Jack, my stepson, loves Office Ladies.
I know. Whenever I see him, he'll tell me some fun thing he heard on Office Ladies, which I love.
I know. He was like, I'm so excited that you guys are going to talk to Stephen Merchant. I love that they watched it with you.
So we kind of already talked about this scene where Michael is eating tiramisu while talking to David Wallace. But what we did not mention is that David gives him some new information.
Yeah. He's like, any boss that comes in under budget gets 15% of that surplus.
Michael whips out his calculator, and he discovers that means he could get $645.
Do you know how far that can go at Burlington Coat Factory?
You're literally a king.
Yeah.
If you walk in there with $645.
Well, Michael's got dollar signs now on the brain.
Michael walks out of his office and he announces that he doesn't think they need a new copier or new chairs. He demonstrates that the copier works perfectly, and then he's going to demonstrate how great Pam's chair really is.
Two things. First of all, in the bloopers, Jenna, when Steve tries to use the copier, that copier actually was really crappy.
It was awful.
It was really old and crappy, and half the time would not work in real life.
When we needed it
to. And it would eat paper, it would like make noises, and he says, this copier works fine. And he hits the button, and in real life it went, and you guys all started laughing.
It was so funny. Paul Feig sent us an audio clip because this was one of his favorite memories from shooting this episode. Here's what he had to say.
There were so many fun things in season 5, but weirdly, one of my favorite episodes that we did was The Surplus. And it's an episode that people don't talk about as much. And I just think it's got some of the funniest stuff in it. I think I laughed harder during that. My favorite gag, one of my favorite gags that I ever got to do on The Office was when Michael's trying to convince everybody that they don't need a new copier and all the chairs are good. And we got that gag, Jenna, where he comes behind the desk and just tries to prove that your chair's not broken. And I had them rig up this thing because the whole joke was supposed to be he sits on your chair and it just sinks down below the desk. And so worked really hard to have them rig this chair up that sunk so slowly that Steve just got in it and is just talking like, see, there's nothing wrong with this. And it takes you a few seconds to realize that he's just very slowly sinking down behind the desk. And then Steve just destroyed me when not only is he down low, but he won't admit it. And then when he has to stand up, it's like, like it takes such effort for him to get out of the very low chair. So that was a real favorite gag of mine.
Well, every time he would get out of the chair, he would make some other different grunting noise, and it would do me in. If you watch my face in the scene, I have this really over-exaggerated furrowed brow. I was having to make a very strong acting choice because I couldn't do blank. I couldn't do it. I had to do something with my face.
Right. I had completely forgotten about this scene. And when I rewatched it, because it's been a long time since I've seen this episode, and when I rewatched it this week, I was like watching it and I was like, wait, is his chair sinking? Oh my God, his chair is sinking! And it was so funny. It was so funny, and it's so subtle. It's such a small moment.
And in order to make it work, I could not be sitting on the chair at the beginning of the scene. So it looks like I'm sitting, and then he comes over and takes my seat.
Squat?
I had to squat,
thigh workout,
and hold my butt and hover. And you can tell a little bit because in order to do it, I kind of had to really spread my legs to get a good solid squat on the chair, above the chair.
Yeah. It's like going to the bathroom in a porta potty.
Yes.
Halfway through your pee, your legs start shaking. You're like, oh crap, I need to work out more.
This was a workout day for me.
Oh my gosh.
That's how we pulled off that gag. Also in this moment, everyone starts to realize that Michael knows about the bonus.
Oscar calls him out. He's like, I think you know. And he's like, what's 15% of $4,300? That's the surplus. And Michael immediately goes, $645.
And he's like, why'd you say dollars? And Michael's like, that's just how my brain works.
Yeah.
And Kevin goes, he's a genius. But then Oscar says, okay, Michael, what's 15% of 200? And then Michael doesn't know.
Yeah.
That little bit of Kevin thinking that Michael is a math genius in that moment, Paul Feig said him and his wife Lori love that little bit. And then they do that bit that if someone says something, they'll be like, he's a genius.
Oh, they do Kevin.
That's their little bit. All of this leads to a very big smooch.
Andy and Dwight and Angela have returned to the office.
Yeah.
And once you piss Angela off, she's going to dig in her heels.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to make a very public show to Dwight that she has chosen, once again, Andy over him.
Yeah. So Andy is eating a tuna sandwich that he's real proud of. He wants Jim to know, tuna, I'm eating tuna. And Angela marches across the bullpen and kisses him.
Mm-hmm.
He's leaning back in his chair.
She lays on his lap and grabs his face.
Do you know what the stage direction was for this kiss?
Read it.
Angela kisses Andy with a passion we haven't seen since Jim and Pam in Casino Night.
I know, I read that.
We had a lot of questions about this scene, though, Angela.
Ooh, well, I bet I have some stories for you.
Dory C. and Amanda C. both want to know, did Ed actually have tuna in his mouth when you kissed him?
Yes, that was part of the joke. Lee and Jean, who wrote this episode, they thought it would be very funny if Andy was eating something gross when I had to go kiss him. And that's why he has that line, look, tuna fish sandwich, just like you. Because they really wanted to make sure the audience knew he was eating this smelly tuna fish sandwich. And I was supposed to go over and we're supposed to have this huge kiss while he has tuna fish in his mouth. And then you see me get up and I wipe my mouth. Yeah. Ed was so sweet. He said, Angela, I am going to hold my lips together. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to take a bite of the tuna fish sandwich, and then I am going to purse my lips together and not open them at all because I don't want you to get any of this tuna fish. I was like, oh, Ed, that is so sweet. And so we literally did, what we call like grandparent kissing, where you just like, He did not open his lips for a second, and they really wanted me to sort of have this long kiss, right? Yeah. And I was in control. I was the one that grabbed him, and then I was the one that released him. And I remember one time they were like, can you sell it a little bit more? Can you make it a little bit bigger of a moment? And poor Ed, the minute we broke apart, he went, oh, because he hadn't been breathing? He was holding his breath with a big bite of tuna fish sandwich in his mouth.
Here's my question. Couldn't Phil have made fakey tuna fish?
I don't know. Would that have been better?
I don't know. I mean, what could it have been?
I don't know.
You could have maybe, whatever it is, it's going to be mayo based, but it could have been chopped up chicken. I would have bought
gross.
But it's not as stinky.
It's true. But Ed was a true gentleman. He kept his mouth closed. I didn't get any tuna fish on my person. And you guys, when my character stands up and says, and now I have a legal issue to attend to, I actually had a big speech that got deleted.
Really?
Yes. And I was so nervous to do it because it was one of those moments where I had a speech in the bullpen with everyone looking at me. This is how the script described everyone reacting to the kiss and my speech after.
Okay.
Everyone watches with disgust. Dwight's eyes go wide. Angela pulls away. Andy continues to chew and then swallows the bite. Angela wipes her mouth, and here's the speech. I would marry you during an earthquake in the middle of a tornado. I would marry you in the front row of an Elton John concert. I don't care how terrible a place it is. I just want to be with you. Now, I have a legal matter to clear up.
Not an Elton John fan.
Clearly not. But yeah, so I had that speech I had to do, and they gave me a few alts, and I was really nervous, but all that made it in was, now I have a legal matter to clear up. And I actually think that was a good edit because the kiss was enough.
Yeah.
Right? That was enough of like shoving it in Dwight's face. I didn't need to make this speech. But yes, no tuna. Thank you, Ed.
Very different from a kiss with Rain, who
actually was eating tuna in real life
backstage for no reason at all,
knowing
before a kissing scene.
Yes, that or drinking coffee while eating like an everything bagel that had onions on it.
Yeah, different,
very different
approaches. This whole copier chair thing is going to wrap up. The employees are going to confront Michael in his office, and he basically tells them, you know what? You decide. You all have to agree, or else I'm taking the bonus. Because he kind of thinks like there's no way that's going to happen, right?
Of course he thinks there's no way. He thinks he got him.
They very quickly decide to get the chairs.
He was like, son of a...
He actually says, mother.
Yeah, he does.
F.
Was he putting sugar in his Diet Coke?
He was. Yeah, he wanted to sweeten it.
Oh, my Lord.
The whole thing kind of ends with Michael. He has a talking head. He wants you to know what he learned.
What did he learn?
He learned that his team is faster at making a decision than he thought.
Mm-hmm.
He also learned you should never buy a fur coat with a credit card until you actually have the money to pay for it.
Michael, why in the world are you buying a fur coat? You were never going to wear it.
It's ridiculous looking.
Yes, he's just like a kid that gets money and doesn't know what to do with it.
In his mind, that's, I don't know, fancy luxury or something.
Yeah, fancy people have those or something.
I guess so. The third thing he learned is that people think it's cool to throw fake blood on you as you leave Burlington Coat Factory. So he has a ruined fur coat that he bought on credit.
That he can't afford.
Yeah, that's how his day ended. Yeah. Jim and Pam's day is going to end with a truce. But oh, can you make me 3 copies of this? I'm just kidding. I need 4.
Is this Jim sass?
Oh, that's some Jim sass.
I have one final question for you.
Yes.
Would you be team copier or team chair?
Team chair. What would you be?
Team chair.
Yeah, team copier doesn't even make any sense to me, frankly.
I mean, I would just suffer through a crappy machine. How many times have you worked in an office where either the fax machine, I know I'm a dinosaur, or the copier didn't work great? But a chair, that's like your tailbone, that's your spine, that's your butt.
Is anyone team copier? Can we put a poll in Office Ladies Pod today?
Yes.
I'm so curious.
I'll put a poll.
All right, we want to see.
Well, you guys, that was Spend the Surplus.
And also Angela's birthday.
Hey!
Whoop, whoop, woohoo! Yay, Angela!
Yay! Next time I talk to you guys, I'll be American surveyed 50 to 75. That'll be me.
See you next week.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Cleveland, where that come from? He's a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. I hope you're in a festive mood today because we're talking about Moroccan Christmas.
So get out your Christmas plaid, but put away that nativity scene. Because Phyllis is going to throw you the party of a lifetime.
She sure is. It's season 5, episode 11, written by Justin Zitzer and directed by Paul Feig. Here is your summary. As you said, Phyllis throws a Moroccan-themed Christmas party, which receives compliments from the majority of the group, but some serious contempt from Angela.
Oh, she is not happy.
Dwight runs a black market doll trade out of the office, and Meredith gets wasted and sets herself on fire. That's a doozy of a sentence.
It's quite a work party.
Michael decides to hold an intervention demanding Meredith get help for her alcoholism, and then talk about a doozy of a work party. Phyllis spills the beans about Angela and Dwight in front of everyone.
Everyone! She announces it to the whole bullpen!
Except Andy.
Oh, Andy. Yeah, Andy and his sitar.
His goodbye as he's leaving broke my heart.
We're getting ahead. We're getting ahead.
All right. Fast fact number 1. This was the 3rd Christmas-themed episode of The Office.
Yes, it was.
Season 5, but only 3 Christmas episodes. Why? Well, the first season we didn't have one. And then in season 4, it was the writer's strike.
I know. We missed a Christmas party.
It has been 2 years since we had a Christmas party on The Office.
They were always some of my favorite episodes, so I was excited.
Me too. I liked them because they were majority group scenes.
Yes.
We were all together all the time. It was like a whole episode of Conference Room. So lots of bits, lots of laughing.
We would just have the best time. We would get loopy.
We would,
but in the best way.
Fast fact number 2, the inspiration for this episode, I was able to get in touch with writer Justin Spitzer.
What did Justin have to say?
He told me that they had had these 2 ideas rolling around for a really long time. The first one was the idea of a Moroccan Christmas. They just loved the idea that Phyllis had thrown that amazing goodbye party for Toby, and that maybe the success had gone to her head a little bit.
And she's going to go big. Big theme.
Yes, they loved that this would piss Angela off. So this was like one card, right?
You know what the card probably said? What? Phyllis happy, Angela pissed. Christmas? Question mark.
Why is your character always so angry on Christmas?
She's angry all the time.
But it really comes out at the holidays.
Tell you, she has levels of anger. Sometimes she's like suspicious bitch. Sometimes she's happy bitch. Sometimes she's sad bitch. And then Christmas bitch is a whole different bitch.
Oh boy. Buckle in for Christmas bitch. Okay, so the other card that they had on the wall for a really long time said Meredith intervention.
Oh, okay.
So they decided to marry these 2 ideas. Remember when they did like Michael has to fire someone on Halloween while we're all dressed up?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yes, exactly. Justin said that a holiday party also seemed like a really good place for Meredith to drink too much and set her hair on fire. Like there could be this sort of rock bottomy moment.
Right. And it's an event. It's like a big event and everyone's there to witness it.
Yes. Fast fact number 3, I have a talking head observation for this episode.
Oh, I'm so curious.
So as you rewatch this episode, take a note of the talking heads. Almost all of them are filmed from different angles than we normally would. I believe there's only one where someone's seated in the traditional chair with the kind of party through the lights.
Right. We're all over the office.
All over the office. So this was not just because there was a party happening behind us. Justin said this was because they wanted to wait until they were in the editing room to place the talking heads throughout the episode. And they didn't want anything in the background to, like, in some way mess up their ability to move these talking heads around.
Well, they had probably learned their lesson from that episode, weight loss.
Yeah.
Where they had to digitally, it's a hard word to say, they had to digitally change Ed's tie and shirt because they kept moving the talking heads and what was happening behind them didn't match.
Yeah, so you'll notice even Michael's talking heads, he is not seated at his desk. He's standing in front of his desk, and they purposely framed out the window behind him because timing-wise, they didn't know if it would be like still daytime or if it would be evening. So they really tried to make all the talking heads as totally neutral as possible.
Smart.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. After Justin told me that, I went back and rewatched the episode, and it was totally true.
Yeah, I read the shooting draft, and definitely things are moved all around.
So it's good they did it.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Well, before we get into this episode, I went digging in my digital clutter.
Okay.
And I found an email from Paul Feig that on December 11th, 2008, he emailed the group, Jenna, and invited us all to a Christmas taco party to watch the Moroccan Christmas episode at his house.
Oh!
And he said, I know, Morocco and tacos make no sense, except they do kind of rhyme, and we have a really great taco cart that we want to use. And we all went over to his house December 11th, 2008, and watched Moroccan Christmas together.
Aw, I love that you brought that up because Paul and Lori Feig used to host so many viewing parties at their house, and they were just the most wonderful hosts, and I'll never forget, he had that screen that could come down from the ceiling. So he had like a very normal looking living room.
Yeah.
Cozy, like a place you'd read books. I believe there was like a green leather chair.
Oh yeah, there was like cozy chairs with like a blanket draped over it.
So cozy. And then all of a sudden when it was time to watch the show, the screen would come down out of the ceiling and it would turn into this amazing viewing experience. I thought these guys are doing it right.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they have a great taco cart.
Aw, that's so cool.
Well, there you go. Just a little something from my digital clutter. And now we should break down this episode.
Well, I think we should take a break first.
And now we should take a break.
Let's do it, and we'll be back to talk all things Moroccan Christmas. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Well, we are back, and wow, is Dwight's desk festive or what?
Oh my, this is an epic prank by Jim.
Every single thing on Dwight's desk is wrapped in Christmas wrapping paper,
including his chair.
Yeah, when did Jim do this? How long did it take? What the heck?
I have so much to share about this.
Oh, go.
All right. First of all, Justin Spitzer told me this was his idea. This was his pitch. He said that he was always talking to his friends who worked in the corporate world, and he would ask them, what sort of pranks go on in your office? Because I think at a certain point, it started to stress out the writers that they had to come up with these Jim Dwight pranks. So they were always fishing. Tell me a prank. I need an office prank. He said that the single most mentioned prank was this idea of wrapping someone's desk in paper or aluminum foil. So Justin pitched this idea. We got so much mail from people asking, how did we pull this off? I reached out to Randy Cordray.
Oh, Randy.
He shared all the details.
Of course he did. And then he probably did a deep dive for you on something random.
He did.
Okay.
So, first of all, he said there was a note in the script that did not make it into the episode, and it was a Jim talking head, and here's how it went. Jim says, actually, it took me about a week to recreate the desk and chair in chicken wire. I had to come in about 4 hours early and set it all up. And I think I pulled something in my bag, dragging Dwight's real desk all the way up to the roof. All for a 3-second payoff. Totally worth it.
I read that too, and I was like, why do you have to take the desk up to the roof? Why couldn't you just stash it in the warehouse?
I swear I remember us filming a tag of Dwight working up on the roof.
Oh my gosh.
I swear we did. I can't confirm it, but I feel like I remember what, you're walking from your trailer to hair and makeup and you're like, why are they putting a desk on the roof? I have a hazy memory of this.
What else did Randy say?
All right, so Randy also said that Greg Daniels was pretty insistent that the gag desk be made out of chicken wire because that's what it said in the script.
Oh, and he wanted it exactly like that.
Yeah, because Jim has this whole speech. He's like, it needs to reflect what Jim said.
The chicken wire is stronger than you think.
Oh, yes, it is.
Right? It wouldn't have collapsed.
Nope. It wouldn't have, Ange.
Did they make one with chicken wire and it didn't work?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
So Randy said that he and Paul Feig and our set designer Michael Gallenberg and our first AD Kelly Cantley all tried to talk Greg out of this. They were very skeptical it would work. But Greg really needed to see it for himself.
Okay.
So here's what they did. They built 4 different desks out of 4 different materials.
Oh my gosh. What were the materials?
One of them was chicken wire.
Okay.
One was styrofoam.
Ooh.
One was balsa wood. And one was corrugated cardboard. And then they meticulously gift wrapped all of them.
Oh, can I guess? Can I guess which one worked the best?
Yeah.
What do you guys think? I wish we could hear what you think out there. I think the cardboard.
The corrugated cardboard.
That's what I would bet on.
All right. At the end, I'll tell you which one it was. Okay. So they set up one of the desks.
Yeah.
And then they asked our stand-in, Steven Socks, to come in and do Dwight's motion of walking in, setting the briefcase down, and sitting down to see what would happen.
Now, there's 4 different types of desks and 4 different types of chairs.
Yes.
Wow.
And Steven is going to try each one while all these people watch him.
Oh my gosh, what'd you do at work today, hon? Well, I sat on a fakey desk made out of Christmas wrapping.
I have to say, I was fascinated by the backstory of this because as actors, we just showed up, there was a wrapped desk, we did the scene, and wow.
Yeah.
This was like, look at all the prep that went into this one little bit.
Oh my gosh.
Also, I was so fascinated by this idea of being a tester that I reached out to Steven Socks to ask him, what was this day like for you? And lady, he sent in an audio clip.
Oh my God, amazing. We have to hear it.
Okay, play it.
I vividly remember this test. I didn't do a lot of tests like this, so it really stands out. I think we were all excited to see this cold open, come to be because it read so funny in the script, but I think we have to remember the pressure that you have trying to make something like this a reality. The whole idea probably seemed kind of easy on paper, but it was really up to the set designer, Michael Gallenberg, and his team to make it a reality. Like I said, I would do tests, but they were mainly hair and makeup tests or, a lot of camera tests, but I don't remember one quite like this. So I walk into the bullpen and there's a lot of people there. Greg Daniels was there, the director Paul Feig, Randy Cordray, our first assistant director Kelly Cantley, of course Michael Gallenberg, and then Phil Shea in the prop department as well. And what I saw was just like what you see in the episode. It just looked like a desk wrapped in wrapping paper. But as soon as I walked in, it was made clear to me that I should not touch the desk. Like, don't really go near the desk until we're going to do the test. I mean, specific instructions, and it was told to everybody that to just keep clear of the desk. Don't touch this thing. It was their only prototype. And so I kind of imagined underneath the wrapping paper like it was some kind of house of cards or something, just ready to fall. So I didn't even want to like breathe on it because I just was thinking in my mind, what if I knock this thing over in front of everybody before we even do the test? I mean, that would be like a total nightmare. But then they were ready to do it, and props department gave me the briefcase, which had something inside of it, to give it some weight. And so they said go. So I threw the briefcase on the desk and sat in the chair, and I totally expected that I would fall like right to the ground. But to be honest, the chair felt kind of like a regular office chair, maybe like an old office chair that kind of semi reclined and collapsed a little, but it still was fully supporting me. And the desk just kind of bent a little bit. It looked like a saggy like rope bridge or something with the briefcase on top of it. But obviously there was major disappointment in the room. I mean, just everyone looked at it with just such disappointment, and the air just kind of like left the room. And being the only one there that didn't really know it was everything that was going on, I kind of felt like I had messed up or something. So it was a very awkward moment. So I got up off the chair, and I remember standing next to Michael Gallenberg and kind of putting my hand to my chin and looking at the props that didn't work, and just kind of, oh, that didn't work. Oh, that's too bad. Like kind of trying to fit in. And so it was a very memorable moment. But then they brought another desk out. Like a few minutes later, they had everyone leave so they could reset. And this one is the one that worked. It's the prototype that ended up making it as the final one, and it just collapsed. I mean, I hit the ground pretty hard, and it kind of surprised me because of the first one and how it was made. But it was pretty memorable.
Isn't that such a fascinating look into behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Making a show?
Yeah. I mean, we obviously weren't there that day, right?
Right.
So we had no idea all of these desks being made and all of these test runs. And Stephen, oh my gosh.
So Randy said that the desk that worked was made out of styrofoam.
Oh, dang it!
But here's the thing. It sounds like they only did 2 tests. They did chicken wire, didn't work. They did styrofoam, it worked, so they stopped. Yeah, so lady, maybe the corrugated cardboard would have worked. We don't know. Okay, you could be right.
I could be right, but boy, the styrofoam, man, it went down.
And then finally, Randy told me when it was time to shoot, they made 3 desks out of the styrofoam that they had ready to go, but that Rain nailed it on the first take, so we didn't even need any of the other backups. It was a one-taker.
It's amazing. Well, Phil Shea was really busy this episode. He had to make so many props. The desk obviously was the biggest one.
Oh, yeah.
But we have more to share.
Princess Unicorn.
Princess Unicorn, but there's more.
Oh, what else? Oh, you've got a whole thing.
I've got some stuff.
Oh, good stuff. All right, let's get into the episode. All that was just the cold open.
I know. Well, the episode starts with you really are getting a view of the bullpen and how it's decorated. Phyllis is going around and sort of doing last touches, right?
Yes.
Where did the budget for this come from? I say she dug into some Bob Vance cash because this is an over-the-top party.
Ah, that is such a good point, Angela.
Well, she has a talking head that she says the theme for her Christmas party is called Nights in Morocco. I love a party with a theme. I know. I get really excited. I mean, my 50th birthday, my theme was hummingbirds, and we all painted hummingbirds, and I had little pink hummingbirds like garland hanging in the bushes.
It was amazing.
I love a theme. Well, Phyllis does too. And did you notice that Phyllis has on brand new glasses for this episode?
No.
Yes. And we talked about it in the DVD commentary, and Kate said, Ange, do you remember they were called her power glasses?
What?
I know. And because Phyllis is like the head of the PPC, she's like a boss lady, they wanted her look to reflect that.
Oh, I love this detail.
Yes, and Phil Shea brought a bunch of glasses to Phyllis. They picked out this particular pair, and they even put her prescription in them. So Phyllis and her power glasses are going to take Angela to task.
Well, her standoff with Angela starts right away. She marches over to Angela's desk, and she just zeroes right in on that nativity scene.
Yeah.
And she, just sweeps half of it into the drawer.
Baby Jesus went into the drawer.
Sure did.
Angela's not happy. I have a background catch. at 1 minute 50 seconds, did you see what was on the dry erase board?
It was fuzzy.
Okay, well, I zoomed in on it, and this was so fascinating to me. On the calendar, it says December 10th, copier maintenance. Which just made me laugh so hard because the office got new chairs, but that same old copier is still there. And then it said on December 23rd, the warehouse is closed. And at noon on December 24th, Dunder Mifflin closes and the party starts at 1.
So we're having a party on Christmas Eve at 1 o'clock?
That's what it said on the dry erase board. So I was like, what the heck? Everyone's there on Christmas Eve.
So later in the episode, when Michael is dragging Meredith into a rehab center, it's Christmas Eve.
According to the dry erase board. I don't know if that's what the writers intended, but that really got me tickled. And I have a bone to pick with Phyllis.
Oh,
because Phyllis says that Angela's nativity scene is not on theme. It's not Knights of Morocco, right? Well, what about the fact that Michael has on his Christmas tie that he has worn every single Christmas, right? Pam has on a pin on her sweater of Santa.
Oh.
Phyllis has a little wreath on her jacket. So I feel like Phyllis is singling Angela out.
I think all that evidence is really good. I also think it's really obvious that she's singling Angela out. I think the entire party was thrown to piss off Angela.
I know.
And then these little details, I guess, are just little jabs.
Little digs.
I mean, she makes Angela get rid of the Christmas tree.
Oh, lady. All right, I have to share about this because in the episode, it's like 3 seconds, right?
Yeah.
This was a huge scene. This was like multiple location scenes, you guys. It took like a half of a day.
What?
Yes. In the script, and we actually did film this, and it's in deleted scenes, Angela Martin goes over to the tree. It's double her size, and she has to drag it through the bullpen. Lady, I tripped over those pillows on the floor. And the tree fell on my head. What? I fell to the ground. The tree fell on top of me. Then I had to drag it down the stairwell. This Christmas tree. Out the building, through the parking lot, all the way to the street. We filmed all of that. It legitimately was a physical workout. I actually messed up my hair. I had scratches on my hands from the tree trying to grip it. None of it's in the episode. It's in the deleted scenes. And what was great is over all of this action were 2 talking heads, one Angela and one Phyllis. Can you play those? I do not mind doing hard labor. Ronald Reagan got his start as a stock boy, lugging heavy boxes 10 hours a day. And he went on to become the president of a party planning committee I like to call the United States of America. Most people call it that.
Did you know that an ant can carry 5 times its own weight? All it needs is a strong queen to tell it what to do, and there's nothing that little creature can't accomplish.
Phyllis,
I know! Phyllis and her power glasses and some serious sass. Yes, that muffled sound in between was me falling down the staircase with the Christmas tree.
Were you so bummed when you watched the episode and it was cut out?
I was so bummed because I thought it was hilarious. And that talking head I do about Ronald Reagan, my hair is all messed up. All right, so Phil Shea has tackled a styrofoam desk, chair, all objects wrapped in Christmas wrapping. He's also found Phyllis a pair of power glasses. Phil Shea's next project would have been Princess Unicorn.
Yes. Dwight enters with a stack of boxes, and he explains that each year he researches the most popular toy of the holiday season. He buys as much of it as he can, and then as parents become more desperate, he sells them at a profit. It's a little bit genius. We got a lot of mail asking about this Princess Unicorn storyline.
Okay.
Where to begin? First of all, this was a collaboration of several writers. Justin said that they had originally written a different story for Dwight, and at the last minute they wanted to change it. And they had a new writer who had just started on the show that week named Halstead Sullivan.
This was his pitch.
Halstead, amazing.
Crushing it in his first week on the job. We were able to get in touch with Halstead. He confirmed, yes, that he pitched this idea of Dwight having a side hustle of buying up these holiday toys and selling them at a profit. Halstead said that he and writer Aaron Schur were sent into a room to figure out what this toy should be. Aaron said, well, kids love princesses and unicorns. How about a princess unicorn doll?
I love this kind of collaboration. So you have Halstead saying, we need the story of the toy, and he sells the toys. And then Aaron is like, what about if a unicorn and a doll collide?
Yes. Then Halstead came up with the catchphrase, my horn can pierce the sky.
Halstead, are you kidding me?
Right?
That was you? That stuck in our heads forever.
Forever.
Do you remember that, Jenna? Like, we sang it all week. We have to hear Michael sing it.
My horn can pierce the sky.
And then, Jenna, when I listened to the DVD commentary, immediately Kate and I sang it. What? My horn can pierce the sky. Thank you, Halstead.
Well, you know, they made a whole commercial for this doll.
I know.
With a little girl and a jingle at the end. It was crazy.
What else did they say about it?
They said, actually, before settling on this idea, there was an alternate idea called Hank Grenade. This was a doll that when you threw it, his arms blew off. Oh, that was Hank Grenade. But they settled on Princess Unicorn. So once that was settled, there was a lot of discussion over what she should look like. Was she a human princess with unicorn features? Was she more of a horse with a human face? I guess they went around and around. And in the end, Phil Shea had to make this princess unicorn doll. Randy told me that Phil actually used a team of designers and toy makers.
Oh my gosh.
And they had to come up with a design that would not infringe on anyone else's design because I guess toys in general and dolls specifically are very tightly controlled by the manufacturers.
Right.
Their intellectual property rights.
Yeah, it can't look like anything else.
Yes. And they actually had to go through the NBC Universal legal team to make sure that they had met all the requirements of a specifically unique doll toy. That is how we came to have a princess unicorn.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. Phil Shea was so busy this episode.
So busy.
Oh my gosh. When we would see him running through the parking lot, this is why.
I don't know how he did it.
I know. Well, the party's underway now. It's getting going. There's cocktails. Jim and Pam have this flirty moment with, like, he's rubbing the lamp for wishes. Well, this scene made me curious, and I had also been watching the bloopers, and there's this moment between Ed and John in the bloopers that never made it into the episode. That's kind of weird, where Jim is looking at this coffee mug that Andy made.
Okay.
I was like, what is the thing? What are Jim and Pam doing? So I was very curious about these scenes, and I went to the script, and in the shooting draft, there is a Jim and Pam side-by-side talking head where they share that they are in a real financial bind.
Oh,
yeah. And they have agreed not to buy each other anything for Christmas, but instead will be taking items from the Dunder Mifflin office to give to each other. Whoa. So yeah, there were all these little scenes of you guys like showing each other different items around the office. And then there was a whole scene where you ultimately decided on something and gave each other gifts.
What did I get? I don't remember any of this.
Wait, before I tell you what you got, can I just tell you some of the moments in the side-by-side talking head that I couldn't believe? All right. Jim shares that money's tight because of the closing fees on the house that he bought.
Okay.
Pam shares, get ready. Pam says, my credit's so bad, I'm hoping someone steals my identity. They couldn't handle my finances worse than me.
Exactly. That's how I feel, girl.
Oops. Yeah. And Jim says, it's okay. We've decided not to spend any money on presents this year. The rule is the gift has to be something from inside the office.
Okay.
And Pam says, so in addition to the party, we're going to spend the day shopping. And if anyone's interested, my social security number is 793-476882. Isn't that hilarious?
Yes. What is Pam's running up her credit on? I don't know.
I know. What is Pam buying? Maybe she charged all of art school. Just put it all on her card.
Maybe she did.
Well, do you want to hear what they gave each other?
Yeah, what did I get?
After a whole party of them looking at items in the office?
Okay.
To, I guess, steal? I don't know. What is their life of crime together? All right. At the end of the day, Pam hands Jim a gift wrapped in copier paper, and he opens it up, and it's a pair of sunglasses that she has made out of paper clips and brown plastic from a folder.
Wow. So wait, Phil Shea had to make that too?
Yes. He had to make sunglasses made out of paper clips and brown plastic. And Jim's like, sunglasses, and they even have little pads for my nose. They had little erasers where the nose would go.
I have to stop you. Is this in the deleted scenes? Can you screen grab these sunglasses and put them on the pod?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's a tragedy.
I know, because you know they exist somewhere. Pam says it took me hours to make them. Wow, but don't use them outside because there's no UV protection. Okay, and then Jim hands her a box, and she opens it to reveal a beautiful, dainty watch. And she's like, wait, you didn't make this. You bought it. No fair. And Jim says, okay, here's the thing. Technically, I had this in the office. I bought it for you 3 years ago, but it was way too big, and I chickened out. And Pam says, yeah, it kind of screams, I love you. And Jim's like, do you like it? And she says, I love it. Wait, was that the year you gave me rocks? And Jim says, wishing rocks, also romantic.
Oh my gosh, I love this.
So you and John had this whole storyline that was playing out in the background that ended in this scene, and it didn't make it in.
Do you want to hear something crazy? While I was prepping Moroccan Christmas, I was cleaning out my desk
at home,
and I found the teapot note.
Oh, good Lord, are you kidding?
I found it, the actual note. The note that John gave me at the end.
Oh my
and the
gosh.
envelope says Pam, and it's a little Christmas card. It was in with like all of my like stationery and stuff, right? I'm like going through my stationery and I'm like, what's this? What's this card that says Pam? I opened it up and I was like, ooh, it's the teapot note.
I love that that's what you found.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is crazy, but you know what's so perfect is when I cleaned out my desk, if you remember, Jenna, I found, this was like years ago, I found Dwight and Angela's like sex contract punch card.
Oh boy, our characters have different stories, didn't they?
Okay, all right. So I had to share that because I thought that was a wonderful Jim Pam thing that didn't get to be in the episode. But now we really need to talk about these drinks that Michael is making for Meredith. The first drink Michael makes Meredith, he calls it a one of everything. It's equal parts scotch, absinthe, rum, gin, vermouth, triple sec, and 2 packs of Splenda.
Now, isn't some of this drink a Long Island iced tea minus the Splenda?
I don't know.
Am I wrong? I don't know what's in Long Island iced tea. I just know it's like 7 liquors.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, Meredith thinks this is the best thing she's ever had in her life.
Oh, yeah.
Then Michael makes Jim a drink with vodka and orange juice. Not a screwdriver, guys. It's called a orange vodka.
Yeah, it rolls off the tongue.
It does. There was an alt in the script, okay? In the script, Michael makes Jim a drink with Jack Daniels and just regular Coca-Cola. And he calls it a Coke Daniels. And Kate shared that in one scene with Steve, they were improvising. Okay, Steve was making up all these drinks, and Steve improvised sangria with peppermint schnapps, and Kate improvised, let's call it sex on the couch. And Steve as Michael was like, ew, but that didn't make it in. And then Kate also shared, are you ready for this? He hands her a drink in one take. She takes a big swig and goes, oh my God, you guys, there's real booze in that. They had forgotten to empty out one of the bottles because they would empty out the liquor bottles and put just water or iced tea.
Yeah.
And they had missed one. And they gave Kate a drink with actual booze in it. And she's like, guys, that's booze. Oh no. I mean, she only took one swig, you know what I mean?
But still, what a shocker. So it had a lot of shots that were just like little moments, right? It really reminded me of some of our early episodes where we had these, what did we used to call those?
Just these little vignettes in the background.
Yeah.
These little moments that the B camera would get that really filled in the whole picture. It really reminds me of the first 2 seasons.
Same. Well, during this kind of montage of filling out the party and what's going on, you know, Ed, as Andy, is playing the sitar.
Yes.
We got a lot of mail about it. Izzy T, Liam D, and Grant S all wrote in to ask, does Ed Helms really play the sitar? No, not before this episode he didn't.
But he's such a badass that he just picked it right up.
Yeah. So you guys probably know that Ed plays guitar, he plays banjo. Randy told me that previously in his career, he had produced a different show where they needed an actor to play a song on the sitar. And this actor was also a guitar player, but he was told that the sitar is a very difficult instrument to play. It's very difficult to tune properly. And that in that instance on that other show, he had to hire a tutor and allow about 4 weeks of practice so that this actor could credibly pull off the bit. So, because the script had Ed playing all these different songs with only a couple weeks' notice, he asked Phil Shea to rent a sitar. He went to Ed. He said, I'll get you a tutor.
Yeah.
But Ed said, I'll figure it out. And Randy was like, okay.
Ed's like, I play the banjo. I'm going to flex a little bit.
I
got this.
And Ed totally did it.
He just picked it up and played it.
Yes.
I have a little catch where Ed slipped up.
What?
So, you guys listening, my family and my close friends, they call me Ange. It's my nickname in my family. And it's like what my husband calls me and my mom. You know, everyone calls me Ange. Well, Ed called me Ange, right? In real life.
Yeah.
He never called me Angela. And right when he starts playing the sitar at 4 minutes, 21 seconds, tell me what you hear.
Hey, Ants, check it out. There's a place in France where the naked ladies dance.
Oh, wow. He called me Ange, not Angela. And Angela Martin would have never let Andy call her Ange.
Anyone call her Ange?
No.
She's using the formal version of her name only.
Only.
For sure.
Only Dwight can call her Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else calls her Angela. In that moment, to me, Ed just sort of slipped and just was like, hey, Ange.
He was probably like concentrating on his playing.
Yeah.
Right? He was in musician mode.
Yeah. That just warmed my heart when I heard it. I just had to share.
Well, next up is quite a scene. Meredith is dancing up a storm in the conference room, and she sets her hair on fire.
Yes.
Dwight has to rush in and put it out with a fire extinguisher. Oh, lady. Talk about mail. People need to know, how did they pull off this stunt where her hair catches on fire? Was it Kate? Was it a stunt double?
We have a lot to share with you because this is one of the biggest stunts I think we ever did in the bullpen.
For sure. A person was on fire.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got some of the info from Randy.
And I got info from Kate. So let's break it down.
First of all, we did use a stunt double for Kate. Her name was Marie Fink.
Mm-hmm.
Our stunt coordinator that day was Scott Oliva, and he had to do a bunch of prep for this. He had to send a whole plan into NBC Universal Safety Department explaining how exactly we would do this safely.
Mm-hmm.
We had safety officers on set, we had a special effects crew on set, and we had the LA Fire Department on set.
Kate said there were so many people from the fire department there that they took up a whole wall.
I believe it.
Yeah.
What a crazy day of work for them. I know. Now, Paul Feig specifically staged this scene so that Meredith was dancing alone in the conference room, and this was done to make it safer.
Yes.
And they dressed the stunt double Marie in this full fireproof bodysuit. It's called a Nomex. And she wore a head stocking that was flame-proof. And then she put on Kate's wardrobe. I guess these Nomex suits are what race car drivers wear when they're racing, in case their car bursts into flames.
Yeah.
Then Kim Ferry had to create a bunch of wigs.
Yes. And Kate shared about these wigs, you guys. Kate said, Ange, they were natural hair, and then they actually burned the wigs with fire. And she said, I had to wear the stinkiest wig the whole rest of the week because you know when you burn hair, you know the smell.
Oh, I know it well. I mean, it's once you've smelled that, it's like burned into your brain.
Yes. So Kate had to wear the stinky wig the rest of the week.
Well, I guess to pull off this stunt, they put this flammable gel all over Marie's body and her hair, and then she used one of the actual real candles in the conference room to set her hair on fire. I guess they did have a stunt double dressed as Dwight. His name was Sean Crowder, but in the end, it was actually Rain. Rain ran in and put out the stunt double with an actual fire extinguisher.
I know, no pressure, Rain, right? But Kate said he did it, and then Kate said for continuity they had to take Marie out, and Kate stepped back in with the burnt wig, right?
The smelly burnt wig.
The smelly burnt wig kind of assumed the same position Marie was in, and then Rain had to spray Kate with the real fire extinguisher. So Kate got hosed as well.
Justin told me that we did it all in one take.
I'm so glad for everyone's sake.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Also, look at Kate's dancing. This is like lunging forward and back and forward and back. And I'm like, Kate, were you sore? My gosh, it's like a physical day.
Randy told me that Kate and Marie got together and planned out the dance moves so that Marie could look exactly like Kate in her movements.
Yes.
Which is amazing to me because it looks like completely spontaneous dancing, but they really planned it so that it would coordinate. So they were doing the same thing.
Yes, and if you watch the episode, it's very rare that only one person is in the conference room at a party, but that was for everyone's safety, like you said. Yeah, Kate said it was kind of, odd to be in there alone for all those takes, like a fishbowl. But I really related because there's a whole scene coming up where you guys are all together on the floor and I'm in the kitchen.
I know.
For the whole episode.
I know. Lady, I think we should take a little break and then we'll come back and make you go to the kitchen.
Make me go to the kitchen, and Michael is going to share with us about a responsibility.
Oh, I can't wait. It's a deleted scene. I can't wait to share it.
She was wearing them like on either knee.
So we are back. Oscar,
You have a little bit of granola on your boob.
oh, thanks for telling me.
We ate a granola bar during the break. You're eating it off your shirt.
What else would I do? If I pick it off, I have to throw it on the floor?
No, put it in the trash.
Well, I was still hungry.
You'd fit in very well with my boys.
Listen, we're friends here.
I've seen them eat things off their clothing too.
Oh my God. Listen, every once in a while.
You're going to lick a piece of granola bar off
You know
your
what
shirt.
else I'm going to do sometimes? Sometimes the salad dressing is so good, I lick the plate.
Okay, I'm here for licking the plate, but you just ate a piece of granola off your t-shirt. You lifted your shirt up towards you so you could eat that tiny piece of granola.
Because I'm a classy lady.
You are classy, and you know what? You do not waste, and that I respect.
Thank you.
Okay.
As I was saying, Oscar, Jim, Michael, and Stanley try to set a date for something. We don't know what they're talking about. They're trying to agree on a time to do something. Nothing's working.
We do learn that Michael goes to the dentist every month.
Well, because of his soft teeth.
Every month.
We established that in dinner party.
I feel like he talks their ear off. I feel like there's like a dental hygienist that he just talks their ear off.
What do you do for soft teeth? You know what? I'm going to ask my dentist the next time I'm there. He's a fan of the show. He's also a bread maker, and he gave me his sourdough discard, and it is fantastic sourdough discard.
Wow.
Great dentist.
Okay.
Great baker. I'm going to ask him about soft teeth. Stay tuned.
Baker and a dentist.
Listen, they also can't do it on Groundhog Day because Michael, he celebrates privately. Some fans asked Justin in an interview once, what is it that Michael's doing? And he said, I imagine he just watches Groundhog Day all day. The movie.
He watches the movie. And I also think he watches to see if Punxsutawney Is it Punxsutawney?
Phil?
Yeah. I think he watches to see if Phil sees the shadow. I think he watches the whole broadcast.
It's a big event.
Maybe he goes.
He's busy. That's what we know.
Yeah.
In the end, they decide today is the day, and what they're planning is an intervention.
Christmas Eve, office party, intervention.
Listen, if I had to explain what an intervention is, it's like a surprise party for people who have addictions, and what you do is you make them feel badly about themselves so they stop.
Michael Scott, right there, guys.
Her Michael Scott.
That was the talking head that made it into the show. Here is an alt that got deleted, and it cracked me up. We're going to call this responsibility, guys.
It takes a lot of courage to admit you are right. And talking about my strengths has always been one of my strengths. And I am right. Meredith needs help. She needs help like an alcoholic needs a drink. And she's about to get a big shot of Michael Scott. Straight up on the rocks with ice. No chaser. I call it a responsibility. Shaken with lemon, twist of lime.
Okay. We've played a lot of talking heads that didn't make it. A lot of scenes that didn't make it in the show. This is the biggest tragedy.
A responsibility!
Everything about that was gold. I could listen to it 5 times.
I know! I was like, I have to play it. This is gold.
That was like on the level of Dwight's whole speech about stealing the ball from Tiffany's and going to all the countries and all that. Oh my God, it was so good.
Gonna get a big shot of Michael Scott.
Oh,
Shaken, not stirred. Responsibility.
That's incredible. Well, we're all gonna circle up on the floor now. Not Angela, though. Phyllis has other plans for you.
It involves a hairnet. Lots of fanning. Got to fan some pitas. Got to toast them on both sides. Got to fan napkins.
Yeah.
And off to the kitchen I go.
Meanwhile, the rest of us sit on the floor and engage in a real uncomfortable intervention of Meredith.
I don't know how you guys got through the scene without laughing. I remember 2 things happening during this week. One, I was bummed because I was in the kitchen by myself.
Yeah.
And I had to enter in during the scene, so it's not like I had to be there.
Do you remember this? Because Justin reminded me of this, and I had forgotten it, which was that Paul Feig insisted on shooting the entire intervention scene from top to bottom without cutting, and every take was about 8 minutes long.
Yes. So I would be in the kitchen, like with a magazine. I actually, on the DVD commentary, I said I brought a magazine back there eventually because I was back there so long. And then they would cue me, and then I would walk in, then I'd have to go back.
So crazy.
So crazy.
I remember my legs fell asleep. It's very hard to sit on the floor in a pencil skirt and pantyhose.
Well, you had to do an odd cross. You had to do that 1 foot under the other, and at 9 minutes 46 seconds, there's a real good Pam pantyhose catch.
Oh yeah,
I can see your pantyhose.
I don't doubt it.
You have pantyhose toes.
I remember trying to figure out, because, once you pick the way you're sitting, you have to sit like that. You can't shift and move or change your position. So
because it has to match, you guys. So however you sit, that's it. So Mindy laying on her stomach like that,
I was so jealous.
which I took a picture of. I was jealous at first, but then her back started to ache. It had to, because that's like doing what is that, the cow? No, it's not a cow. It's the snake. It's a yoga thing.
Oh yeah, what's that yoga pose called? Where you, the
cobra. I knew it. Not the
that was so exciting. But just recalling any information at my age just gets me real amped up.
So she had to do a mini cobra all day. You had to sit with the 1 foot under your butt, 1 foot extended.
Yep, I know. And I do remember that we went around and, I was mostly reactions. I don't think I had any lines in this scene. It was very hard not to laugh. It was very hard not to laugh when Creed says that he can get a fire permit in a couple hours. It was pretty amazing.
We talked on the DVD commentary about Creed's outfit, and what he's wearing in this scene, he actually wore something similar to an award show. Do you remember? He wore the long white.
I don't remember
This is very much sort of his outfit is something Creed would actually wear. And he looks fantastic. There is a delicious Andy talking head. I feel like we all knew this guy in college, the guy that would chug a fifth of SoCo. Boot, Rally. How many nicknames does he have, by the way? He's Puke, he's Ace, and he's Buzz.
Did he get straight A's or straight B's? We're not sure.
He got straight B's.
Yeah, but he aced everything.
Yeah.
Well, surprise, surprise, this intervention does not result in Meredith deciding to go to rehab.
Michael's clearly not qualified to do this, and Toby's going to call it. He's like, you know what? We're going to stop this.
I do have to point out one of my favorite moments when Kevin offers his way that her drinking affected him.
He got to go to the movies.
By the way, thank you, he says.
Yeah.
Michael's like, you're not getting it. But you're right. Michael is not trained to do this. You know, a trained interventionist. This is a job in real life. People train for this.
Yeah. Kate had a whole speech that was in the script as Meredith, where she just addresses the group and she's like, listen, I'm bored. You're boring. She said to Michael. And he goes, hey. And she was like, you know what? I drink because I'm bored. Try to be more interesting.
Oh my God.
And she's like, who else is bored here? Like everyone raises their hand. She like hijacks the meeting from Michael, right? And then she's like, we all do things to cope. So I drink when I'm bored. And then she goes around the room. She goes, you all have coping mechanisms. You eat, you eat, you eat, you shop, you confuse Dwight. And then she's like,
confuses Dwight?
Jim? Me.
Oh, okay.
And then she like points at Stanley and she's like, you eat. And then Stanley has a talking head where he's like, I do eat when I'm bored, but I also drink. And I drink a lot more than Meredith. I just don't do it at work and I keep my clothes on.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, this scene was way bigger.
Wow.
Michael is going to take Meredith into his office where they're going to talk for 45 minutes.
45 minutes. And in the meantime, Angela is going to plead with Phyllis. Please, can I stop cutting the pita? Do I really have to wear the hairnet?
Have mercy. It's the season of mercy.
Phyllis says, no.
No. I have a thing I want to point out. At 13 minutes, 35 seconds, Phyllis is telling Stanley about the Moroccan food they're eating, and Angela's eating this cookie. She spits it out. Yeah. We did a lot of takes of this. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
But the cookie started to turn on me because I took a big bite.
Okay.
Mistake.
Okay.
Take a small bite, guys.
Always.
Always. Because by the 8th take, the thought of that cookie makes you want to barf.
Right.
And
it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's your favorite dessert.
And it started to turn on me. And so I took some peanuts and I stuck them in my hand. And when they would cut to me eating, I would like just put a bunch of the peanuts in my mouth and hold the cookie. I was trying to do a fakey eat.
Fakey
eat, and then I would spit out peanuts instead of the cookie.
Okay. So what we see on camera, that is chewed up peanuts?
We don't know.
We don't know which take they used.
We don't know which take they
used. Was it
used.
early? Was it late?
I don't know. These are the things you try to do at work. How do I not eat that cookie?
Well, when Michael leaves his office with Meredith, they're going somewhere. He says, I'll meet you in the parking lot. And then he asks Toby for the number of that rehabilitation center. And everyone's like, wow, he did it. And then, you know, he finishes writing the number down and he throws the pen at Toby's head
and hits him in the forehead.
We got a fan question about that.
Well, we have stories about it too.
Kelsey B would like to know, was the pen throwing scripted or improvised? It was scripted. And Justin said that Steve had a special rubber pen. And I remember it because it was in the pen cup on Pam's desk. There were real pens and then one fakey pen. And I was sitting there and I kept like positioning the pen so that Steve could pick up the fakey pen.
This would have been another thing Phil Shea would have had to have gotten for the episode.
Fakey rubber pen so that he could throw it at Toby's head. They inserted that little thump sound later. We did about 4 or 5 takes of it, I guess.
You guys, if you rewatch this, you will notice behind Michael, there are no people. We're all standing way off to the right.
Yep.
You want to know why? Because we couldn't stop laughing. So when they would cut to Michael, after throwing it, we'd be behind him giggling.
Yep.
So they pushed us all to the right. And they had to get our reaction take like a whole beat later when we had gotten our composure.
Paul also couldn't stop laughing.
I know.
Every time that little rubber pen thumped him in the forehead, he would break.
I know. And there is such a fun blooper where Paul decided to prank Steve during this scene. We have to listen to it.
Except they're still doing business.
Carol, could you write down the name of that rehabilitation clinic you mentioned?
That's good.
What does that even say?
What did he do? Instead of writing down a fake phone number, he wrote you. And so Steve in the scene glances down and it says you, and he started laughing and he couldn't even throw the pen because he was laughing too hard.
That is so funny. Well, have you know, Fakey Pen lived in the pen cup for weeks after we shot the scene, and people were always coming over trying to grab a pen to use, and they would get Fakey rubber pen. And I never got rid of it because it just was funny to me.
Yeah.
It's funny to me that people would grab Fakey Pen.
So now Meredith and Michael are in the car. This is going to start such a fantastic sequence between Meredith and Michael. Both Steve and Kate just knock it out of the park. They're driving. Meredith thinks they're going to a bar. She's listing off all these bars, and Kate Flannery said in real life she kept trying to slip her family's bar in there. As you know, her family owned a bar in Philadelphia called Flannery's.
Yep.
But it didn't make it in.
But all the other bars, she says, are local Scranton bars. They're real places.
Yeah, well, that was part of the reasons why Flannery's wouldn't have checked out, right? But she also wanted you guys to know that Steve did his own driving. They're not being pulled.
Yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, he's driving and doing all the dialogue because there were those little lipstick cameras.
And then they had, I think, a truck in front of them with a camera rigged on the back to get them through the windshield. Well, when they finally arrive at their destination, it is revealed that they are at Sunrise Rehab. Meredith gets super pissed.
So pissed. So pissed. Now, Kate told me they had stunt people there for her and Steve. Should it get too physical, that they could have this choreographed thing with the stunt people. And her and Steve were like, no, we're going to go for it. Kate was like, Steve, let's do it. And they did not use the stunt people. Everything you see is actually Kate and Steve just freaking going for it.
I think I noticed one moment, we cut out of it really quickly, when Meredith throws the trash can down and it looks like Michael trips and falls. I feel like I see Kate start to check on Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Like maybe like, oh, are you okay? Like just the littlest moment, and we cut out of it. And then they, you know, they have a bigger chase around the parking lot.
Well, Kate said that's fakey trash.
Fakey trash.
That was fakey trash. So whatever Steve fell on wasn't real trash.
So Phil Shea also had to make fakey trash.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this man's week was insane.
Yes. This scene was scripted at the top where she doesn't want to get out of the car, but they immediately then just went off.
Yeah.
You know, because Paul Feig just wanted them to really go for it, not worry about the lines. And that whole sequence where Meredith is saying, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
I love that.
That's not in the script.
I loved it. It was so real.
It was so real. I thought Kate did such a great job.
Well, this whole thing ends with Michael dragging Meredith into the rehab center. And we should tell you the intake nurse was played by our very own first assistant director, Kelly Cantley.
Yes. She also helps escort them out.
Yeah, at the end, when Michael discovers that you can't force people to go to rehab.
Yep, and now, awkward car ride back.
But you know what Michael's going to do? Michael's had a realization. He realizes that, you know, in order to get help, a person has to hit their rock bottom. So he's going to make it his mission to help Meredith reach her rock bottom.
Oh my gosh.
And he thinks he can do it because he did it with Jan.
Oh my gosh.
Like an amazing line.
There's still going to be quite a bit of drama back at the office.
Oh, yes.
we start with Toby. Oh, Toby, man, he thinks he's going to get to be the hero to his little girl.
He is going to score one of the Princess Unicorn dolls from Dwight for his daughter.
But Dwight has sold them all out.
Mm-hmm.
He just sold his last one to Daryl.
Yes. All right. I just unsolicited get this email from Jen Salata
about this scene?
About this scene and this episode. I guess the writers like Justin and Halstead and Aaron, they were all texting each other about this storyline, and somehow Jen got involved. This email pops in my inbox yesterday. She's like, Jenna, we've all been texting about the Princess Unicorn.
Because you asked Justin about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was like, I have a story, and I asked Paul if I could share it.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, I'm so intrigued. She made an audio clip. Here it is.
Oh my gosh.
There was a moment that happened behind the scenes of Moroccan Christmas where Paul and I were working on a script together. I'm not sure if it was the 5th season finale or what, but we were kind of under the gun, I remember, when we were writing. And he had to go down on set and shoot a scene as Toby. And then when he came back up, we needed to push forward on the script. And I remember that he was sitting on the couch and he was like, oh, I think I just screwed up that scene that I shot. And I was like, you probably didn't. I'm sure you didn't. You're being hard on yourself. He's like, no, I really think I screwed it up. And he was kind of stuck on it, and it was very typical of him. So I was like, tell me what happened. And he said, well, I was supposed to be upset and sad because I wanted this Princess Unicorn doll for my daughter, and Daryl wanted the doll for his daughter, and I needed to be really sad. And so I thought of what, Steve might do, or what I thought Jenna might do, which is think of something sad that happened in real life to them, and something that like triggered these sad feelings and sad emotions, and kind of be in that place and use it for the scene. And I said, well, it sounds smart. Like, how'd it go? And he said, well, I didn't do that. And I asked him why, and he said, well, I thought about getting sad, but it didn't seem worth it. And I remember laughing at that and being like, I'm pretty sure you just made the decision not to act. I think that's what just happened in that moment. But I remember watching that scene later and thinking it was such a perfectly Toby choice. It was a great scene. And I feel like when you're Toby and you're going about the world, and Michael's always making you feel put upon and all of this stuff, you can't constantly keep getting sad. So it ended up being a very, very wonderful choice that I think he made. But in the moment, I think he pretty much decided he wasn't going to act because he didn't want to be sad that day. And I'll never forget that. I loved it.
Jen was so excited to tell me the story. She was like, I have to give him grief. And I guess they talked together and they were laughing about it. And Paul was like, yeah, you can share. You can share that it's true.
I don't want to be sad.
I don't want to dig too deep and actually cry in this scene, because then I'm going to be sad all day. I'm going to be thinking about whatever precipitated it.
I love that Jen just wanted to give Paul on our podcast.
I know. She was just like, email, it's my inbox. Oh, so funny. I agree though, when I watched the scene, like I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, so funny. And I guess she would like give him shiitake about that for years to come. Gosh, speaking of sad, should we talk about the saddest scene ever?
Saddest scene ever. It all starts because Angela is done. She is done with Phyllis.
Well, Phyllis tells her to go get the tree and bring it back.
I know. Phyllis and I absolutely loved this episode. We got to do so much together, even more than you even see in the actual episode. I can't tell you how amazing it felt as Angela Martin to turn to her and say, shut up. It felt so good. And I was really proud of this scene. I thought Phyllis and I really had this perfect chemistry in this moment. And then she tells everyone, and she shames Angela Martin in front of the whole bullpen. And when she did, I was so in the moment with her, I felt the heat of my skin. Like my face started to flush.
Yeah, you can see it.
Everyone is looking at you. Everyone, and we've talked about whenever you had a scene where the whole bullpen focused on you, you were already heightened a little bit, like your nerves. And I really just, oh man, I was, as the character, I felt like I couldn't get out of there fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
And then Andy walks in.
I know. And the way Ed just, you know, Ed Helms, the person, his inherent goodness and sweetheart just carries through the character of Andy.
I know. Well, here's the thing. Is Andy, like, completely annoying? Sure. But he's also got this boyish charm.
Yeah. A boyish enthusiasm, right?
Yes.
For singing this song to you.
Yes. And in the script, the song he sings is Silent Night.
Oh, yes. Randy said the morning of the shoot, they told Ed, he was so scared to say it. He said, they've changed their mind. Can you do Deck the Halls?
Ed had to learn a whole new song to play on the sitar. He had just learned Silent Night.
Yes, he'd had that thing for a couple weeks and he'd been fiddling around on it. And then they were like, can you do Deck the Halls? Randy told me it took him about a minute and a half to figure it out. He's amazing.
He's a musical genius. They thought it would be funny, the juxtaposition of this sort of very cringy moment for Andy to be playing this upbeat song.
And you know, he improvised the rid-a-do at the end.
I know.
So good.
We're all just staring at him. And Ed played the moment so perfectly. My heart completely broke for Andy. I felt so bad for him, and I started to cry.
Like actually crying.
Yeah. I actually cried. If you look at this, it pushes it on my face, and I'm completely tearing up.
Those are those moments as an actor where you have so inhabited your character's story and the story of the people around you, where your body, like you didn't even have to make yourself cry or think of something sad. You were just so in the moment that the emotions just flood.
No, really, really. And everyone was playing it so real.
Paul Feig told us to. Like, he said when we come around with that B camera, and this was similar to his direction in Office Olympics, he said, I don't want you to comment on it with, you know, no kind of funny looks or anything. Like, this is like truly a human moment, and just stand there. Just be in it. It's great direction.
And you felt it.
Yeah.
You
it felt
it.
heavy.
It felt really heavy, and I felt horrible. And I started to cry. You know, in rewatching it all, I just thought this episode was written and directed and acted so well. I was really proud of us as a show.
You know what, Angela? This was what Paul Feig could do for us. You know, like he was really good at directing us to allow these moments to breathe, and you're so good in this.
Oh, thanks.
You're so good in this whole episode, and this moment at the end, it is more powerful because it's real.
Yeah.
You really nailed it.
Thanks so much, lady. Thank you. And I thought Kate Flannery crushed this episode too.
Same.
And you know, guys, the supporting cast, these moments were fewer and far between for us. And so when they happened, we just treasured it. And it was so fun to rewatch it.
And you guys would get these scripts with no notice, and you'd have to just step up to the plate and suddenly carry an episode. And you always did it because we had a really great bench on our show.
We had a deep bench, y'all.
We did.
Well, that is Moroccan Christmas.
We did it.
We did it. We all hope you'll have a little responsibility in your life.
Yeah, and just want to give a few thank yous to Justin Spitzer, Aaron Shore, Halstead Sullivan, Jen Salata, Randy Cordray, and Stephen Socks. Remember, you can find Stephen and his wife Lori on their podcast, If We Knew Then. And I know you traded a bunch of messages with Kate as well.
Yes, Kate Flannery and James Carey, because the script, having the shooting draft was just amazing for this one.
And before we go, one little tidbit we're so excited to finally get to share with you.
Yes, we're so excited to tell you guys that we have partnered with Comedy Central and Cartoona Radio to bring you animated clips of our podcast.
Yes! You know, we're constantly getting mail from people saying they wish they could watch us on video. And for many reasons we won't get into now, we do not videotape our podcasts, but Cartooner Radio has taken some of the audio and they have animated it, which in my opinion is even better than watching a video.
It is, you guys. They are so creative. Jenna and I are now a cartoon. I love it.
I love it.
And they have picked these funny moments to animate. It's going to debut on Comedy Central's YouTube. We'll put it in our socials so you can find it. I can't wait for you to see it. It starts tomorrow.
I thought it was a medical care.
All right, guys, we will see you next week.
For real?
Can pierce the sky.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Airline people and Spirit has been under intense scrutiny from Boeing put Spirit on probation.
I think Andy's going to show, and they're actually kind of placing bets. And Kevin's like, come on.
But then Dwight sees a note on some bushes.
Yeah.
He goes over to read it. What is this?
Yeah, what's this note about?
While he's reading it, Andy does show up very slowly, very quietly in his Prius.
Well, you know, Jenna, Jen had that one sentence that she had to write this whole episode off of, right? About the duel. This was Paul Lieberstein's idea about the Prius. He said, if you go under 5 miles an hour, it's totally silent. And so this is the weapon Andy chooses.
Yes. He is going to pin Dwight up against the bushes. He's going to crush him.
But really, he's only crushing like from his kneecaps down.
Yeah, but he's pinned. I mean, Dwight can't move. Dwight can't hit him with his bike chain anymore. Yeah, so he starts slamming it on the hood of the car. They're screaming at each other.
At 18 minutes, 16 seconds,
Pittsburgh.
Rain shared on the DVD that during this whole screaming match between the two of them, they improvised for about 40 minutes. Dean said at least 40 minutes. Just insults and banter back and forth at each other. Dean said there was so much good stuff.
Oh, I wish we could see that.
The 40 minutes of them yelling.
I would watch it.
Sure, actually.
They're probably amazing. Well, we got a lot of questions about how did we do this scene? How did we do this stunt? Who was driving? Yada, yada. Well, I talked to Dean and he said this was really complicated because we had to shoot this scene over 2 different days from 3 different locations. First, we shot in the parking lot with Ray and Ed.
I bet Phil likes it.
We shot it, and the rest of us were upstairs in Paul's office looking out that window, and the camera could whip up to us.
In real time.
In real time. We watched all of it. Then they moved the cameras up to Paul's office to get really tight shots out of the window onto the action below. And Rain and Ed had to do it all over again just to get a few little shots through the window. But then on a different day, we shot inside the actual Dunder Mifflin conference room. And this time we had to be careful to not shoot out the window because there was nothing there. It was just a backdrop. And that we were basically looking at nothing, but Dean was shouting out all the action that had happened the day before. Right. He said this was the moment when being an editor on the show really helped him. He had kind of cut this whole thing together with a shot list inside his head, and he just kept telling people, trust me, trust me, trust me, trust me. He could could see it, right? He could see it. He could see the whole thing. He said he planned all of these whip pan cuts between the window, between us, all of it. And when he got in the editing room, because he edited this episode as well, it actually did all come together and it looked really, really seamless. Well, you have to think that Randy Cordray was like, I knew it. I knew it. Yes, that Dean's editing was going to come into play here. This is why Dean has to direct this episode. But he did say it was a little grueling for the actors because we had to play these same moments over and over and over again, more so than we normally do. And we had to make it seem like we were doing it for the first time every time. Now, as for the stunt, Randy told us that Ed actually drove the Prius silently through the parking lot. He said they had stunt doubles standing by for the actual moment of impact. They thought that they would have a stunt driver actually drive into a stunt Dwight. Right. And then after they were kind of squished, they would place Rain into the bushes and Ed into the car. Yes. But then on the commentary, didn't Rain say they just kind of ended up doing it themselves? Actually, the commentary was Rain Wilson, Jen Salata, Dean Holland, and Rusty Mahmood, who is our first assistant director. And they discussed that Ed actually drove into Rain very slowly and that it totally worked. And those takes of those guys actually doing it were their favorite. So those were the ones they used, and they did not use takes with the stunt people. Well, we also got a fan question from Samantha T, who wanted to know what was up with the fence. Like, what was on the other side of it? Was it padding? Was it an actual fence? Was the bumper of the car padded? Was Rain really being squashed? Well, it was the real bumper of the car, and then Rain sent in an audio clip to tell us a little bit about the bushes.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys are doing the duel. Fantastic. One of my very favorite episodes. And I always loved those episodes where Dwight and Andy got to go head to head. I just loved that subplot of that tension. And Ed Helms is so funny in this episode. But you know what it reminded me of is in college, we studied clowning and commedia dell'arte. And it really is classic old comedy, like back from commedia dell'arte and the Greeks and ancient clowning of two idiots going at it over absurd shit. And in this case, love and a Prius. It was so much fun to shoot. I don't remember a lot of specifics about it, but I remember the hedge had a lot of give in it, so you could really pretend like you were pinned. But it was just a big mass of vines, and it was actually very soft and comfortable. And I love that line about the bears in Scranton. So fantastic.
So I guess Rain was quite comfortable being pinned against the bushes, no complaints. Well, I can tell you about those big giant hedges. One time, Ryan in a scene as Kevin nudged me. He thought it was a nudge. I went flying into them. I don't know if you remember that. I can't remember what episode, but I can attest to the fact that it's a very deep, dense, very sort of a hedge you could fall into without getting to the other side. Aha. Well, the hedges might have been a good thing for Rain, and they were a nice soft place to land, but they actually caused a little bit of a headache for our production. So Rusty Mahmood, our first assistant director, shared on the DVD commentary that we had about 6 hours a day to film these parking lot scenes. That's what they had allotted for the time. And by the time we got to the parking lot scenes on the first day of filming, those big hedges had cast a shadow over half of the parking lot. If you go and watch, Jenna, you'll see. Okay, there's a huge shadow. Well, now guess what? We needed to match that shadow exactly the second day we filmed. Yeah, right? So in order to do that, they had to create this fake shadow. We have fakey shadow. Fakey shadow! Fakey shadow. They used giant 20 by 20 bounce cards and positioned them behind the hedges on the street so that the shadow would cast and match each day we filmed in the parking lot. Gosh, those are things you just don't think about. I know, but this is the amazing thing about
your crew, someone was like, oh, hold up, that shadow's not going to match. We've got to recreate a shadow.
Amazing.
Well, fakey shadow wasn't the only fakey thing we had in this scene. We also had fakey bicycle chain.
Fakey bicycle chain.
That's right. Clearly, Rain could not whip around a real bicycle chain. So Phil Shea had a rubber bicycle chain made, and that's what Rain used as Dwight to hit the Prius and wave around. So obviously a rubber bicycle chain is not going to make the same sound as a real bicycle chain on metal. So all the sounds you hear are put in post, that whopping sound, except for the car horn. Oh yeah,
Ed was really blaring the horn.
I know.
Poor Rain.
I know, but he was really having fun with it too, because he'd wait and blare it right when Rain started to talk.
Well, all of this mayhem is going on, and Jim has a talking head where he's just kind of standing there, and you can hear it all in the background.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Dean told me that they came up with that idea on the day. He said that as he and Jen Salata were standing there, just listening to these two guys go on, he thought it would be really funny to add that. So he and Jen came up with that, and they positioned Sean, and they just kind of added that in the moment.
It's so perfect because it's the voice of reason. It's this totally normal, rational person reacting to this moment of chaos, and I feel like it lets the audience take a breath and be like, oh yeah, this is crazy.
Well, in this argument, Andy ends up revealing that he and Angela have had sex, which is something that Dwight did not know.
Well, yeah, he says, I can't believe she's been sleeping with you this whole time and she's only slept with me twice.
I made a sex tracker. Oh my God, I did. Oh no. Here's what I'm going to say, Angela. Oh, in the business trip episode, Andy told Oscar he had never had sex with Angela. In the surplus, Andy says he has seen Angela naked 0 times. So, we have to imagine that either they've had sex twice since the surplus, or they've had sex twice since business trip, but that while having sex, he never saw Angela naked. Which one do you think it is? Fully clothed sex or naked sex recently?
You know what? I believe both. I believe that he could possibly have had sex with her, but she wouldn't let him see her naked. Like she'd have some kind of like long gown on. But I also can believe that after Dwight hoodwinked her into this fake wedding, that she was furious. And she went and had some revenge sex.
I think that's most likely. That's when they had their sex. Yeah. Well, Andy is going to return to his desk. Dwight returns to his desk.
They're both crestfallen.
Yeah.
I mean, Dwight feels betrayed and Andy feels betrayed.
But who won the duel? Angela's standing there. She hears Andy make a phone call. He cancels the wedding cake.
Yeah, it's the one that was in the shape of a sailboat.
Yeah, that one.
That wedding cake. Jen said they did have an alt cake line where he would say it was the one in the shape of the letter C for Cornell.
Oh, I was like, for cat?
I know. But they went with sailboat.
Then Angela looks to Dwight. Did he win?
He puts his bobblehead in the trash. Jenna, there was a deleted scene that comes after this where Angela goes up to Pam and she's teary-eyed, like her voice is wavering, and she says, can you give me a ride home from work today? Because I no longer have a ride home. Yeah. Pam says yes.
And then her and Jim give Angela a ride home.
Oh my God, this car ride. We did shoot this scene. It's in the deleted scenes. Angela just barks directions angrily at Jim, And then she starts sobbing in the back seat, and then she's angry again.
Well, I'll never forget shooting this scene, Angela, because, I mean, this was a whole location day for us, you know? We had this location that was your house, and we just dropped you off outside. But they had this really funny joke that there would be like a dozen cats in your window staring out the window at you expectantly as we drop you off. And it was so funny.
It was so funny. I remember they had to get a house with like sort of a big front window, like a bay window that all the cats could be in so that we could see them from the street.
But then, you guys, as we were trading messages with Randy Cordray about this episode, he sent us the casting sheet of the cats and all their headshots. It's a sheet of like cat headshots.
Yes, you guys. And here are the names of the 12 cats that played Angela's cats. Potato, Prada, Echo, Flame, Prophet, Whisper, Milkman, Sushi, Roswell, Harvey, Hannah, and Milton.
And Roswell looks just like Sunny Cat.
He does.
My cat.
Yeah. We have to put that photo in stories. And also, Randy sent us the photo of Angela Martin's house.
Yes. So, unfortunately, the scene was deleted, but the cats can get their moment of fame.
And we got to do a driving scene together.
We did. It's very cute because at the end, after we drop you off, Pam turns to Jim and she says, "You know what? I'll call her later to check up on her." And Jim says, "She'll hang up on you." And Pam says, "I know."
Well, that would have been our alt tag, right? The car ride, instead of Jim collecting Dwight's weapons. But also, right at the end, Michael had a great talking head.
Yeah, he's standing on the streets of New York, and he just sort of says, you know, exciting things can happen when you leave Scranton. Just kind of sums up this storyline for him. Well, got a little tidbit from Randy. I didn't notice it the first time I watched it, but in hindsight, it was obvious to me.
Oh, yeah.
This scene was a cheat. Steve was not in New York. Steve was shot on a green screen, and we digitally added the office building scene behind him. Randy said we hired this New York-based cinematographer named Alan Pierce to go out and shoot the exterior of a New York office building with people walking by. Randy said it was this awesome shot, but we ran into a problem with the cameras on our end. So for all you techies out there, we would shoot our show on a Sony 900 digital camera. It was a very early generation digital camcorder. And I guess these cameras had very poor color latitude.
Oh, sure, Jenna, you know color latitude.
I know. And when it's not good, it can be tough.
I mean,
we know.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have I struggled with my color latitude?
So many.
It does not do well shooting on green screen. And Randy said that's why we did it so infrequently. Now, normally we would just find some place in downtown LA to double for New York, but I noticed on the call sheets that we only had Steve for 2.5 days this week. He worked Monday, Tuesday, and part of Wednesday, and the whole rest of our shoot was really dedicated to that complicated parking lot scene. I asked Randy about it. He said he doesn't know exactly why we chose to go green screen, but he has to imagine that we just simply did not have time to go downtown and get that shot because it was a complicated shoot week.
Well, I didn't catch it on my first watch, but I really did on the second one.
Me too.
I was like, oh, that's fakey backdrop. There you have it. Fakey building, fakey shadow, fakey bicycle chain. Real feelings, guys. That's the duel.
That pretty much sums up the duel. All right. Well, thank you to everyone who contributed to this episode. Thank you, Ryan Coe, for calling in and giving us the story of your tragic fall.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. And we're going to be back here next week, guys. We have Prince Family Paper.
I'm going to be honest, I do not remember the plot of that one.
Who's Prince?
Who are they? We're going to find out next week.
We're going to find out.
I feel like a real audience member. I don't know what's coming. I'm sure I'll remember after I watch the episode, but I can't wait. Hopefully. I hope so.
See you guys. Have a great one.
Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Change the way you vote. This is the year you must change the way you vote. This has got to stop. All right, we've got more coming up after 2 o'clock. Today is the start of the election season. And we're going to talk to Sherry Preston from ABC News. And
most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Jenna, I cannot believe summer's almost over.
I know.
I was just thinking, before we are knee-deep in school projects and homework assignments, we kind of need to take one last vacay.
I completely agree. Angela, what is your dream vacation?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Right now, I think it would be a homecation, because I have so many projects that I want to get done before the end of the year.
Does this mean that you would actually stay home and clean out your shed?
How dare you? How dare you? Yes, maybe.
Well, folks, while we take one last week of summer vacation and maybe Angela cleans out her shed, we wanted to make sure that you got a great Office Ladies episode. So this week we will be re-listening to conflict resolution.
This is such a good one. Okay, Baby's Playing Jazz poster is back. There's some real Pam sass. Remember? She thinks Angela complained about her wedding planning?
Yes. Listen, this whole episode is a win-win-win. So here is conflict resolution. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Conflict Resolution.
I'm talking to you from my closet today.
I know, we're both in our closets today.
What is happening? We're both talking to each other from our closets, and Sam and Cody are watching. I'm looking at Cody's cat. Love it. Sam's dog is somewhere there. This is where we're at now, folks.
Angela, your shirts are very well folded. Are those Josh's shirts?
No, baby girl. Baby girl.
Are we doing that again this week?
We are. Here's the thing. I've started every morning by talking to my family in Texas and Louisiana, and then it just is kind of with me for the whole day. This is my closet. My own closet. I share it with no one. It is a personal life victory.
Oh my gosh, I only get one side of a closet. We have one closet and I get one side and Lee gets the other, although to be honest, I think I have encroached on about a third of his side.
Well, Josh has his own closet, but one wall of it is my shoes.
This is the riveting content that people tuned in for.
I know. Listen, but just bear with me 1 second. Here is a perk of not growing since like your junior year of high school. Maybe a little wider in some places. but I've had the same shoe size.
Angela, you're describing most adults. I mean, most adults hit their peak height somewhere around their junior, senior year of high school. It's not like other people are continuing to grow 4 or 5 inches in their 20s and 30s.
Do you have the same size foot as like when you were a
Yes,
sophomore?
of course.
You do?
Yeah, I've been a 7.5 medium since junior year of high school. I was fully grown when I went to college. I was fully grown.
This is. Oh, I unzipped my hoodie. Could y'all hear
It
that?
sounded like a toot. It sounded like you
What?
tooted.
It wasn't a toot.
It sounded like a toot. It's good that you're claiming that you unzipped your hoodie.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I see how it is. So we're here.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hi, Angela.
Hey, Jenna. How's it going?
It's going good. Are you ready to destroy a small family business today?
Oh, Prince family paper.
The Prince family?
They're the sweetest family.
Well, we're going to take them down.
Guess we are.
So awful and cringy.
Oh, there's a lot of cringe in this one.
There sure is. Guys, it's season 5, episode 13, Prince Family Paper. Written by BJ Novak and directed by Asad Khalada. Here's your summary.
Oh.
David Wallace calls Michael Scott on the phone.
It's so funny to me. I'm so sorry to interrupt your summary that I acted surprised
That I was going to read a summary.
You're like, here's a summary. I went, oh.
Oh.
Well, look who's sassy pants has a summary. She has one every weekend. Just expect it. Okay, go.
David Wallace calls Michael Scott on the phone. He wants to get his help gathering intel on a rival paper company called Prince Family Paper. Michael takes Dwight along as his backup, and meanwhile, the gang debate whether or not Hilary Swank qualifies as hot.
Yep. All right, I have to say one thing. I just got to get this out.
Get it out.
There used to be a magazine. I don't know which one. You know who you are. They would do this thing. Who wore it best?
Oh, yeah.
They would put 2 people side by side, like the same dress or skirt or pants.
Mm-hmm.
And there was always one person that wore it best.
Right?
You know?
And they would have a percentage, like people voted.
People voted. And you might have worn it best because you were tall and not 5'1". Okay. And maybe you knew to wear the right kind of heels and someone else wore flip-flops with it. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just saying, to that magazine and people that like to compare who wore it best or who's hot or who's not, I say suck it.
The Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Angela.
That's all I'm going to say.
Well, that was clearly a general comment. Nothing based on personal experience, I can tell. I'll have you know I've also been the subject of a who wore it best. So I feel that.
Yeah. You know what? You all wear it best.
We all wear it how we wear it.
Yeah.
Okay? That's how I wore it.
That's
period.
my body. That's how my body wears stuff.
How about who wore it? Me.
Yeah.
I wore it.
Yeah.
100% to me.
Yes.
For wearing it.
And you know what?
I got dressed this morning. You're welcome. As you can tell, this episode might have triggered something for us.
You can tell 2 gals are sitting here not super appreciating debates on who's hot or who's not.
Yeah.
Kevin has a lot of thoughts about it. This might be the most Kevin ever spoke in a whole episode.
Yes.
I think, is this his most line count ever?
Possibly.
Well, I think we should get to some fast facts.
I agree. Here we go. Fast fact number 1. New director alert.
Yeah.
Asad Khalada.
Yes.
So our line producer, Randy Cordray, had worked with Assad before, and he told us that Assad was actually originally supposed to direct an episode in season 4. But that season got cut because of the writer's strike.
Oh.
And so they slotted him for season 5 instead. So we could have almost gotten to work with this man earlier. And I tell you what, he is a delight.
You guys, he's like television legend. He's directed everything.
Yes, he has directed 77 episodes of The Facts of Life and 117 episodes of Who's the Boss.
I know Who's the Boss. If your name is Angela, you know Who's the Boss. What? So the female lead's character is named Angela. You guys, this show was out in the 90s. I was in college in the 90s. I cannot even tell you how many people left this on my answering machine.
Angela!
I had that on my voicemail, I would say on a monthly basis.
That's crazy. Let me finish telling you a little bit about Assad. We loved working with him. I found an interview he did where he said this, which I thought was so great. He said that the most essential thing for making a successful comedy is casting. He said that is because, quote, you cannot make the actor be funny. Comedy is all about rhythm, timing, pace, and energy.
I agree.
I thought that was so well said.
Yeah.
All right, fast fact number 2. We got a lot of fan questions about the hot or not storyline. This one comes from Joe S., who asked, what inspired the subplot of the debate about whether or not Hillary Swank was hot or not?
Was it a magazine that said who wore it best?
It wasn't. It wasn't. BJ Novak did an interview with Indie Week, and he said that he was on a flight, and 2 of the in-flight movies were P.S. I Love You and The Great Debaters. They were both Hillary Swank movies. He was tasked with coming up with a B-plot for an episode, and he thought, quote, why not debate about Hillary Swank? And then he decided that the characters could debate whether or not she is attractive. We got more questions from Amy J. and Rohit R. How does Hillary Swank feel about this episode?
Oh, wow.
Good question.
Very good question.
Well, she did an interview with Time Magazine shortly after this episode came out. She was asked if she had seen the episode, and she said this. I'm not a big television watcher, but definitely everyone made me aware of it.
Oh, geez.
I think it's flattering anytime someone mentions you, but I don't think of myself in terms of that. Meaning like she doesn't lead with if she's hot or not.
Right.
Later on in the interview, she was asked about women in Hollywood in general, and she replied, there is so much put on the way we look, which is interesting going back to your office question. Are you hot or are you not? It really does a disservice because there's so much more to life than looking a certain way.
And I don't care who shoots me over this.
We love you, Hillary. Hillary, well said. Well said. Fast fact number 3, Hillary Swank is a badass. Would you like to hear a little about her?
Yes.
All right. She was born in Lincoln, Nebraska. She competed in the Junior Olympics and the Washington State Championships in swimming. And she ranked 5th in state in all-around gymnastics.
Wow.
All-around gymnastics, that's the one where you have to do all the things.
You do all the things.
She ranked 5th in the state. Okay. Her parents separated when she was a teenager, and she really wanted to be an actress, so her mom moved with her to Los Angeles when she was 16 years old. And she's spoken a lot about this. They did not have a lot of money for a while, and they lived out of their car. They did eventually find a place to live. She enrolled in school, and then when she was 20, so 4 years after she moved to LA, she landed the starring role in the next Karate Kid.
Julie Pierce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know all about this, Ange.
I do, because you guys, I got really into Cobra Kai this past year. Are you guys watching Cobra Kai? It's so good.
I'm not watching it. Should I be watching it?
I am loving it. It's also just major like 80s nostalgia. It's so good.
Is this something I can watch with my kids? Or is it more adulty? I've heard it's a little bit skews older.
It skews older. I would
than
not,
my kids.
Yes. I'm not watching it with my kids.
Oh, this is your time.
Yeah. Okay, Josh and I watch it together. I'm sure there's, teenagers that watch it, but Josh and I watch it together. So basically, it's sort of picking up where they are now, right? With the two lead guys. And John Hurwitz, who's the co-creator, they reached out to me to play one of the kids' mom. What? Yes, and I wanted to do it, but it was filming in Atlanta, and you basically have to go to Atlanta for a while, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't be away from my kids for that long. Yeah. It wasn't like an in and out. But listen, John Hurwitz, if you ever move to Los Angeles, if you ever decide to film here, I am there. People have been speculating, will Julie come back? Because they're bringing all the characters back. And this is what John Hurwitz said in an interview. They discussed the possibility of bringing Julie Pierce on the show. He said, in our writer's room, we speak about literally every character that has appeared in the Miyagi-verse. They call it the Miyagi-verse. So it's obvious we've spoken about Julie Pierce. As to whether or not she'll return to the series, that's something you'll just have to wait to find out. I'm here for it, John. Bring her back. Also, a little bit of Office crossover. Jen Salata has directed several episodes of Cobra Kai.
Wow.
Yeah. I would love it if Hillary's like, Hillary, go back. Go do a guest star on Cobra Kai. It'd be so good.
And then maybe there's like some little bit you could do in her episode.
Yes, Hillary, maybe I could be your best friend.
This is it.
And then I could go just for a week, John. Just like 4 days.
Yeah.
Okay. There, we worked it out. Jen Salata.
Jen Salata directs it.
Make it happen.
Well, Hillary Swank was 20 years old when she was in Next Karate Kid. When she was 25 years old, she did the lead role in Boys Don't Cry.
Wow.
And she won an Oscar. She is one of the youngest women to ever win an Oscar. She also won an Oscar for her lead role in $1 Million Baby.
That movie destroyed me. I mean, both of those movies. I mean,
there are only 12 other actresses who have won 2 or more lead actress Oscars. Those are both lead actress Oscars.
So she's in a very impressive club there.
She sure is. So that's Hillary Swank, y'all.
Well, Hillary, we are here for you. We should take a break. When we come back, there is a classic Jim prank.
Has been arrested.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
anniversary. The classic.
This episode opens with everyone just working at their desks. We're just working. Just a normal day. No biggie. But then Dwight discovers a red wire that's plugged into his computer. No other computers have red wires. What is it?
Yeah, it's a new wire. It's never been there before.
Yeah. Well, he starts tearing at this wire.
Yeah, he wants to know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
In the script, it says Dwight pulls the wire off the floor and follows it to the wall. It goes over a door frame under Phyllis's desk, and Dwight crawls under Phyllis's desk.
Oh, we did a little differently.
We did it a little differently. First of all, you can't crawl through Phyllis's desk because there was like a backstop, right? Yeah, it doesn't go all the way through to Stanley's desk. And in the script, Phyllis says, Dwight, get out of there. And that's pretty much in the episode. And then Dwight would have said, shush, shush, shush. But I think Rain improvised, shut up, Phyllis. So Dwight's going to follow this wire into the hall.
Yeah, all the way outside and up a telephone pole, which we can see over Jim's shoulder in Jim's talking head.
Right, and it is a real telephone pole.
It's a real telephone pole. Jim says he got 500 feet of red wire at a flea market for $20. How long did this take him?
Jim has a lot of extra time.
He gets to work so early.
Pam was like, you know what? I know we were going to carpool, but you've got that Dwight prank. You've got to go at 3 in the morning, and I'm going to sleep in.
Yeah.
What's the real life side of that?
I reached out to Randy to find out how we did this stunt of Rain up on this telephone pole.
Right, he can't climb a real telephone pole. That's not safe.
No, because what he told me was that the pole over Jim's shoulder really is an actual working utility pole that's embedded in our sidewalk, you know, right out there.
Folks, don't go climb it for a photo.
Don't climb it.
Get electrocuted.
Yeah, it carried high voltage electricity. They couldn't even have a stunt person dressed as Dwight climb that pole.
Yeah.
So our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, and his construction team rented a matching utility pole. You can do that, I guess.
No.
Where is that?
I mean, seriously. How do they know these things? This is the crazy part of Hollywood magic. Oh, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to rent a fakey telephone pole.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Huge. Well, they put it up in our parking lot between the two sound stages, and they put like a green padded platform around it.
In case you fell?
Yep. And they put up a big green screen behind the whole thing. And then they brought Rain out along with like a stunt coordinator and a safety officer. And they had Rain climb up. It was only a few feet that he had to climb. And then in post-production, they had their visual effects team digitally add Rain to the real pole over Jim's shoulder.
They superimposed like
yes,
one pole onto the other.
Yes.
Got it.
Even though Rain was really only a little bit off the ground, they could like hike it up so it looked like he was like halfway up there. The pole. Yeah. That's movie magic, folks.
That is some good movie magic.
But here's the thing that gets me about that. That's like real special effects, kind of like stunty stuff for our little TV show about a paper company. Like, I never really thought hard about how much work it took to do that gag until we went to break it down.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's such a quick little blip, and you're like, that was like 2 weeks of figuring that out.
Of prep.
Yeah.
I feel like every week we are learning how much Michael Gallenberg, Kyle Alexander, Phil Shea, our wardrobe department, set designers, how they all made these little moments happen and made it seamless.
Yeah. I know. So much work goes into these little things.
It's amazing.
The fruit fly wrangler.
We had to know their like mating cycle.
Craziness.
Crazy.
Well, that was the cold open. Now we start this episode. Michael's in his office. He's on the phone with David Wallace.
I feel like David's really playing Michael here because he dangles out that regional supervisor job. He's like, you know, I still haven't filled that slot yet. And Michael's like, oh. And then he asks Michael to go do this thing.
Yeah.
To go spy on this tiny little paper company.
I know. To do some field work.
Michael's so excited.
Oh, yeah. During this scene, I was really struck by the toys on Michael's desk because they would rotate them.
They would, you guys. Every once in a while, there'd be some new toys. Here's what was on his desk. A Rubik's Cube. Not finished. A tiny pool table. Yes. A colorful plastic expanding ball thingy. You know that thingy?
Yeah, that's a staple.
Yes, and also the wind-up teeth. Those are always there. But the pool table had moved, so he's clearly played it recently, and it's on top of all the stuff in his inbox. He can't get to anything in his inbox. It's not important. The pool table is number one of things to do.
Yeah.
It made me laugh.
A miniature pool table in his inbox says everything you need to know about Michael Scott's work ethic.
That's right.
Stanley and Phyllis are going to start having this conversation about whether or not they think Hillary Swank is hot. And the rest of the gang gets involved. I feel like these kind of moments happen in small offices. You sort of start to debate things, like you pick a soccer team during the playoffs and people debate about the players, and it can become a whole thing, and it's just a way to fill the boredom.
Oh, for sure.
I have a bone to pick with Jim.
Why is that?
At 3 minutes, 18 seconds, I titled this moment, "What the hell, Jim?"
What is the moment?
Jim suggests they put it to a vote in the bullpen. Angela says she isn't voting, and Jim says nobody cares.
Oh, what the hell, Jim? That's Jim Sass.
Jim Sass.
Did you notice what Pam said?
What did Pam say?
Pam says, "Did you see her with her bangs?" Oh, and lady, this made me laugh out loud because I have just recently gotten bangs.
And people have a lot of opinions about it.
They do have opinions about my bangs. But what made me laugh was that before I got my bangs, I of course Googled images of people with bangs. You have to do research. You don't just, you gotta look at all the pictures.
You Googled people with bangs. You texted me, "I think I'm gonna get bangs."
Yeah.
To which I replied, "Oh no."
I said, "I think I'm gonna get bangs right now," because like I was getting a haircut in the moment. By the time you replied, it was done.
I know. I was like, oh. I was busy with the kids. I decided we were going to paint. I bought the canvas and all the paint stuff. We're outside. We'd made this huge mess. I'd set my phone aside so I didn't get paint on it. And then I just thought I'd check in, see what's happening. And I see this text from you that's half an hour old that says, "I think I'm going to get bangs now." And I was like, oh no, I didn't get to weigh in. But lady, I think they're adorable. I think they're super cute because they're curly.
I'm loving it. I bring it up because one of the people I saw in my research was Hillary Swank with bangs. So when Pam said this in the scene, it made me laugh. But I really based my bangs on some like Mia Farrow from Hannah and Her Sisters.
You look very 70s, kind of like beachy wave with bangs.
A little bit of Terry Garr. Terry Garr wore some bangs like no one's business, right? But my main inspiration was probably Stevie Nicks. And I will admit that after getting my bangs, I did style my hair in a full Stevie Nicks, and then I took pictures and I put them side by side. I was too shy to post, but
I want to see the side by side.
You want to see my Stevie Nicks?
Oh my gosh, do you have it on your phone?
Yeah, I mean, I really did this.
Oh my God, Jim, this is amazing. Oh, you kind of did the same mouth?
I put on the same necklace. I did like a whole thing.
Oh, you did? We got to put that in Office Ladies Pod Stories, please.
It's okay. I mean, I'm doing a whole pouty mouth, so I got a little bit like shy.
You even did the dark eyeliner.
I did. I'm telling you, she was my inspo.
This was a whole afternoon. I thought I knew your life. This was a whole day. I didn't know what was happening.
I mean, I had to take off my glasses for the picture.
I know.
Which actually made it a little hard to take the picture because I couldn't see through.
Tell me about it. I can't tell you how many photos I've taken of Josh and the kids. Because, you know, when you're like a family, one parent has to take the picture.
Yeah.
And half the time I don't have my glasses because I'm not good about wearing them. And Josh would be like, "Hey, these are out of focus." I'm like, I can't tell. They just click.
I love how we literally could not be more off topic.
We are so off topic. Okay.
All right, we'll get back
Let's
to
get back on topic. All right. So we are now, oh God, you guys, we're about to talk about a scene I absolutely loved. It's a driving scene between Dwight and Michael. They're headed to Prince Family Paper. Did you notice how much they bicker in this scene? They're like an old married couple.
I loved it.
They bicker about who would seduce the fictional daughter. They don't even know if this person exists.
Yeah.
And they bicker about Denny's and IHOP. They bicker about the clouds. Dwight says, "Get your clouds right." Michael tells them to shut up. But I have a background catch.
What is it?
Oh, it sent me down a Google path, Jenna. All right, so whenever we have driving scenes, we always look for palm trees, right? Yeah, spot the palm tree. In this one, I recognize the street they were on. It's Chandler Boulevard. It's a residential street. And guess what else I recognized? What? It was trash day. And there were blue recycle bins in every driveway. I took a few photos.
Okay.
I'll put those in pod. So then I thought, is that what the recycled trash bins look like in Scranton? So that took me to the recycling laws for Lackawanna County. Oh, hang with me because there's a woman named Barbara who I am now fascinated by. First of all, that is not what recycle bins look like in Lackawanna County. So theirs are like these blue round tubs. Okay, unless they've changed, you guys can correct me. Ours are these like skinny rectangles with lids. Yep. So here's an article I read from April of 2019. Barbara Giovanoli is the recycling coordinator for Lackawanna County. Barbara shared that the recycling center in Lackawanna County accepts plastics and glass bottles and jars, aluminum, steel cans, as well as newspaper. It is a dual stream system. They have containers, bottles, jars, and cans in one, and paper fibers separately. They do not accept plastic bags, takeout containers, or pizza boxes. And apparently, lady, the recycle centers get all kinds of wacky things. People put all kinds of crazy things in the recycle bins. Barbara has a tip for you. She wants you to know. She says there's an easy way to remind yourself what can and cannot be recycled at the Lackawanna County Recycling Center. Quote, ask yourself, is it a bottle? Is it a jar? If the answer is no, that means it has to be thrown away.
I want to meet Barbara.
I want to meet Barbara. I want to meet Barbara. It's real simple. Ask yourself, is this a jar? Is this a bottle? No. Trash.
Wow. We have to meet her.
We have to meet her. Anyway, this was a random thing I noticed in the background. No palm tree sighting, several recycle bins. Also in the scene, for those of you guys keeping track of how many times Michael Scarn is mentioned in the series, this is one of them because it's going to be Michael's alias. And then they get into a real heated argument. I mean, that has history about Denny's and IHOP.
Yeah.
They're going to rendezvous after they get the info. Michael says at IHOP, and Dwight's like, I did not agree to IHOP.
Socialist.
Yeah, he's like, you socialist, I'm going to Denny's. And Michael's like, you are going to IHOP and you will have pancakes and you will like it.
What do you like? Do you have strong feelings about IHOP or Denny's?
I really don't, but I would say I've had IHOP more because there was one right on campus when I went to college, basically like across the street, and we would walk over there. And there's also one by my kid's pediatrician office. So yeah, I've just been to IHOP more.
I would say that if I'm looking for a pancake, IHOP is going to come to mind.
Yeah.
But I want to say these words to you.
Oh, what?
Moon's over my hammy.
Oh, is that's
a Denny's special. And it's real good.
Okay.
So if I'm wanting more of an egg sandwich, I'm going to have to head to Denny's.
Now I'm just craving breakfast.
I know, me too, kind of. Well, these guys do eventually get to their destination of Prince Family Paper. It's in like a little strip mall.
Right.
And I got a location alert.
Let's do it.
We rented an empty mini mall near the corner of Laurel Canyon and Victory Boulevard in North Hollywood, California.
We rented a whole mini mall?
I guess we did, because Randy said our location manager, Kyle Alexander, had to find a location where we could have some sort of office front that had all windows, because we assumed that if they were going undercover, they couldn't bring a documentary crew with them.
Oh, that's so smart. I didn't even think about that. When I watched, every single shot is through the glass.
Yes. And so they had to be able to have a total glass front on this office. But then we also needed this giant parking lot. So he was able to find all of that in this little empty mini mall.
I want Kyle to come on the show.
Me too.
He's like the master of every amazing location.
So good. get this, we had to bring all those cars. And did you notice the fakey snow residue? We put fakey snow residue on all the cars.
They're still dirty from last week.
I know. And then our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, had to create the entire Prince Family Paper offices from scratch.
Michael, we want you on too. Michael and Kyle, we want you on.
We're coming for you. So they're in the car, and Dwight's got a little pair of binoculars, and they're coming up with their plan.
Dwight's binoculars are like industrial looking. They look like they have night vision.
Yeah. And then here is my question. Through this whole scene, they are eating. What are they eating? Is it a giant can of nuts? I tried to zoom in. What is it? Did you see it?
I did. I did take a picture. I actually love the blooper for this scene so much that I filmed the blooper and I sent it to Rain and texted him and I was like, what are you guys eating? And he was cracking up. He said, and I am pretty sure those were smoked almonds.
Yeah, they looked like almonds, but they had like stuff on them.
Yeah, he said he was pretty sure they were smoked almonds. And while they're eating these almonds, they decide on a signal that they need to give each other if there's danger. They need to get out of there. And Dwight says you got to lick your lips. And Michael does a quick lick. Meanwhile, they're eating these almonds the whole time. And Dwight goes, no, like this. And does this big like, thing. Yeah. And in the process of doing this, they started laughing. And when they did, Rain in his laughter, in his guffaw, he spit like projectile almond. It like flew and hit Steve in the face. I have the blooper clip.
I'm so sorry, dude. He sprayed the side of his face with a wet, half-chewed almond. I mean, you can hear it come out of his mouth. You really can.
And then Rain felt so bad, and he grabs like a tissue, and he starts in the moment, just reacted. He just starts wiping Steve's face.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good. Michael then has a talking head where he says that in nature there is a food chain where the bigger shark eats the littler shark and so on
Until it gets to the single cell shark.
Exactly. And basically, you know, that's what they are. They're sharks. And then as he's getting out of the car, he's doing the whole Jaws.
Yeah.
He goes into Prince Family Paper. He introduces himself as Michael Scarn, and he sits down and he starts having just the most wonderful conversation with Mr. Prince. Michael's doing kind of a good job. He is. And you know, he completely charms Mr. Prince. He does. He's a lawyer who knows a lot about paper because he is a genius.
Yes.
About some things, but not everything.
Not everything.
What's this? Is this a phone? Is this a phone?
Mr. Roger Prince can't get enough of it. He's cackling, laughing.
He also learns that Prince Family Paper is a 3-person operation. Yeah, Prince, his wife Linda, and his son. Yes, and his granddaughter Rebecca sits in the corner. Angela, I did a guest star breakdown for the members of Prince Family Paper.
Oh, great.
So Roger Prince, the father, was played by Dan Desmond, and I found this really interesting. From 1990 to 2001, he was in 5 different episodes of Law & Order, and he played a different character each time.
Let me tell you, I love Law & Order, and they do that. They bring people back. One time you're a police officer, the next time you're a judge.
I was literally just watching a Law & Order marathon, and I swear Jeremy Sisto was like just a guest star, like a guy, and then in the next episode, he was a police officer and like a series regular.
No, I don't.
Did that happen?
I feel like the rules of Law and Order are sort of like a soap opera.
Yeah.
You can come back in many different forms.
Well, they loved Dan Desmond over at Law and Order. He was also in the movie Bruce Almighty and most recently in the miniseries Little Fires Everywhere. Gung gung. Roger Prince Jr. was played by Dan Bakkendahl.
You might recognize him for his recurring roles on Veep or The Goldbergs or Space Force. He was also a regular on Life in Pieces. He has also been on Law and Order, but just one episode. Okay. Linda Price was played by Sharon Blackwood, who recently appeared in 2 episodes of Ozark, has never been on Law and Order. None of them have been on Monk.
What?
None.
Craziness. Okay, wait. I have a Law and Order story.
What is it?
It's one of my more embarrassing audition stories.
You auditioned for Law and Order?
I did. Shocker, didn't get it. You'll know why. You guys, I was so excited. I love Law and Order. I would watch the marathon on TNT. I loved it.
Yeah, same. I still watch the marathon.
I still watch it. If it's on, I'm watching it. All right. I got an audition. I was so excited. And I was very new to auditioning, okay? I'd only booked a few commercials. It was to be a real estate agent. You know how the guys at the top of the show would like interview people while they were at work?
They're always too busy.
They're always too busy.
I gotta get somewhere.
Yeah, like
this murder you're investigating is a big inconvenience to me. I have to show a house.
Yeah, exactly.
Are we done?
Are we done? Exactly. I had just watched an episode where they were questioning these guys that were loading trash into a garbage truck.
Yep.
They did not stop loading their trash.
No.
They're gonna keep they're annoyed. I'm busy here. I got to keep the truck moving.
Always.
I had this in my brain. In the script, it said, they question a real estate agent as she is setting out her signs for the day with the little flag, her showing signs.
Yeah,
right? You know those things.
Lady, I'm not even joking. I think I literally just saw this episode.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, there was a blonde woman, and she had to be blonde because that was part of the plot, by the way.
Yeah.
And she was talking to them while putting out the little sign for selling the house.
Okay.
Oh my God, I saw the part you didn't get.
Okay. So I go in there and I'm like, okay, I got this. So it's the casting agent. She's sitting across from her desk. I was so nervous, but I was like, I got this. Literally, it's 3 lines. It's like 3 or 4 lines. That's it. All I had in my brain was, you will not interrupt me from putting out my real estate sign.
Yeah.
That's the energy. Jenna, in this woman's office, I moved 2 chairs out of my way. Her chairs.
I had to put up your sign.
I moved them. And then when we started the scene, I am setting things out. Setting it out. Moving things.
Busy.
I'm moving things. And it must have been really distracting. She said, you know what? I'm going to stop you.
Oh, no. You never want to hear that in an audition.
No. She was like, you're doing too much. Okay? You're doing too much. Stop moving things around and just deliver the lines. And I said, okay. This went into my brain as, don't touch her chairs, but do some great space work.
Yeah, mime it.
Now I mime putting out real estate signs. Mime. I must have just looked ridiculous.
Yeah.
I didn't get the part. I did too much business.
You know who's been on Law and Order?
Who?
Rainn Wilson.
Oh,
he plays a creepy janitor.
Oh, I need to see it.
During one of my marathons, I was just sitting there and I was like, oh, it's Rainn. Rainn, there he is. You know who else has been on? Jackie DeBotton.
Ah,
yeah, she was just on in the marathon I watched.
Jackie. Well, if I ever get to audition for Law and Order again, I'm not going to do a lot of business.
Don't do it. Finally, Rebecca Prince, the little girl, was played by Emily Evan Ray, and she's going to come back in a couple of episodes, actually. Emily recently produced and directed a documentary called Stop the Bleed about the mass shooting in Parkland, Florida.
Oh my gosh.
Emily was born and raised in Parkland, and she made the movie to give a voice to the family, friends, and the community who were affected. She won the Audience Award at the Fort Lauderdale Film Festival for Best Documentary.
Yeah, that's what she's been up to. That's amazing.
Yes. Well, on that note, I think we should take a break, and then we'll be back to join the group at Dunder Mifflin because they have more to say.
There's a big debate going on. Well, we're back in the bullpen.
Okay.
And the debate is still going on, the hot or not there's a whole debate about what is attractive hot.
Right.
Kevin has a lot to say.
The most ever. But first, Jim is going to comment that, sometimes we forget to think of celebrities as real people. Kevin sort of says it's a gut thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Jim gets all up in Kevin's ear and gives like a husky whisper.
Sultry. Paints a picture of Hillary Swank coming up to him.
We got so much mail about John Krasinski's husky voice to Kevin in this episode. It was like, I was too shy to put it in my document.
Oh, come on! Give me one nugget, something you remember someone saying. One nugget.
Basically, this woman said, what? John Krasinski could debate anything in my ear if he uses that voice. It was so funny to me. But I did write down this one because Laura B needed a soapbox moment, so I thought I'd give it to her.
Okay, Laura.
Laura says this. It always bothers me that when Stanley asks why they're making a distinction between beautiful and hot, Kevin says, quote, a painting can be beautiful, but I don't want to bang a painting. But later in the episode, Kevin turns around and tells Jim to respect the game after Jim narrates the saucy scenario with Hillary Swank. And Kevin says, no, it's is she hot, not would you bang her. But he just used the same phrase to explain why he wouldn't bang a painting.
Kevin, you can't use the same argument on different sides.
That's what Laura B says. She says you respect the game, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Laura, we hear you.
Angela has been over in accounting. She hasn't wanted to participate, but she can't take it anymore. All right? Kevin holding court like this, she's had it. She gets up and she says, okay, I wasn't going to dignify this discussion by getting involved, but I don't even get the discussion. Hot is a temperature, people, but Kevin deserves to lose for what he said. So yes, she's hot. She's hot as heck. She's a female Boris Becker. I love that Boris Becker is it for Angela Martin. Who knew?
I know. I didn't even realize Angela Martin was a tennis fan.
Clearly.
Yeah. Well, y'all, Boris Becker was a German tennis player who shot to stardom when he won the Wimbledon men's singles title in 1985. It was significant because he was only 17 years old and he was the first unseeded player and the first German to win the Wimbledon singles title, as well as the youngest ever male Grand Slam singles champion.
It was huge. I watched it with my mom. My mom's a big, big tennis player. She's phenomenal. She was ranked by the USTA by her age group. I spent my whole childhood on a tennis court.
Wow.
Yeah. My mom is
I did not know that about your mom.
My mom's a badass tennis player. We're a big tennis family, guys. There are two things that are always on at our house, either the weather or tennis, because my mom has the tennis channel.
Yeah.
And we'll watch old games. Oh, I'd love it when Boris Becker would play Stefan Edberg, because my mom had shown me old games of Bjorn Borg, and he was the other big Swede. There was Stefan and Bjorn Borg, and Bjorn Borg would play John McEnroe. Speaking of, Boris Becker played John McEnroe, and it's one of the longest games in tennis history. It was the Davis Cup. It was 6 hours and something minutes. Can you imagine playing tennis for 6 hours?
No.
Unbelievable.
I can't imagine playing tennis for 6 minutes. So,
anyway, Boris Becker does it for Angela Martin.
I think we should go back to Prince Family Paper, lady. We forgot to mention that Dwight has come in. He's going to pretend to get a job there. He says, fire your son, I'll be your son. You can visit him on the weekends.
I know. He comes in like full in a china cabinet.
And he's going to explain to Mr. Prince just how awful his current boss is, because he says, why are you looking for a new job? And he's like, well, my current boss is cruel. Terrible. Meanwhile, Michael's kind of walking around. He wants to get a photograph of their kind of territory map over there by Mrs. Prince.
Yeah.
And then he offers to help her granddaughter with a math problem. I have to say, when I was watching these scenes, I was just so impressed with the detail that went into this little set.
I know.
Well, I was emailing with Michael Gallenberg about this particular set, and he said everything you see, they had to bring in. Crazy. I loved all the details too.
Well, I noticed on that little girl's desk, did you see it? She had her own nameplate. I know. It says Rebecca. I know. And also on the desk are all of these little, like, hand-painted ceramic animals, like the kind that your granddaughter would give to you. And also I noticed on the wall, there was one of those photo collages, framed photos. They had clearly asked the actors to bring in some pictures. And all of those details to me just like really set this up as a family business. And it made the whole storyline even more heartbreaking.
No, they had a whole family photo wall. I zoomed in. One is like a wedding photo. And then there's like your grandson in his baseball uniform holding his baseball bat.
Yeah.
And then there was a big painting like your kids do at preschool where they take their hands and put it in paint and then they make their handprints into flowers.
Yes.
Just like the most amazing details. I feel like this is Michael's true dream office because it is a real family.
Yes, Angela, you're so right. He wants his office to be his family, and this office is a family.
I know. Well, that's going to weigh on his heartstrings.
Well, as he wraps up his visit, he gets Mr. Prince to just hand him a list of their top clients.
Oh, Mr. Prince, he's just so trusting. He's like, listen, if you want to see we do a good job, here's all of our references. Here's all of our clients.
Well, Dwight and Michael immediately start licking their lips.
Yeah.
Time to get out of there.
Get out of there.
Dwight says, sir, can you give me a ride home? Michael's like, yeah.
And then they sprint. They walk. Hurry to the car. Get out, peel out. Because they know. They got all the info.
Yes. Well, as they're trying to flee, Michael runs over, like, the parking curb.
He runs over the bumper.
Yeah, I don't know what you call that thing.
What do you call it? It's like a partition. It's like the cement block so you don't go into the other spot. I've done it, but I haven't backed back over it.
No, of course not.
Once you realize you go over
just
it,
keep going. Well, I asked Randy, how did we do this stunt? What did he say? He said we had two different identical cars. One that was totally normal and one that was pre-rigged with a damaged bumper. So Steve never damaged a car. And if you notice, the camera stays inside the car on Dwight and Michael. So what Steve was actually driving over were just a couple of sandbags.
Well, it totally sold it.
It did. And they had to add all that kind of crunching effect in editing. So yeah, fakey cement thing was actually sandbags and sound effects.
The Prince family hears this commotion and they come running out. And of course, Mr. Prince, because he's so sweet, offers to fix the bumper. And they're like, no, wait, no, please, we'll get a tow truck. And he's like, oh no, they're too expensive. I got it. And Jenna, this scene made me think of my dad.
It made me think of my dad too because of the duct tape.
My dad would fix anything with duct tape.
Same.
My dad did this with my first car. The handle on my glove box broke.
Okay.
My dad duct taped it.
You know what it's making me think of?
What?
Josh's duct tape is zip ties.
All over the house.
Your husband zip ties it. Our dads would duct tape it.
Yeah, my dishwasher tray has been zip tied for 4 years. It finally fell apart. We had to get a new dishwasher.
But you can pretty much fix anything with duct tape.
Pretty much. Including a whole bumper. So now they're in the car. They're going to head back. Dwight still is celebrating. He wants to do high fives.
He calls them the sucker family.
I know. Dwight is that like young kid on the soccer field who doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah.
Like you scored the goal, now stop taunting.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Michael is having some regrets.
Yeah. Dwight tries to high five Michael and Michael's like not having any of it. So back in the office, Toby is studying Hillary Swank.
Pamela's going to make a speech. She's going to appeal to the ladies of the office.
Yeah. What, are we going to let the Kevins of the world decide things for us? And then Oscar projects this picture of Hillary Swank's face with all this grid on it, right?
Yeah.
And he talks about koinophilia.
The symmetry, right, of the face.
So koinophilia is this stay with me here, evolutionary hypothesis for explaining why certain animals seek mates that look a certain way, and it proposes that animals, including humans, find the symmetry of features most attractive. I read all about it. I barely understood it. Okay. It was very wordy. But in ancient Greece, they created something called the golden ratio of beauty, or phi. It's a mathematical equation, and it says if your face possesses a specific set of ratios of distance between the different features on your face, they believed it could be mathematically proven that you had a perfect face. This equation is what Da Vinci used when he was creating his Vitruvian Man. Oh, that is what Oscar's, I think, really talking about. I think he's talking about ratios. I don't think he's really talking about koinophilia. Stanley's going to address the group, and he makes a really moving speech about how he's trying to be more optimistic in life. And in years past, he might have been critical, but he's not going to be that person anymore. No, I liked this speech. I did too. You know, he's saying, why are we doing this to one another? Let's just live our lives, basically. Yeah. Andy calls for a final vote on Hillary Swank's hotness. It's another tie. We discover, like, this is what happens. People just argue their position. They don't listen. That's what Oscar says. Yeah, no one's moved. No one's moving. But Michael gets back to the office during all of this. He's clearly worked up. He goes in his office with Dwight. They shut the door. He doesn't want to go through with it. Yeah. Dwight knows that Michael is bailing, so he's going to try his best to convince Michael that what they did was right. And of course, he's going to use the one argument that will clearly point this out to Michael, which is a Lord of the Rings analogy. Dwight says there was a terrible war. Oh, so many died. Far too many died. But if Frodo hadn't destroyed the ring, then goodness itself might have died. I didn't understand that. I was Michael. I have questions. I wrote them down. Okay, I thought you might. Listen, I am not a Lord of the Rings expert. I don't want to get mail, guys. I just am a fan. I've seen the movies multiple times. I've read some of the books. It's a big commitment to get through them all. Okay? I have not gotten through them all. Okay, well, here's my first question. Okay, who is the Lord of the Rings? Okay, is it Frodo? No. Is it the guy with the beard? No, it's not like a one person. What is the ring? Well, it's called the One Ring, right? The One Ring to rule them all. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Where do I even start? First of all, here's what I want to say. I know the battle that Dwight's referencing. I'm pretty sure it's the Battle of the Black Gate, right? Which is the big major battle for the War of the Ring. They fought it right in front of the gate, and they were trying to distract the Eye of Sauron because the Eye of Sauron tracks whoever holds the ring, and Frodo had the ring, and Frodo was trying to get to Mount Doom to drop it into the lava lake thing, right? That's the one place it can be destroyed. Why do I have to get rid of it? Why is he destroying it? Okay, because it's innately evil. I'll explain. Okay, so it's called the Lord of the Rings, but it's one ring. So it shouldn't be, why, it's not called Lord of the Rings. Okay. So Bilbo Baggins, right? Oh my God. He found the ring. Gollum had been hiding it. This is a really bad overview from me. Anyway, he gave it to Frodo, and you know, Gandalf realized that Bill Baggins, like when he had the ring, it kind of made him a different person. So Gandalf was like, something's up with that, you know? But so many names. There was this inscription when you take the ring and you put it in the fire, because just fire can't kill it. Dragon fire can't kill it. Not even dragon fire? No, won't melt the ring. But when you put it like in the fire, it has an inscription, and it's written, I think it's in Elfish, guys. Okay, don't write me. But
I believe so.
Thank you, Sam. When it's translated, the inscription says, and I did look this up, so I got it right. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. So the ring is essentially evil in nature, because it's an extension of Sauron, okay? And Sauron's like bad. He's bad. But anyway, Frodo ultimately, you know, puts it in the lava lake thing, and it
finally is destroyed. So lava is hotter than dragon fire. Well, no, it had to go to Mount Doom specifically. It's a special lava because that's where Sauron made it. Oh, so it had to go back to where it came from. Right, sort of. Yeah. It could only sort of melt into its original source material. Yeah, I think so. Here's a cool thing. You know, can I just, before I know we're talking about the ring, but at the end of this, are you going to tell me who the Lord of the Rings is? No, because it's not one Lord. It's not one Lord. Sam?
Okay, well, so originally they make a bunch of rings.
Yes.
There's
So
like
there are
nine,
several rings.
9 for the like men, some for the elves, some for the dwarves.
Right.
Then the one ring can rule them all. That's what makes it so dangerous.
Right.
And I guess, I mean, technically the Lord of all the rings would be Sauron, who made it.
Well, because he made the one ring.
Yes. If you were to get this ring, you would be the Lord of all the rings.
But
it will corrupt you and make you evil. And that's what happens.
It damages people.
Smeagol the Golem, it'll...
Yeah, and the humans, it makes them like...
Yeah, it makes you
crazy.
Insane and murderous and jealous and awful.
I mean, that sounded good, actually, Sam. That was, you made that interesting. Oh my God, I'm sitting right here. I mean, I was like, while I was listening to that, I was like, huh, that sounds like really Shakespearean and sort of like maybe I'd like it. Maybe read the books. Maybe you'd like the books better than the movies because you lose interest when things get fantastical and you could just flip a few pages past that. I don't know. Well, Michael is not moved by Dwight's Lord of the Rings logic. Yeah, he's like you. He's like, nah, I don't know. Okay, whatever. I mean, you know, he's gonna sprint out of the office with the piece of paper. He's gonna destroy it. I assumed he was gonna run to the shredder. Yeah. No. He runs all the way outside to his car. But shoot, he forgot his keys. Meanwhile, Dwight is chasing him, trying to get it from him. He gets his keys and then goes back out. And we know how elaborate it was to shoot that because all of those places, the stairwell, the hallway, they're all in different locations, in different buildings. Oh, yeah. So they would have to reset up and then make those guys run, and then move and set up and make those guys run. They did such a good job of selling how tired they were because they only ever really had to run for short distances. Right. It was not actually all tied together. In the end, Dwight is like, Michael, you have to do this because if we don't do this, someone will do this to us. It will happen. Yeah. Did you see the piles of fakey snow outside in the parking lot? I did. Nice touch. Ultimately, Michael agrees to call Wallace and give him the Prince paper client list. And he realizes he's not a shark. No. It broke my heart that he gave him the list. I know. I was really rooting for Michael to destroy the list. There's going to be a callback to it. Oh, brutal. Michael has a talking head. He shares it's a bittersweet moment. There was an alt talking head. I have to play it, guys. It's in deleted scenes. The last line of it made me spit out my iced tea as I was watching it. Okay.
When I am king, I am the supreme.
I've always been intrigued with the idea of ruling with an iron fist. And it is good for ruling.
If you talk to some people,
but you know what it's not good for?
Yeah, right. Well, I'm all for it.
For caressing the face of a child. Or making love to a woman with your hands. Or thumb wrestling. Or hanging out in the rain. Or if you walk through a magnet store, you get covered in magnets.
Yeah, because she'll just talk for an hour and I'll lose my chance. So Eric just said the next hospital on.
No more iron fisting for me.
I'm John being the next chief of police. Things would be different. All right, Steve Gregory, thank you very much. KFI News.
He is so ridiculous. How did Steve get through that? I don't know. How did he get through the line about walking through magnets? All of it. It's so ridiculous. It made me laugh. I was like, everybody needs to hear this. How would they pick? How would they? All of these are so good. How do they get in the editing room? They have to pick one. We have to ask Greg about that sometime. I want to hear more.
about their process, pick things. I mean, I know they would bring us in sometimes and ask our opinion, but it feels like every episode they were having to make these decisions. Well, Michael ends up ultimately being the tiebreaker, so we do have a winner. Yes, he very casually says she's hot. Yeah, and then our team wins. Our team won, and we had a lot of tangents in this, guys. We did. We hope you enjoyed it. This is just a window into our search history, guys. You're welcome. We will be back next week with Stress Relief Part 1 and an epic cold open that I can't wait to talk about. Say Panda! I can't wait. We'll see you next week. See you next week.
Home.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Andrew Kennedy. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Turpin. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Patricia. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Rabbi. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give explicit behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies.
No way, it's
Hi,
21 times.
everyone. Good morning, you guys. It's early here today for us. It's early here, and we have a lot to cover. So much. We came in early. We have so much to say today, but I have to point out an observation before we get started. Is it all my snacks and beverages on my side? You actually do have a ton of snacks and beverages. You have a hot tea, a cold tea, a water, a granola bar, a banana, and some Naughty Oats cereal. I do. It's a lot. You knew this was going to be a big episode. I came ready. Clearly. I came ready. An entire picnic. I will always show up with iced tea and snacks. Just know that. That's me rolling in to any event. My observation was actually going to be about your document. It's so charming. It is printed words. It's not note cards. It is a pile of paper. But what you have done is you have taken like regular lined, what's that paper called? It's called notebook paper out of a spiral binder because clearly I ran out of printer paper. Is that what happened? That's what happened. That's why your pages are on lined notebook. It's printed though. Yes. Did you think that I just wanted to print on notebook paper? Lady, I didn't know what you were doing. And I have a Post-it note. I just found it interesting when we sat down. No, this is me, last night as I print my document out. You might have heard a few expletives because we were out of printer paper. So then I was like, damn it, 9 o'clock at night. A good hack. There you go, hack. Go into your kids' room, get their notebook, rip out the pages. Your printer will print on it. I feel like we might have helped some people today. We might have. All right, well, let's talk about why we're here today. It is Stress Relief Part 1, Season 5, Episode 14, written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Jeff Blitz. Exactly. You might be thinking, ladies, it's Stress Relief. That isn't that big, except it has a cold open to end all cold opens.
To the state epidemiologist, Dr. Eric Ann. They're looking at wastewater surveillance. Yes, they monitor people's soap water. And they found that there is high levels of coronavirus and flu and all sorts of other terrible diseases. And it says that we're already up to 60% of last winter's peak of COVID. This is a high score. Because if you're at 60% of last winter, that means we're down a significant percent. But it's less prevalent. But however, we called in our disease expert, a man who has been infected by just about everything in the last 3 years. I'm going to infect somebody else who's going to come into the mosquito net.
producer, you can hear him. I have the crunchy pasta. Okay. So first of all, he's going through my poop water, wanting to know if I'm sick or not. That's what I want to know. I thought my job's done. It's Dr. Eric Fan. He's not there. Doing that with the panning for poop. Panning for poop. Panning for Bluetooth. So you had COVID at least 3, maybe 4 times. Yeah, I had the regular flu, correct? I just got over the flu. So last week I came down with something Sunday night, and this was last week, and I just knew it was weird, but it wasn't. It felt like COVID, but it didn't feel like COVID yet. And the only thing that happened, so I nearly pooped myself, first of all, so that was a bad sign. Yes, that is. Yeah, and the bad infection. Yeah, so maybe there's something about this tap water or foam water or whatever, fruit water, cool water. Water should be recycled. I'm going to be drinking whatever you're spewing out. Can you imagine what they find in the homeless? It's usually testing around there. And we got like a third of that shit. I know. Well, so I think I got this RSV. So it's a respiratory infection. So this is different than the flu. Yeah, it's slightly different. It's still a virus, a kind of virus. And I knew it wasn't COVID. But I tested COVID because they say to test the COVID. I tested negative, but it felt really bad. And next thing I knew, it went from Sunday night all the way to Wednesday. And I couldn't even lift my head up off the pillow. You were so bad. You kept texting us, I think, 3 times on Monday. You just wrote 2 words. I'm dying. 3 times because I was dying. And one day, I was still, we got this work from home thing, so we're kind of set up to do that, and one day I just told Eric and you guys figure out to get stuff on your own. I cannot do anything. I'm dead. I'm dying. Did you play it? I was dead. Yeah, that's right. I couldn't move. I couldn't get my freaking head up off the bed. She didn't have the energy to lift it up. No, and I was breaking out in sweat, and I was killing, and I had this awful gas. That was bad. And I couldn't eat. I refused to eat, and I was taking NyQuil every 6 hours. More NyQuil. And then I think record shares was like 300 or some shit because someone was just saying share copy link. And it counts as a share. But you don't know shares everyone. So if you guys want to try and go for that one too, some syrup. You'll think you gave them for my histamine. Yeah, it didn't do any good. It gave me anxiety. Yeah, I just felt like I was jumping through my skin. Share I got you easy. Oh God! I got you, Thomas Spencer from the follow. But again, it was terrible. The whole experience was bad, and so when I read about people when people tell me they're sick, I look at them. No, you're not. You're not sick. You're soft. Yeah, you're just weak. Chiefs and Lions will be. You just want another day off, or you want to work from home. That's what I'm saying. Well, there's a lot of that. You want to work from home. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I got sick. But the next time someone tells me they're sick, I'm still gonna think they're sick. I don't care. Every time but I know I was. We get like another 1,000 bad. But well, there's people who have a work ethic. You do. And so when you're sick, you're probably really out. Then there's people they don't have a work ethic. That's not the goal. That's just my record. They're out spiking all day. Yeah, all my friends. Well, they got me working from home. By the end of halftime. Happy hour. You're at the casino, or you're in Vegas, or you're San Diego, or you're doing something and taking a drive up to the coast. Do they normally have a halftime performance? They got a halftime performance at like every game or only like 3 games? You're up right now. So finally, I still have this crunchy cough where we're at 2 shares and 11.4K likes. I'm not contagious. I don't think. Deborah, let's see.
extraordinary. Are you kidding me?
Well, why not?
I don't want to feel like I'm dying. I don't want to feel like I'm going to poop myself. Never feel that.
Keep questioning your lifestyle choice.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Yeah, I think I would too. Never should have to go in there for like 2 minutes. I gotta be in here for like 4 hours. How do you not have anything to I really don't know, honestly. See, that's what makes me think that the personal immune system, because people just rarely or never get sick. Yeah, I've always.
What you guys have to do here?
What you guys have to do is you just have to share. Always.
And then
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I'm telling you, the COVID thing gave me all up. Before COVID, I was going good. My lungs were great. I would never get tired. And now, after I get COVID the first time, then the second time, then the third time, and now this stupid RSV or whatever the hell it is. I quit. Maybe it's long COVID, and it's just hear it from there. Yeah, but thanks for.
So cover your face, John. Get your mask back on.
Yeah, I think for the first time I'm going to put the mask on. They're stealing all over the place. Yeah, give me the active band. All right, well, I was going to say glad you're better, but I don't know if you are better. I think I'm better. Well, I mean, you're upright. You can work. You don't, you're not dead on the pill. Yeah, oh, let's feel sorry for Ray. Let's feel, there wasn't a lot of grief. I didn't expect it to be. Expected that Deborah was especially. The only one that was nice to me was a dog. Yeah. I always counted. And my girlfriend was really helpful too. Yeah, she was trying to, on this little baby and this, 51-year-old baby. Oh, you must be a good time for your show. All right, there, Ray Lopez. Still alive, still living. More coming up. We got more medical news. Ozempic. You know about the Ozempic craze?
I do.
Yes.
No,
you know people on Ozempic?
No, I don't.
You were on Ozempic. You're on? No. I know people that are on it. Yeah, I think most of the West Side is on it. I think, oh my God. My wife's been watching the award shows. She thinks just by virtually every actor is on.
The Emmys are going to be on.
And Oprah came out last night. Oprah looks like she lost 150 cents.
But we don't know.
I thought she admitted to it. I thought she did. Boy, it's not something.
I'm going to Google that.
It looked like, she had it all like.
And then Michael is like.
So, anyway, there are, now that so many thousands and thousands are taking it, you do have a few side effects, or people who are claiming side effects. And some of them are alleged to be gruesome. So we'll get into that. So if you're on the fence about COVID, this might piss you off the fence. 7 Mark Live is Camp by 24-hour news.
Free-range live 11 modified handcrafted artisanal gluten-free stimulating sauce. Pay fast time. Los Angeles, Orange County.
Everywhere on the Radio app.
Trying to get rid of a loophole. I'm Deborah Marsh, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A California senator wants to make it easier for falsifiers to charge auto burglaries.
Thank you so much.
It can be readily restored to automatically more than one shot by a single function of the trigger and the combination of parts intended for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun. Prosecutors currently cannot charge auto burglary unless they can prove a car door was locked and the car was broken into, even if the prosecution proves that the person broke into the car. It makes no sense whatsoever. Senator Scott Wheeler says prosecutors often have to drop cases because they can't prove the door was locked. Wheeler still would make forceful entry of cars that frequently charge auto burglary. The senator has tried passing similar legislation both in 2018 and 2019. Like trolling, hey, if I knew.
Community sponsored by Destiny, a spike in machine gun parts has federal officials in LA warning of strict prison sentences for people caught possessing a conversion device. U.S. Attorney LA spokesman Karen McAvoy says investigators have confiscated more than 31,000 conversion devices in the last 5 years.
Any weapon with shoots is designed to shoot or can be readily restored to shoot automatically more than one shot by a single function of the trigger, and the combination of parts intended for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun.
McAvoy says the conversion device is also known as switches, tricks, or auto spheres to make any gun release all the bullets and tricks with just a single pull of the trigger. He says possession of just the conversion device can result in a 10-year federal prison sentence and no gun is present. Touchdowns have been stolen from a cemetery in Carson. Aisha Woods says that she was cleaning up Lincoln Memorial Park Cemetery Saturday when she discovered multiple graves had been targeted by apparent vandals. She tells KPLA it comes to days after she found a similar crime had taken place at a cemetery in Compton.
It's heartbreaking because becoming a Compton resident, I've always known about these two cemeteries because both of my family members are here from my mother's side.
Woods says the thieves took a plaque dedicated to World War II soldiers over the weekend. She says they also took about 100 plaques from the mausoleum. 4 people have been killed in a hot air balloon crash in Arizona. Officials say 13 people were on that balloon yesterday, 8 of whom were skydiving.
This is sad. This is sad because it's you go up on a Sunday morning just to feel the breeze, the coldness in your face, and expecting to see your friends skydive.
Mayor Micah Powell says the city is a close-knit community with a lot of skydivers. She says it has the world's largest drop zone, so when a tragedy like
Just the homes.
the community. Hundreds of volunteers involved in growth have started boxing food for hungry families, and I heard much of
You guys are welcome for the game at halftime. I'm going to end the live and then I'll start it back up once I get half starts. So make sure you guys follow it to go back up.
Black Chamber OC President Bobby McDonald says he had started the event 25 years ago along with others from Dr. King's fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha. I think he's a little crazy ahead of that now, and it's another way of just trying to get us all together. OC Group Bank Director Mark Lowry says 9,000 is the goal. It's not 9,000 boxes or cans or bottles of bags. That's not that big. So we'll be speaking today because the volunteers have decided to take a day off and not a day off. He says with food costs skyrocketing, federal assistance ending, and student loans restarting, the need for food is actually higher than during the pandemic. At the OC Food Bank in Garden Grove, or Ben Carson, KFI News.
A person called 911 has falsely claimed there was a fire at the White House, and someone attacked inside. Several fire and rescue crews responded to the president's home this morning before determining it was a false alarm. DC Fire and EMS said the state claim was in the same spirit of swatting incidents that have increasingly been causing public difficulties recently. President Biden was aware of Camp David when that call was made. And North Korea says this Texan missile that could become one of the world's fastest and most accurate weapons. State media claims that the new solid-fuel hypersonic missile with intermediate range. South Korea's military reacted in statement by saying the launch was a direct provocation and which was met with an overwhelming response. ABC's Renee Taylor-Pataris of the U.S. and Japan also condemned the test yesterday. It comes after North Korea recently launched a series of intercontinental ballistic missiles and its first military spy satellite. Southland weather from KFI follows cloudy tomorrow. Highs 66 around 70 for Metro LA, around 70 in the valleys, low 60s for the high desert, low to upper 60s for the beaches, upper 60s for inland OC, and then we have upper 60s for low 70s for the IC. Right now it is 60 in Dana Point, 66 in Anaheim, 61 Diamond Bar, and 68 in Simi Valley. We're going back to the 405 and it's a fold at a pass.
It's a mess there on the 405 as you head southbound right before Mulholland Drive. Crashed in the carpool of 2 left lanes. You can find slowing starting from about the 101. Good afternoon to Michael Bryan. High in the sky. He's looking at Anaheim Hill. The 91 eastbound here, loading up just about where you're seeing the touch scale. Just back just heavy over the Green River. Then once again, moving the 15 and Corona. Pretty stocky in the river side, but there. You're heading in, putting on the 10 eastbound. You got going on, putting it back Gary. From Gary, it's on and off over to Euclid. The same thing in the westbound there. That goes up to 15 out of Montana. That's on and off the bridge going to Montclair. Heading up to the green area, so it looks like a problem here. 210 eastbound, right around Myrtle. Looks like a problem just coming out of Rainsford. So extra tight there from Wilson Boulevard now. Michael Bryan, KFI at the side. And if you're trying to get to Ontario, we've got Crash 10 Freeway westbound right before 4th Street.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm a cool problem. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramps, pain in your arms, numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, but you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a neuro-7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. There's no better time in the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com. Promo code PLAY to save 25%. That's LifeLock.com. Promo code PLAY. For over 2 years, I've owned and recommended Light Source Water, the whole house water filtration system. The Light Source system delivers highly filtered, delicious water from every tap in the house. Tap water just doesn't cut it. It stays with up to 4 days. The Light Source system filters out the chlorine and other contaminants for clean, as I said, delicious water. And needs no maintenance. Call 1-800-WATER-999 or 1-800-WATER-99 visit lightsourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply. Listen on the free radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sell the children.
Getting the second half, I don't know, man. A lot of research after all this. It's in me. Brenda, thanks for the follows. Appreciate you guys. Let's try to get 10K likes. Let's get 10K likes. The live was Galaxy.
That's the one before, and that's the fourth one. Sounds good up, Joe.
The man also on the iPad. So I'm trying to read all the comments. I'm sorry.
This is a craze.
Yeah, we definitely need to lock in, bro. Come back, that'd be huge.
But it turns out
if you guys want to join the
side
family,
effect
get the art,
is
and
that
then
you lose
I think it's about
a good amount of it.
You guys can join the
And
family.
as long as you take the drug, it stays on, from what I understand.
Thanks for the follow.
Similar drugs have been created by other drug makers. I guess everybody's got a similar formula. There's also Wegovy and Mounjaro, and they're all supposed to be for diabetes. This is known as an off-label prescription. It's, sometimes they create medicines and they don't know what other
Jackson, thank you so much for the heart. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
That the drug successfully
Hey,
treats.
you know what? I am gonna have to hop off though. Everyone that's new here, hit the follow. I'm gonna go eat some
Even if
dinner.
it's not supposed to be the primary
I'll be live streaming in like I don't know 10 minutes max. Is everyone cool with that? You guys will come back. Max, let's go see. I'll see you guys. Can I go grab dinner real quick?
No.
Well, everybody thinks it's the
You
right
guys cool with that?
No.
unless it's one of these sister drugs, like Wegovy and
Does that sound
Mounjaro.
cool?
No, it sounds stupid.
Novo
All right, let me go
Nordisk
grab dinner. It's halftime anyway.
is the
I'll
company
be
that
back
makes
straight,
Ozempic
okay?
and
I gotta
Wegovy,
black out. Yes, I
and
do.
Eli Lilly makes Mounjaro.
All right, I'll be back in a minute. Let me go grab dinner, and then I'll come back. All right? All you 300 people need to come back, all right?
Mostly over something called gastroparesis. That's the medical name for paralysis of the stomach. It causes a buildup of food in the gut. And it doesn't sound pleasant. You just keep piling up food. And, symptoms include nausea, vomiting, and severe pain. So I guess, yeah, if it backs up far enough, it starts to spill out. Daily Mail looked at more than a dozen lawsuits since November by patients who were diagnosed with gastroparesis. Some of them suffered life-threatening bowel injuries. You don't ever want to see that phrase. One woman suffered a life-threatening bowel injury. She used Ozempic and underwent surgery, which lasted nearly 9 hours. Doctors said, this is according to the lawsuit, you don't know what's true. Doctors said she would be in pain for the rest of her life, and will never have a solid bowel movement again.
Oh my God, just from this weight loss drug?
That's what she claims.
Ooh.
I don't want any lawsuits here, okay? This is what's in the legal papers from these people who took it. Another case brought by a woman who used Wegovy said she was diagnosed with severe gastroparesis, and she went a week without a bowel movement. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. There's a law firm called Levin at Antonio Rafferty. Cameron Stevenson is one of the attorneys. Says he has around 100 clients diagnosed with gastroparesis, paralysis of the stomach, after using one of these drugs, and they're investigating 1,000 more claims. Steven said there's no doubt in my mind there's going to be thousands of cases that will be filed over time. And he said that it's possible that it'll be tens of thousands of people.
Is the camera working?
The lawsuit involves patients who were medically diagnosed with obstruction, or stomach paralysis, or needed emergency treatment or hospital intervention. And he said if these drugs carry potential permanent side effects or an extreme side effect, you have to put that on the warning list. That's the basis for the lawsuit, is that none of this is
That's probably good.
You ever notice on those drug commercials that
the browser sources camera.
I ignore it.
Let me turn this camera off, and I'll turn the other one on.
But by then, I've missed what the drug does.
Guys, Cam, turn it off.
And it's 45 seconds worth of really horrific symptoms. Paralysis, death, disembowelment. And they only show people dancing in the sunshine, in a field, as a couple twirling around together. So I'm watching the couple twirling around, and I'm hearing all these hideous side effects, and I never get what the original disease is.
All right.
And sometimes I catch the disease, and it's like I've never heard of it. What is it? Am I supposed to be afraid of it?
That did not work.
So the
maybe if I go to
this Steven's lawyer thinks that these drug companies
let me go to Discord. Let's see if Discord works.
They knew that the primary purpose of the drug was going to be weight loss, but they thought it would be better if they sold it as a diabetes food, and then they would promote it as weight loss after the fact. Now, Novo Nordisk says the lawsuits are about merit. The company will vigorously defend itself. Eli Lilly,
added a trauma talk session.
Safety is Lily's top
The
priority.
nation's capital, the first voting of the 2024 presidential
Even if your
primary
stomach
season
is
is about to
paralyzed and
begin,
you're vomiting.
with all
I
eyes
forgot to
on
mention,
Iowa.
one of the women who was vomiting a lot,
100 caucuses to declare their
she
choice
used
for the
Ozempic
Republican
and
nominee
Mounjaro.
for president.
Both of them.
Polling from over the weekend
And she started vomiting so
Donald
much
Trump has
that
an
some of her
overwhelming
teeth fell.
lead, with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis fighting for second
That's a lot
place.
of force.
Voters in the Hawkeye state are dealing with record summer
Working on it, boys.
This is expected to be the coldest caucus night ever. Candidates made their final push today and encourage voters to turn up at caucus sites this evening, despite the extreme weather conditions. We will follow the results throughout the night and bring them to you here on CBS and CBS News Streaming. I'm Nora
There are a
O'Donnell.
lot of unnaturally thin celebrities on the award show.
I'm looking at some red carpet stuff that you see at the end of this night. And I'm seeing some people, I'm not going to say who, but some celebrities who with a lot in it.
Where is he? We're trying to get him on.
My West Side grapevine tells me that Ozempic is like an epidemic. Everybody's on it. It's replaced taking.
I get it. If there are no side effects and there's this magic pill to help you lose weight, of course.
There's one woman who said the worst thing it did for me was almost lose my job. I was so sick of it I couldn't go to work. There were days I'd go to work and I couldn't because I would soil my clothes. And I would be sick. I had to pack a bag of a change of clothes so if I got sick at work, I soiled them, I could change. One woman said she suffered severe and permanent personal injuries, pain, suffering, emotional distress, and that Nordic should have known that Ozempic was unreasonably dangerous.
We'll meet you there. Stop and shop. Feed the moment.
I don't know. I don't know what. I wondered. It's the same thing I wonder a little bit about all the COVID vaccines. The COVID vaccines weren't active, right? I wasn't surprised that there were a lot of side effects. And maybe I'm worried about taking any more boosters because I don't know if you add the 4 or 5 or 6 boosters, if that's not going to cause a problem with it. Because they never tested. It's that's the wrong thing. And I took private stuff, but I've done a part in that too.
You never, as far as you know, you never got to.
Yeah, I never had a problem. I don't think I
You came to work and spread it without saying
You got it when you were in Mexico.
I did.
One of my sons got it when he was in Mexico. Not going there. When we come back, you should have to take a quiz. There is now, well, it has been for a while, it's 70
Is it fucking?
for legal driver's license.
Yeah, probably.
And a lot of people are upset and they're failing the test, but not because they're senile, but the questions are so obscure and ridiculous. And Steve Lopez, who actually wrote a good column for the El Segundo Times, went to the DMV director to see if he would change some of the questions. And the guy agreed. So we're giving some of the questions to see if he could answer them properly. On the Tom Kodak Show, KFI and 640 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
The homeless guy wanted for the shooting death of a 4-month-old puppy has been arrested. A man from Living Hills is trying to find his stolen 1962 Chevy Impala convertible worth $100,000, and the 75th Prime Time Emmy Awards will finally be held tonight. The award ceremony was originally scheduled for September, but was delayed due to the writers and actors strike. We're going to go to the 5, and we will check in with Steve, KFI in the sky next.
You have a new car for the new year, but you want to get one, and you want to get rid of your old used car. Obviously, you want the most money for the used car, and you want the process to be fast and easy. Here's the answer. GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get an instant fast offer. And if GiveMeTheVin.com cannot beat the CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100. Period. There you go. You log on to GiveMeTheVin.com. You put in your VIN number or license number, a couple of pictures of the car, and not a question. You get an instant cash offer. GiveMeTheVin.com. They offer a 60-second bid process, free service, free pickup. Click on GiveMeTheVin.com and get your check on the spot. Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it.
Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy tomorrow. We're looking at highs in the 60s to low 70s. This report brought to you by the San Bernardino International Airport at flySTD.com. We have a crash on the 5 in Anaheim.
Look, it's going to be the 5 freeways you hit northbound. The connector to the westbound 91 is blocked all because of a bunch of debris, glass, and wood in the lanes there. So you don't want to run over that. Hopefully that will be clear shortly. Let's check in with Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky in Monrovia.
Well, you can't eastbound at Turtle. Looks like they cleared up the lanes there. And it's a recovery boat. It's actually about Rosie Boulevard.
Shit like that, y'all. You know what I'm saying.
Lighter than normal despite the wreck they cleared. Now up ahead, it remains fairly choppy on towards Crystal. Now it looks like the top 15 out of the whole path.
Look at this play on Western Bank.
Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Keep on.
Yesterday faster. I'm real quick.
Great for the trip. Non-stop flights from San Bernardino International Airport to Las Vegas are on sale now. Choose the hustle of driving and fly from America's lowest-cost airport. Book your next adventure at flySTD.com/Las Vegas.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. During MVP bonus days at Lowe's, save $20 on 5-gallon 2-inch or primer by HDTV Home by Sherwin Williams. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. So recommend by look at the multiplier gas to spend taking the time to purchase details associated with details.
events in the final week of the life of a legend. The Reno Center for the Performing Arts presents the 50th anniversary tour of Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar rocks the Reno Center for the Performing Arts on January 19th at 8 p.m., the 20th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., and a matinee on the 21st at 2 p.m. Tickets start as low as $39. For more info, visit ToritoCenter.com or call 562-916-8500. 562-916-8500. We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. For families in poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646.
Let's go,
Lonnie Hall live at the Soraya on
Let's go. 3 now. That's exactly what we needed.
You want to play?
I use Spectrum, Audi. I just got basic cable pretty much.
Good offer from Lonnie Hall live at the Soraya. Tickets available online at thesoraya.org. The iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like Floyd, The View, The Shows, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app. Search Beatcast and listen now. iHeartRadio. We never found it big enough. We can't afford to pay that many people minimum wage. The real minimum wage is zero for those people that are no longer working. The companies they work for can't afford them. They're handled with a person working 40 hours a week. He or she has to earn enough money to keep live 6 to 9 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Cobell Show, KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're on from 1 to 4. And that's the 4 o'clock John Cobell Show on demand. The DMV is filled with humanity's rejects and failures. That's most of the info. I mean, it's just an awful And I remember when my sons were getting their driver's license, I had to go in there and look at them. Sitting in the cubicles or sitting behind the windows, and the lines would be so long, and the pace so slow, and so many of the workstations would be empty. The service windows would be empty. It seemed that only a fraction of the staff bothered to show up. And this is before COVID. And I've always wondered, like, who are these people? Who grows up to work at a DMV cubicle and then does a lazy job? And then does a bad job? Like, who is that kid? I guess thinking back, you could probably pick out in retrospect.
God, this game is on, son.
Well, if you stay that way forever.
What? Slap him in the face.
They got a new head, a new director named Steve Gordon. Steve Gordon was a Silicon Valley tech executive. Now, he didn't need this job. But after standing in line for hours at a DMV office in San Jose, his wife said, "Why don't you be a fixer rather than a complaint?" And of course, wives are always right. And I guess he wanted something to do. At the same time, Newsom, even Gavin Newsom, Gavin Newsom has these weird moments where he tries to channel what the common man is complaining about, to give the impression that he connects. But as we know, many of the agencies that are temporarily complaining about never get fixed. Well, he hired Gordon to be the director of DMV, and Gordon visited every one of the state's 180 offices to see what it's like. And he's been reading all the complaints. So on.
Yeah, it does. It fits him good.
And he's been working on the renewal test for drivers age 70 and older. Now, the population in California is rapidly turning older and older, right? And there's been almost 2 new citizens on the road. And it turns out and everybody can call it, the vision. That is the truth. But they don't just give you a vision test. They give you a regular rules of the road test. And they took out David Walker from Santa Clarita. He wanted to renew his license. And of course, the first thing is he had pre-registered online. There was no record of his pre-registered. He went along to the vision test, passed that. Then he went to the knowledge. Listen to these questions.
Let's go.
Because he was sitting next to a woman who had failed the test 3 times in a row.
Are you a girl?
And then he said, Steve Warburton said, even though he studied the handbook.
That's the
And he studied, because some of the questions were so...
That's the only excuse you can have by not watching.
Because they were trick questions. And they had nothing to do with determining whether you were safe driving. And here's the question. See if you can answer.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
As you approach a blind curve on a winding mountain road, how far away should you begin honking your horn to warn oncoming traffic? 200 feet.
Oh, DeMar Hamlin, I'm not sure. I'm hoping Steelers win too, but I'm not sure.
You're wrong. Eric is right. How'd you know that?
Yeah, I watch football too.
You got the exact number correct. Warburton said 100 feet like Deborah. That was a complete shot in the dark. All right, let's see another question. Question asked, what should the driver do when seeing a road sign that says Ned Juice Only or Ned Fruit, any day?
I drink those like that beer, guys. Look at those.
Ned Fruit, N-E-D, Ned Fruit, or it says Ned Juice Only.
I think I'll drink like a 6-pack a day, maybe.
You're supposed to know that Ned means neighborhood electric vehicle. Such as a golf cart.
Sky teas are so
That's the question they failed you on now. How often do you come across a golf cart name? What is another name for hand-to-hand? What is another name for hand-to-hand steering method?
Just like DJ.
I'll drink this and coffee, that's it.
Steve Lopez couldn't put the answer to it. Oh, that's just the most question. Here's another one. What's the minimum manslaughter sentence for killing someone while evading police? 15 years? He doesn't have the answer to that. Come on, geez, what are we doing here? Why do you have to know that? That's not hard, man. Yeah. So by the end of the column, he was making the point that there were a bunch of questions that nobody needs to know, right? One more that doesn't have an answer. What's the punishment if you evade a law enforcement officer but no bodily injury occurs? Well, there is no punishment. There's no punishment.
It's not really tea.
It's not really
tea. It's iced tea.
They certainly don't go to prison.
It's not like tea, because I don't like tea. Like that sweet tea and shit. It's not like that. It's like iced tea.
Questions were so bad. And Gordon admitted that he looked at the test again after Lopez called him, and he's got 5 more he wants you to bring. So now, a lot of people don't know you don't have to take the written test when you're elderly and you want to get the renewal. You could take a video training course with review questions after each segment, and if you get one wrong, you can try again and again until you get it right. So some people were standing in long lines and failing the test repeatedly, and others just did it online from their home. They didn't know it. Some people didn't know you could stay home and do it online. Because the CMB never told them. So you're not allowed to drive anymore. Yeah, I'm better notice. It's been taken off the road. Double mark 5 and can't like 24-hour news.
More cases of illness from eating raw oysters are being reported in Southern California.
The LA County Health Department issued an alert over the weekend that 27 people reported gastrointestinal illness after eating the raw salted at 4 different restaurants.
Now, health officials in San Diego County say they received 41 cases of suspected norovirus from raw oysters. Inspectors say they traced the oysters to a specific harvest location in northwest Mexico. Officials say the cases began popping up in mid-December and within 10 countries of 3 locations are picture shots in Pacific Beach, Point Loma, and Encinitas, and the Carlsbad Aqua Farm. These were the TRILLIONAIRE.
A high school principal in Iowa who put himself in harm's way to protect students from the school shooting has died. That shooting happened January 4th. ABC's Morgan Norwood, the family of Dan Marburger, announced his death yesterday on a GoFundMe page. Marburger was one of 7 people shot when a 17-year-old ran away, killing a 6th grader before taking his own life. 2 students are still recovering in the hospital. The principal is being remembered as a father of 5, a grandfather, husband, and son. His daughter says he fought hard and gave them 10 days they will treasure forever. At least 1 man has been killed and several others hurt in coordinated car rammings in central Israel. Officials say the 2 Palestinians responsible have been arrested.
About 17 people were transferred to the hospital. This is the first such attack in about 2 months since one in November in Jerusalem.
Police have gotten into the attackers stole the cars and drove them into pedestrians. Police are calling it a terrorist attack. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has been released from the hospital. 2 weeks after he was admitted for treatment for complications following his surgery in late December to treat prostate cancer. A statement from the Pentagon says Austin continues to recover well and will recuperate and perform his duties remotely for a period of time before returning full-time to the Pentagon. ABC Chain Travis, as Austin said in a statement, he's grateful for the excellent care he received, but also believes he's thankful and appreciative for the well-wishes. Background weather for KFI, that was cloudy tomorrow, highs near 60, so around 70 for Metro LA, around 70 for the Valley, low 60 in the high desert, where the upper 60s upper 60s for Illinois, upper 60s to low 70s in the IE. Right now, it is 65 in Oak Park, 62 in West Main, 64 will crash on the Plain in Ontario.
We're still here on the right side of the country as you head westbound, right before 4th Street. Right shoulder is where it's at. And it's currently slow as you head westbound. That's quite a while. Let's check in with Michael Barnes. He's over a slightly bigger Mustang. It's called the Pass. AFI in the sky. Unusual song. Well, it's the 405 southbound. Which is the pass there about all that. That's a problem in the dark towards the left lane. So really tight now from the 101. Now the only good news is right now, beyond this, long back to the airport, it's just pretty good. A lot of good real swift. So as soon as that improves up to the pass. Now, if you're leaving Santa Monica on the track, turn eastbound, right up here just before the 405. Over to the beginning underneath the 5 layers. Looks like that's going to be slow all the way to downtown Los Angeles. Michael Brian, KFI in the sky. It's still pretty slow on the 91 in Anaheim. Down from the 65 on that 6 and 10. Stop and go traffic. KFI in the sky. That's just faster. Wonderful traffic.
It's okay not to be okay. Everyone needs some support sometimes. Together for Wellness connects California to available resources for emotional health and wellness. Everyone is welcome here. Explore our resources at togetherca.org. New Year? How about a new yard? This step right there. And the holidays are over, so it's time to relax. The best way to do it? How about an outdoor remodel by System Pavers? For more than 30 years, System Pavers has been designing breathtaking paving stone driveways and walkways, welcoming outdoor spaces, including kitchens, first lawns, and so much more. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, System Pavers designs, manages, and installs to deliver the space rituals, and best of all the projects come with an unmatched workmanship guarantee. For a limited time, save 10% on your entire project. All you have to do is call 800-PAVE-004 today or visit systempavers.com/radio. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. I'm vaccinated with COVID-19, a Pfizer vaccine.
so much because I'm here to meet up with me. If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infection from some strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling of the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit PrevNar20.com.
For official rules and more information about contact on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFIAM640. More stimulating talk. John Cookup's show on KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. We're on the radio from 1 to 4. That's the 4 o'clock, whatever you mix. John Cookup's show on demand. And the iHeart app as well. Kanye is coming up after 4 o'clock. There's a story about the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, who is now begging the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, to stop sending illegal aliens. And I'll get to that in just a moment, but in passing in this story, it mentions that Los Angeles has been hit with a lot of migrants. And that the mayor of Los Angeles has been demanding more federal aid, which is quite new shit. Now, it hasn't been as big a story here as it has been in New York and Chicago, because New York and Chicago mayors have been complaining about it. And the LA mayor has not been, Karen Bass has not been that vocal. So, how many migrants, how many illegal aliens have been shipped here, and where are they going? Because obviously we don't have enough room for the homeless. All the vagrants are still outside by the tens of thousands. So where are these migrants being shipped to LA going? Because we're a sanctuary state as well. Sanctuary city. Coast state. Because there's been no structure for this. So you just casually accepting all the illegal aliens. So are they just being added to the homeless population in the street? Of course, none of this is covered in the news. Why would anybody cover it in the news? See, in New York and Chicago, it's legal. So it's a big deal. Now, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, the Pritzkers are an extremely wealthy family. That's high up there. J.B. Pritzker is essentially running for president. He's like Newsom. And he's got four problems Newsom has. Illinois is a disaster. Chicago is a disaster city. They have extremely high taxes. People are moving out by the thousands. And J.B. Pritzker has a cousin named Thomas Pritzker, who is named in the Jeffrey Epstein document company. But that doesn't stop J.B. Pritzker from going to the media and actually begging Greg Abbott, the Texas governor, to stop sending illegal aliens. In fact, he wrote a letter to Abbott, Abbott sometimes thought, while action is pending at the federal level, I plead with you for mercy. For the tens of thousands of people who are powerless to speak for themselves. So Pritzker is pleading for mercy for himself because he's got no place to put these people. If Chicago's a sanctuary city, again, what's the talking about? And by the way, none of these mayors have decisions that public status. In fact, I believe all the local city councils and legislatures have passed resolutions affirming that they are sanctuary cities or sanctuary states. So none of that has been taken back in writing, and certainly none of it has been taken back rhetorically. See, the wind chills in Chicago hit -17 over the weekend. And the total number of migrants, illegal aliens in Chicago is about 34,500 plus.
claiming that Abbott has disclosed harassment. I sound like a broken record on this, but it's Texas supposed to absorb 3 million people. I realize this is political nonsense. It's misdirection. It's to, I guess, convince the stupid that drug addicts the bad guy, and this is wrong to get the illegals out of Texas. You never hear the public conversation going deeper than that. You never hear it going to, okay, you don't want the illegals in your state or your city, that's understandable, but is Texas supposed to take all 3 million of them? What is Brownsville supposed to do? What is El Paso supposed to do? Just take hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens? And in Chicago, there's only about 34,000, which is much compared to the millions of residents they have. Now, Brandon Johnson, the mayor, I told this the other day, he took 200 to sit in Boston. They turned on the bus engines, cranked up the heat, and that's where 200 illegals are living now.
He didn't get it. He's short. He's short.
It says here, they've got migrant food lines in Chicago. They were standing in a long line during a big snowstorm on January 12th. And they're just, it's the same story every day. They're scrambling to house hundreds of them. Scrambling. They don't have a house. They don't have a space. I don't know, I keep hearing about all the empty office buildings across the country in the city. They ought to just open up the empty office buildings and let it in. We're all on sleeping bags. I saw a story on 60 Minutes last night. New York City has something like 95 million square feet of empty office space. And they were saying that this is disappointing. That office workers are never coming back. A lot of companies have moved out. A lot of people are working from home.
I know people in this are
freezing. Never going back to the old days. There are no tires. There are no union tenants wanting this office space. They showed 2 guys who had offered $80 million for an office building before the pandemic. Now they're buying it for $40 million. 50% discount. They had a developer on who walked away from his mortgage. He had this huge multi-million-dollar mortgage. They said, "No, I'm walking away. You're losing." So the banks now have all this debt that's never going to be paid back. They own the building, but they don't have anybody who wants to buy the building to rent the building. And the speculation is, well, after enough of this happens, and then the banks have to write down these massive losses, is there going to be some kind of collapse like there was with the 2008 mortgage meltdown? I mean, how many empty buildings and how many busted leases and busted mortgages can the banks control? But it seems like that's where you put the ADR in. Because all the northern cities have this problem. It's just, now he's trying to say that it's crypto that's
somebody got to do it, Kevin. Somebody got to do it. Just keep on tapping the screen.
Do not send any more people to our state. Let's just find it somewhere more. You didn't say you were a star sanctuary city. You were a general sanctuary city. You didn't specify the season.
You still come back.
All about you to step down the board.
We need to stop right there. We need to at least hold
you know what you do? Try to suspend it all Trump's law. And it's simple, and they know that.
We really need to stop right here.
Into a corner, or whoever's running the government. Whoever's running the government. They said, anything Trump did, we're doing the opposite. Like, all right, I got it. All right. So they undid all the immigration laws that were, these are almost immigration policies. The laws, you don't have to add any more laws. You don't have to change anything. The laws work as is. You have to enforce the law. You have to have the proper policies to enable the laws to work as they're written. And all those policies were suspended. The laws were ignored. So go back to the old way. They were good. Because Biden administration has a lot of these open border fanatics who think that America is illegitimate, not entitled to its own borders, not entitled to its own language and its own culture. Everything we have Are you an Eagles fan? Oh, man, they play next. And I don't know if they're going to leave Past Nation. All right.
Because even with thousands of people freezing in minus 17-degree weather in
You a
Chicago,
Steelers fan too, Miss Biggs?
they're not shutting it down today.
No, maybe she's a Steelers fan.
They've learned to have it for putting it on a
Triple threat. Are you a Steelers fan? Triple threat. You've been in here
classic
all night.
misdirection. Look over here.
Oh, you just got home.
This is the problem.
I don't know when you left
And the
over
rest
this,
of
but
these
we got 10 points since we're down 11 right now.
Bill's
got the ball.
They got the public behind them. I think the approval rating for Biden on immigration is about 30%. You're not going to lose too many votes. You're just upset to put out. You're upset all the time anyway. More coming up. Kevin Mark Gardner, Cat 24-hour news.
Headed towards Southern California over the next week. The National Weather Service says it will start raining Saturday, and the estimates call for up to an inch of rain in most areas. Weather could impact the outcome of the Republican caucuses in Iowa. Forecasters say today could be the coldest caucus day on record. The temperature is 0 in much of the state. Ukraine's military chief says its Air Force has shot down a Russian early morning control plane that can spot targets up to 400 miles away and command center aircraft that relays information to troops on the ground. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 5, San Juan, Capistrano.
Josh Allen ain't really done shit since the first quarter. His
Bit of a problem for you here on the 5 freeway. It's going to be on the, hold on, southbound side of Pass 73, crashing the carpool lane. It's brought to you at Stand Up from Town Valley Parkway, also in Anaheim. 5 freeway notes on the connector to westbound 91. Like the right lane blocked on the connector road to the track there. Let's check in with Michael Bryan, AFI on the side. Over East LA, well, eastbound, it's jamming at just about 7:10. On it all through Montefello, and it's about Paramount where it's so close to nothing. That good run, that was pretty good into Rolling Heights. Certainly a pinch there as the first conversion to 57. Now the South 5, that's a tough one, really good. South 5, that's loading up right away from East LA Interstate. And you'll see that if we're down 2 counties, you can control 5. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. KFI in the sky, let's get to it back. This is the Cinematic. This is a streaming from iHeart Church Network. Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Trump is now considered their head-coaching interview with Michigan Tim Harbaugh. The Giants were considered an interview with both defensive coordinator Derek Andrews for their Baker preseason position. USC quarterback Caleb Williams has been going for the draft. He's expected to be the top overall pick. The Eagles dominated the Bucs back in week 3. Tampa Bay tonight looking for Antonio Ronald to matchup last year's run. And Philly favored by 2.5. The fully electric EQ record and from Mercedes-Benz is innovation on a magnificent scale. Available with the epic 56-inch tech-sensitive high speed. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at USA.com/EQS. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are many people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Oh my God, Joey Porter down too. Man. That was third down too, guys.
We trained to do the driveway the first time. You carry over 1,000 parts of the truck, so you won't have to order something and then come back later. They leave the work area sooner than you found it, and your final bill will always be the same as what they originally quoted. No surprise. So if you need a payment, remember, this does make a difference to your cost. Call Service Transit. Our number is 833-777-3777 or find us online at servicetransit.com.
Snuck that in on me, you see that? They snuck that shit in on me,
I'd like to welcome a new sponsor to the show, and it's next week of our Oracle. And this one really resonates with me. Because no matter what business you're in, technology is simply part of it. And that's where a customized solution with NetSuite comes into play. What NetSuite does is help you do what all of our business owners want, make more profit.
will help you manage risks, get reliable forecasts, improve margins, drive down expenses, increase revenue. Download the NetSuite checklist designed to help your business perform, and it's free. There's no downside on this one. Go to netsuite.com/KFI, netsuite.com/KFI. Did you know that you could use your nursing, teaching, or real estate license with the DUI? What about your job? I'm attorney Darren Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COP. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COP. 1-800-NO-COP.
The free download radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cut, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from my favorite artists.
Dude, what a fucking piece of shit. Y'all see that dirty ass shit? Oh my god, that was a linebacker that fucking... That was a linebacker that shut that deep ass down. Look at his ass, Landon Roberts. And he had to make up a lot of ground defending the entire deep half of that field there.
Football show, KFI supporters, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, and
no problem, Dad. It's just have to scream, man. So shit is live. Yes.
The latest Democratic governor, David Pittsburgh, in Illinois, is begging Greg Abbott not to send any more illegal aliens. And Abbott says, no, if Joe Biden closes the border, then I'll stop sending the illegal aliens. And it's really time for both majorities in both parties.
Yes, Landon Roberts, man, that made that reflection on that pass, man. Huge stop.
30% or less on that issue. In fact, ABC News has a poll that they just conducted between January 4th and 8th, and his overall approval rating is 33%. 33%? I don't think there's been
That's nice, Dad. Fitzpatrick.
I mean, that
Nice fucking
his
Dad.
disapproval is 58%.
Nice.
Nobody gets elected with a
45-yard kick
33%
right here,
approval
guys.
rating.
45-yard field goal right here, guys.
I mean, if he, and he thinks he can't do anything about it. Only 28%. 28% of those polls said he has adequate mental sharpness. Only 28% say he's good enough physical health. Can you imagine that? More than 70% of the public think he doesn't have the mental or physical health to be president. That's the approval on the economy is 31%.
TJ was here.
The immigration, it's all bad numbers. It is. And they keep trying to run on the economy, but they can't get around the cumulative inflation. And that's almost never discussed in public by all these analysts and politicians. It doesn't matter what the inflation is this month. It matters about the cumulative number over the last 3 years, which can be 20, 25, 30% and more depending on the price category. But wow, that's a hole that he's going to fit. Because he's not getting younger, he's not going to get mentally sharper, he's not going to get physically stronger. None of that's going to happen. I mean, why would you vote for somebody if you don't think that they're mentally confident anymore? How do you vote yes on that? Still can't believe he's going to be phenomenal.
Joe Porter probably got a fucking concussion from that shitball fucking glare.
You can have a guy that over 70% of the public thinks is not mentally confident, mentally sharp to be president, and he's still going to get elected. Listen to this. You heard about this guy? I remember this story. Joseph Jackson, any sound familiar? He got a life sentence in Austria back in 2009. It turned out he had his daughter imprisoned in his basement for kidnapping. 24 years, he was locked in the basement as a sex slave. And
He was constantly sexually assaulting her, raping her.
It's okay, lady. I think we'll be all right.
And she had 7 children that she gave birth to. And one of them died. She got a life sentence in 2009 for all this. And he's now up for parole. He might soon be released. He's been in prison for 16 years. Incest, rape, coercion, false imprisonment, and enslavement. This is his first year of parole eligibility. This is Austria. A psychiatric report determined that he's no longer dangerous. Right now, he appears to be confused. He talks to his television. He thinks he's a pop star and discusses family visits that never happen. He keeps falling and needs a walker. He fathered 7 children with his daughter. I mean, it looks like awesome. It just is disgusting. And he didn't let them out. They should kill him. They should force him. You can't get a life sentence. You can't get a life sentence. Oh, it's on stop. Monday. Hey now. Hey, just let me driving down the street with the lovely one with Debbie pulled up, and you saw something weird. You thought, oh, that's kind of odd. You know, you point out odd things and all that. I did that all day. Yeah. Now, if you fathered 7 kids with your daughter, I don't think you can say that. Right? I think you got out of the yeah. I don't think you say that's odd anymore without looking in a mirror. And say, well, you're a bit odd too. Right, you know. Yeah. Yes, the wife should have a good comeback. That's right. That's right. Yeah. There's a lot of oddness in the thing. Todd Carlin's coming home. That's George Carlin's daughter, and there's an AI out there of George Carlin doing comedy, stand-up comedy, which sounds a little like him. The cadence is there. Some of the material is okay, but it's not. It's AI George Carlin. It's like if he was alive today, right? What he would maybe be doing. Well, he was sort of an all-time star. He was everybody's favorite. He was a fan. Is that right? He came on our show a couple of times, and he used to call us the just to talk. Is that right?
It's not over yet, Sapphire. It's not over yet.
Yeah, we had him on over at KLSX, and I had all these videos at that time. And I said, the only one I don't have, it just came out with What Am I Doing Here in New Jersey? So we had to rent it, but that's how you can buy it. We rented it.
Let's get ready to go.
$900. That wasn't So I told him I didn't have the videotape of, What Am I Doing Here in New Jersey? The very next day, TV station autographed tape in my mailbox.
Let's go, George. Let's go, George. Let's go,
I loved his last incarnation because, he always reinvented himself. Oh, yeah, he's great. It's my favorite version of it. Yeah, I saw that last concert of his at the amphitheater at Universal. When he was going really dark and really deep. And it was great. People, the lightweight from the audience got up and held their purses and laughed. I loved it. I just sat through the whole thing. Yeah, that was good. I saw one of those too. Yeah, it was one of the hardest I rapped. And he memorizes 90 minutes of material word for word. Which is very difficult to do. I think that Dr. Lady Pastelli's coming on with us.
Shit to come back.
No, that's good. So I guess RSV and flu and about 900 things they can kill you.
We got a third string quarterback in. Our third string. You guys got your
fucking had COVID more
string.
time
Right
than
out there, man.
it's a good morning for that. Somebody
Playing
got
like a
COVID.
fucking
Somebody got COVID. I mean, they are good Carmen. They are COVID. All right.
You deserve to be in the car.
And that's Frederick it is. That's right. I'm in the 24-hour camp.
Yeah, me too. I'm still waiting for the interception, too.
Regardless of what's happening, you're going to hear it.
You know Alan's due. You know Alan's due.
HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Just hanging out at a park. I'm Michael Frazier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man can figure shot and raised and put at a park in California. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Peter Renato says a car pulled up to the park. Two guys got out, shooting at a group of people aiming against the wall. The driver of this white vehicle also he gets out of the vehicle and shoots also. Back in their car yesterday, drove around the park and shot at people who took off running. First and second shooting. Yesterday said they initially caught the shooting as a result of an argument during a basketball game. Razor wires been installed along the walls of the Los Juvenile Hall in Downey. Airport-style bystanders are also being put in the next month. This is a step being taken in an effort to cut down on escape attempts and keep drugs out of the facility. Juvenile Hall has 2 violent cases in its first 6 months since reopening last year. There were several drug overdoses at another juvenile hall in Stillmore, and those who OD'd last year died. Volunteers have started prepping thousands of boxes of food in Garden Grove in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. October OC President Bobby McDonald says he started the food boxing event 25 years ago as part of the MLK Day service. When they started the process back in DC, it was his birthday, so why not recognize his birthday other than just, okay, it's a day off? Just make something as it come out there to different communities across the country. Bank with 800 volunteers signed on to get enough food ready to feed 9,000 families. Organizers say the need for food banks is higher now than during the pandemic. Skyrocketing food and housing costs and self-production in the future. Vice President Harris has traveled to South Carolina to deliver remarks on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at the NAACP's annual Teen Day Extreme event. Today we celebrate the legacy of the Reverend. A who saw what could be and burdened by what had been. Harris acknowledged the spirit of the holiday, claiming it's not only a time for reflecting the past, but on the dangers the country faces moving forward. Iceland's president says the country is battling tremendous forces of nature because molten lava from a volcano in the island's southwest took over several houses in an evacuated town. Work on building barriers north of the town between the districts started before the volcano's first eruption in December. Now, disturbing development with lava flows returning, breaking the surface both inside and outside of those barriers. Tom Murray says despite this work continues on trying to divert the approaching lava, scientists say the eruption appears to be dying down, but continues to declare the danger over. North Korea says it flight tested a new solid fuel intermediate range missile shipped with a hypersonic warhead. Reported by the country's state media can say after South Korea and Japan detected the launch from the site in North Korea's capital. Launched in the North States, both the test of year. Korean Central News Agency said yesterday it was seen that verifying the reliability of the missile's solid fuel engine and maneuverable flight capability. And one movie has again become self-explanatory. Mean Girls has become the queen bee over the weekend, racking in around $48 million in its debut in North American theaters. Now, this movie, which comes 20 years after the original 2004 movie, is an adaptation from the Broadway musical under the same name. Putting in the comedy Girls is a Disney action movie feature that turned over $19 million. And rounding out the top 3, another musical favorite, Wonka, who brought in another $8.4 million. And to Arabella, KFI News. We're going to take a look at that 405 freeway when you come back. All right, let's talk about everybody loves the famous. And last couple things to tell us, one thing is the value baby cancer fall this year, addressing hair loss, no exception. My friends in advanced hair restoration will reverse years and even decades of hair loss with a simple one-day treatment. Your natural hair begins to grow the very next day, and it's all backed by the advanced hair guarantee, which is all cost receiving hairlines, thinning hair, men, women, younger, older, wiser, top-rated physicians and advanced hair have changed the lives of tens of thousands of people, and now it's your turn to feel what that looks like. If you want that. Schedule free consultation by phoning up right away, 844-333 hair, and celebrate the new year with special financing. $250 off and $250 free haircut. That's you. Phone them up right away. If I ever things you can't control life, and start growing your own natural hair growth. 844-333 hair. Becoming fine with before and after photos on the website, advancedhair.com. Advancedhair.com. And please tell Johnny to that exactly. Suffer lettuce and KFIs and hogs and falls moving in tonight. Lows above 40 degrees. Gradual clearing.
Oh my God, that was a perfect dive, dude.
70, maybe above that, Metro LA Orange County. Mid-70s, inland and Pine Valleys, and in the 60s in the high desert. The temperature seesaw of about 5 degrees is going to keep on through the week.
I thought it was a flag
Oregon is
too.
going to be 58, Orange 67, West Virginia 65, Santa Clarita 69 degrees.
Oh yeah, you're in LA, so it's just warm out there.
Well, at least there was. This was
Let's talk
quick
get
off
the
the
first,
side.
get the
4 or 5
first.
southbound before Mulholland.
First down,
And
first
still a
down.
bit slow there, back
First
from
down,
the
yes.
101. Okay, howdy to Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky, easily looking at Costa Mesa. Pretty quiet here on the 55 northbound. Got a few points just from the 405 up to that Edinburgh. And then beyond that, not bad at all for the 91. Yeah, the 91 is fairly typical for Santa Ana County. And the base there versus Weird City Crestfield. First stretch there on the Overland County line there, right around Green River, loosens up a bit. And this trouble doesn't hit the 7 Orange County. 5 southbound there, just past the Uber. It's like the carpool and the left lane block Uber vehicle there. Real unusual and very tight there. Out of 58, open South Valley Parkway. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. And some problems in Moreno Valley for the 215 northbound right before the 60 crash on the right shoulder. It's slow from Alejandro. KFI in the sky, that's the best actually. I'm your wholesale. This hour of KFI is brought to you by GAS Certified All Guard Roofing. Go to allguardroofing.com. There's nobody calling in the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock protects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com. Promo code PLAY to save 25%. That's LifeLock.com. Promo code PLAY. Business owners, large and small. Hey, it's Steve Sharp, and I want to talk to you about emergency backup power. It's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down, and that's the power that runs your business. Fortunately, there's only one name you need to know, Ducky Power. Whether it's a new generator, 24/7 repair and maintenance, or an emergency rental, Ducky Power has you covered anytime, all the time. Learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuckyPower.com. DuckyPower.com. Listen on the free radio for all your music.
Where'd that girl go? Where'd that girl start? That's the touchdown I was telling you about. That's the touchdown I was telling you about. She said, what happened to that touchdown that I thought you guys were going to score? That's the touchdown that I was telling you about. Stars, aces.
The Kings played in Carolina.
That's the touchdown I was telling you about. She was like, where'd that go? Where'd that touchdown go that you were telling me? That's where it went.
So watch that on TV. Then this game, the Buffaloes and Pittsburgh, was supposed to be yesterday at 10 a.m. But they had so much snow, the weather was so effing cold that they had to postpone the game. And it's on TV now. Then the second game that comes on will be played. And don't tell me who this. I think it's Philadelphia, Tampa Bay. Is that right? Philadelphia, Tampa Bay. Did you see the footage of the stadium yesterday in Buffalo at the time that the game had been played? No. It looked like a blizzard was going through. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Green and it just looked horrendous. I love the football game. Yeah, that's what we all want. Is that football game getting played? Dolphins game is big letdown on Saturday night. Right. So was the Cowboys game, and so was the Rams game.
We should have called it, man. Dude, we got a chance, guys. We got a chance, guys.
And the Rams and the Cowboys got eliminated within hours of each other. But the one nice thing about the Rams, not, no one thought the Rams would make the playoffs. So it was just sort of an add-on at the end of the season. And you sort of really didn't care whether they won or lost, because they've already won the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Detroit hasn't won a home game in 900 years. They haven't won a playoff game in 32 years. If you look at their loss column, it's loss, 9 losses. Since 1991. When they won in 1991, the team was that they beat the last time they won a playoff game.
That's what the side
Is that right? I texted my cousin.
Check out this
My two cousins, Mark Bryson and Tim Bryson, they live in Detroit. Life in Detroit. Life. They didn't move there. to the sunshine and the beaches, the palm trees, the little girls. They are born and raised this way. They're like, they're not mainland. They're island guys. So I text and calls and said, hey, I was the line to get that's the first time you have ever gotten a text from your team is one. And it's what do you mean? I guess that's all that. Punching was around back then. You guys won.
Back to Baltimore. I know that'll be, man. Baltimore, if we win, Baltimore's gonna be shit in their pants, guys. If we win, Baltimore is gonna be.
The Lions won a playoff game. Nobody knew what texting was. Nobody that
back to Baltimore. I know that'll be, man. Baltimore, if we win, Baltimore's gonna be shit in their pants, guys. If we win, Baltimore is gonna be shit in those guys.
The only person that texted me
Look at our shit. Bill Van, I'm scared. I'll tell you that. Bill Van, I'm telling you guys, Bills ain't shit, guys. Bills ain't gonna get fucking whooped. If they win, they're gonna get whooped in the playoffs. Bills ain't shit, guys.
I've never seen the Cowboys get pushed like that. That was all country. I don't blame the players on that. That was horrible preparation. They abandoned everything that got them there. Completely changed their offensive defense. It was a bad season game. I made it to halftime. I said, let's go watch it, babe. You know, the Buffaloes were up 21-0. And now it's 24, Buffalo 24, Pittsburgh 17.
Awesome, man. Tonight, guys, I'm going to bed every day. Shut them down. Thank you. Let's go. Listen, it's your team, too.
Discouraged by what NBC did for us, the Peacock Network. You know, they made us go get Peacock Network, something we most of us don't want. Oh, you got to the game? And you didn't cancel it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And we had it before, but only on 2 TVs. I think the previous match we had on 3 TVs. I didn't have it on that six. So I said, hey, whatever you guys have to do, you got to eliminate one of those TVs and put it down here at the bottom. Because I need to see this game on Peacock. And so that was like 5 minutes of scrambling. And then it was a hiccup thing. It was like, times it was pause, it was repost, it was buffer, and it was off. I didn't have that type of room. At times the picture wasn't completely clear, but it never like stalled or anything like that. You notice that whenever there's a Thanksgiving game and these cameramen for the NFL have to be out the cold, the guys in the booth always mention their names. Like, oh, there's Carl, the first guy, we get an Arby's sandwich whenever we go to a new city. Wait, Bill, right, you're there. Right, but if it's the regular people, they never give an F about anything. Absolutely none of that. And I wish the Steve would come out. Like, oh, there's Steve. He's the first, he's got a hook in every town. And they're not doing that as an appreciation. They're doing it to point out the misery that those cameramen are currently doing. Right, and to show their families they're still alive. Is what they do. But that would be great. Like, oh, there's William. We call him Bill. But he goes by William, he goes by Bill, he goes by Bob, he goes by Jerry.
Oh, yeah, so Steven's on my bad. I didn't mean to invite somebody else growing up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to invite you. Awesome. They call it defensive hold, and I take that all day because that's 25-yard penalty.
Yeah, who is that? The one sort of looks like that, right? Oh, it might be okay. Oh, I like it. Back in the game, Buffalo 25.
Awesome, guys. Awesome. That was 5-yard
They thought that would be a pretty guy to get into town.
We need a turnover bad. Guys.
Private jets flying around. They don't have, kids standing outside waiting for autographs. They've got 9 series. I'd say they got 4 days in the city to prep for a game, and they don't know anything. And so they get anything, right? They're all greatly.
That's nice. Yeah.
And they attack the young lady.
You hanging? He's hanging.
You know, little flyers, that's right. And that's where they can have a relationship with another gal that they can keep on the run.
It's not a bad game, man. It's not a bad game, man.
But I'm thinking like we were talking about that on the other way.
I know, we can't let
let's say you're one of the wise and definitely the things like,
you got that right, but you're not, like, not even
We're always not home. Oh, I wonder where he is. Oh, he's working. Oh, you're talking to me. Oh, he's getting with you.
Georgetown.
Look, with video cameras nowadays and the internet, there's no reason to make a business different. You know, you've got 2x4s in Nebraska, and a guy in Florida wants 2x4s. He's calling and sending a picture, goes, there's my 2x4s. I'll send them down here. But in the old days, you'd have to go see the guy's 2x4. Because you know, condition they're in, you're going to right. Right now, it's all this video. You don't need to make business trips, but you do have to make a business trip.
It's not looking good, guys. This is not looking good. We need to turn over like really bad. If we don't get a turnover, it's pretty much game, guys.
2 or 3 days on the road without your kids, without your wife, without your husband, and you come back and you're a whole new especially also back on the weather. Right, in quarters of the country this year. Yeah, they come back here at 75 and put you a pool. That's why every house out here is $1 million. All right, there you go. It's time to pay enough for 3 hours. All right, most sense on KFIR in 6 days. Americans declaring his ex-girlfriend's puppy has been caught. He's currently arguing with his ex January 2nd when he put a pillow on the 4-month-old puppy's head and shot it. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has been released from the hospital. He's been there since January 1st of the complications with treatment for prostate cancer, which was diagnosed last month. The Federal Highway Administration is banning electronic signs that have obscure meanings, pop culture references, or that try to be funny. Officials say they can be misunderstood or distracting to drivers. Breakdown, get ahead, Montana. Yeah, a little problem here on the 10 freeway as you head to the eastbound side, right to Cherry Avenue, stall in the middle lane, jammed up back from Etiwanda. How are things in Michigan host? I know who knows. Michael Bryan, KFI in the front. Well, it's in the front here. Well, it's the fire southbound here at Avery Parkway, where it's just cleared out of lane. Well, that took a while, so good recovery goes back to South Valley Parkway. Northside's not too bad of this neck of the woods, but Northside 5 goes slow up ahead. Because once we leave the 133, most of the way up to the orange stripe is pretty a tight trip. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. KFI in the sky, up, take it there faster. Hello, full trouble. This is the Kingdom Motors. This is a Timmy from iHeart Sports Network. Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Johnson Classic Physical Head Coaching Interview with Michigan's Tim Harbaugh. Their science requested an interview with Colts defensive coordinator Garrett Andrews for their vacancy position. USC quarterback Caleb Williams announced his entry into the class. He's expected to be the top overall pick. First dominated the Bucs back in week 3. Tampa Bay tonight looking for engineer wild card backup ranked team plan. Still favored by 2.5. I'm Falco. The fully electric EQS at Anthem Mercedes-Benz is innovation on a magnificent scale. Available with the epic 56-inch touch-sensitive height screen. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQS.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale in Paris, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, still free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Choose for better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
The pain and embarrassment of loose, missing, and rotten teeth all go away in just one day. They've been making smiles great since 1968. Change your life, increase your confidence, and enjoy your favorite foods again with no more pain and discomfort. Call 888-640-SMILE and receive $4,000 off new teeth in one day. Plus, we'll beat any competitors in offer. Read all of their 5-star reviews at cunningdental.com.
888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. Outdoor recreation is alive and well at the Bud Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center.
Bud Hall Show be here.
Hunting, travel, off-road, and overland adventure. Hundreds of seminars and a full day of family fun.
Really? Yeah.
Details at hallshows.com.
All shows will be here. The boat show, baby.
To kick off the new year with a great deal on a new Toyota. The We Make It Easy sales event is going on now at your Toyota dealer. Drive home a new Camry, Corolla, or RAV4. A powerful new Tundra or legendary 4Runner. Ready to show a brand new you in this brand new year? We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up?
You're covered for all normal fashion scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go
The West Side wasn't third string, yo. The West Side wasn't third string, yo. What does that even mean? Dude, no one wants to hear his fucking opinion.
Listen to Unpack with the Great Sexy on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I already said this. I said I'm not going to look bad. Because we don't even deserve to be in the playoffs.
No, dog, raw dog. West Side dog.
So you're Susie, what was your name before? Susie. Hi, Susie. I just seen you said hi. Yes, exactly. That lady is exactly. Not much evidence of the good. It's all right, guys. Like I said, the Steelers didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. We see we're a decent team, guys. We just need a good quarterback. Mason Rudolph was not bad at all. I give Mason Rudolph credit, dude. He played the hell of it. He played great, man. Mason Rudolph played great, man. It's unfortunate our defense sucked this game. Yeah, TJ Watt was needed for sure. Bills ain't gonna do shit though. Ain't nobody worried about the Bills in the playoffs. Josh
Too much watching that Cowboys game. You're a diehard guy, man. Hey, but Delia, you gotta be thrilled in that house. I mean, Michigan wins the national championship in college football, and then the Detroit Lions win.
Yeah, things have been going our way.
That's pretty cool, huh?
That was a huge win. That was cool.
Is John Bellio your husband? Is he a big Lions fan?
Yes. Is that right? Oh, yeah. And the Red Wings fan as well.
Wow, so the Red Wings beat the Kings, too. Yeah. So the big weekend.
How about for the West Side? Good weekend for the West Side.
How emotional they all were and the fans. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. I enjoyed that. And also, one of the coaches that's being is that right? I thought that was right. I think you did. Isn't there a moratorium in the NFL that used to make any moves now? And, oh no, it's Super Bowl week.
the 2 weeks between the last AFC and NFC game, coaches that are still in the playoffs, just can say otherwise. Yeah, but they have a 2-week moratorium between the AFC Championship and the NFC Championship. Between those 2 games in the Super Bowl, you can't make any moves outside the Super Bowl. No trades, no debts, nothing. Nothing. You can still do it. You don't announce it. They don't want any news coming out other than the Super Bowl. That's why they get down on guys that are drinking and falling into bands of families on the way to Vegas because they don't want that kind of news out there during the Super Bowl. They're running for Super Bowl. So, I mean, I was disappointed that the NFL to throw that game to Peacock. Isn't there enough money? I mean, when is it enough? You got a seat for $500 each. The normal guy can't go. The normal guy can't afford Peacock. If you've got 3 or 4 kids, maybe they got Apple Plus, they got Google, they got whatever. Google. Looking on Peacock, like the offers, you see if it would be worth it to keep the stream for a while. I guess there wasn't much there. I mean, so they're like, and they're touting it the game on Saturday night on Peacock as like the most watched streaming live thing ever. It's like, okay, what would have been streamed more? And probably followed by ... the most canceled stream on Monday.
One of the theories why they chose Kansas City was because Taylor Swift was shown so much that it was
So sticking their paws into Swifty's dad's
if you have making money off the Swifties.
Off the Swifty's dad. That's where the money comes from. Yeah, that's where about 80% of those tickets are purchased by Dad. And Dad's got to work his ass off to put more money into Swifty's kids' pocket. I saw one clip on Saturday. I didn't see it live at the time, but the meme of it, where the entire suite that she was in, they were doing this street up dance. Even the mom, tried to do it. They watch the game on? Alright, so anyway, so we have the NFL. It's over for the Rams. A nice long run, but the Lions are now the king, everybody. The king of NFL, the Detroit Lions. They're going to go on to win the Super Bowl, and they're going to be America's team, not the Cowboys anymore. That's it. That's the dream. It wasn't a dream. Detroit has won their games again. In January of 1992, the Lions defeated the Rams last night 24-23. So they're on this game. Let's head into the locker room. Look at him again. It's been like that all year. I was in there with MVP now, but we love that energy. Obviously, it's a big part of it. You know what it was when I heard the end of that game? I listened on the radio. I just didn't. I didn't want to sit down and watch that because I knew what it was. So I'm in my car. And this speaks volume of, I'm like an 80-year-old who has the diet of a 20-year-old. But I was in the drive-thru at Del Taco, listening to the end of that game. And I've been to Del Taco 3 times last month. Once, the Rams game ended. The first time, the float came by for the Rose Parade. And I was in the line at Del Taco in San Fernando, and the Rose Bowl Parade float for Burbank comes by. I'm not effing you. A week later, I'm in line at Del Taco, and the float comes back from Pasadena with all those cops around it. And I'm like, God almighty, I hope they don't shoot me here. Hey, that's that guy who's always at Del Taco. I wonder why his cholesterol goes. A big part of the right aspect of the game, with the football in general. Ultimately, we give you the edge to win that game. And before we get into that, you do assume that nobody predicted would win one game. And beat them by 1 point. That's not go nuts and carry it on the back. We give you the edge to win that game by 1 point over a team that nobody in high school played and played it the right way. And in the critical moment, seal the game. They put in golf fans. We get to see 89,000 followers. They put in golf fans. They put in golf fans. And we get to see and we're in the middle on it. So That's really great. You beat a high school team by 1 point. You have one of the teams, it won a game since 1991, and you beat high school by a point. That's great. Wait till you run into this next NFL team that will beat up your rank. That's really the closest that's you do really crazy in February. Yeah, 3 of us could make that too. Like either the Eagles or the Vikings. Is that right? Okay. And then San Francisco roll over. San Francisco and Packers. That'll be fun. It'll be really great. Oh my God, favorite team. That's right. That's right. Oh, you know, we're on this game. Buffalo was up 31-17 before we're live on Camp on 1 outside. Conversion cards are getting confiscated off the trees. Conversion devices, sometimes switchers, chips, or auto screws. U.S. Attorney spokesman Kieran McAvoy says the device can convert pistols and rifles in 60 seconds to a gun that releases all of the ammo with just one pull of the trigger. In the last 5 years, ATF has recovered more than 31,000 machine gun conversion devices. He says the conversion device is illegal all by itself. Cannot be possessed, even without a pistol rifle. He says possession of just the conversion device carries a maximum of 10 years in federal prison. In LA, 4 big persons KFI News. Prosecutors in Northern California decided to only charge the father of a 2-year-old boy who met the death of a child the boy allegedly shot and killed. Decision from Texas jail said he found the child shot in the parking lot last month. Sheriff also says the 10-year-old accused of shooting near the boy had gone out to his father's truck to get him cigarettes, found the loaded gun, and bragged about it before firing. Father accused of guilty to several charges, including child endangerment. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was released from the hospital following 2 weeks of treatment for prostate surgery complications. Dr. Son Down says normally there's less than a 5% chance of such complications after the surgery. Black man and men with significant family history of prostate cancer, and we are at an elevated risk, and we have to, as a sort of a substitute, recommend early screening. Freelancers often will perform these duties on most cases. Now, they're trying to hospital earlier this week with secret from the Biden administration. The White House says it's the right time for Israel to scale back its military offensive in the Gaza Strip. Israel finished war with Hamas to prepare a group attacks in October. The warplane took service in Lebanon over the weekend following a missile attack by Hezbollah in northern Israel that killed 2 civilians. Stage of fire underscored concerns for violence in Gaza, given wider fighting across the region. In Denmark, new teams visited the Danish parliament during his first formal day on the job. The proposal essay after his mother advocated his first 52-year-long reign on the throne.
We were also putting the first famous monarch who volunteered to step down in more than 100 years.
The car says close to 200 people braved the cold outside the palace to welcome the new king and speaker of the parliament for compiled, cold temps in the night was proposed. And you clear up on the grade in tomorrow, and it's 2 degrees warmer. And if you can cooler, then warmer than cooler, you can 63 in Diamond Bar, it's a free for you to feel trying to get you downtown LA. Start on the 110 freeway, and you look downside right before 15 for left lane. Block there, you slow back from position. Let's say howdy again to Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. You have to sell look at the sitting in a canyon run, or like a walk right now. 91 eastbound, that's jamming up to just about reaching the truck scales. Let's check heavy over the Green River, and not too bad is the 200 beyond now. There's some strong to the 15, on and off is the riverside. Now, it looks like the 15 northbound, if you're heading up to the Cajon Pass, northbound 15, loading up now to about Kenwood, it's like the Kenwood to the 138, the west of that, and the south 15, well, folks stepping out of high desert, it's like from Victorville on and off into the pass, and that's the course, it's the boost to the latest place on Fire Road. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. And look at it, Irvine, the 5 northbound before Alton Parkway, passing the carpooling, I think really slow back from the 405. KFI in the sky, let's get to their faster. Hello, Bull Brother.
companies that actually care about customers and the customer experience can be there. Bill and Kathleen over at American Vision Windows certainly care about their customers. They got started because they had a bad experience getting new windows. They saw a need for a company that does care and gets it right. And American Vision Windows was born. I've been a customer for 10 years. I'm a repeat customer because of the beauty of the customized windows, the value add to the home, and it's really good people in the company. They're so easy to talk to. And it helps you figure out what suits your home. They are home improvement experts. I love the dual-pane energy efficient windows because they keep in the heat in when it's cold. They keep out the heat come summer. Our windows were the original ones. The windows in, and I started to think about how much those would have cost us. Here's the offer on the table right now. Free upgrade to Quadro Film this month only for 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months. Plus a free expert installation. For all the offers, call us to the website for details. American Vision Windows. On a free credit offer price 121.24. CSLB number 77866.
For my problems, search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
Hey, KFI fans, Thorson Buick GMC in Pasadena has some incredible specials to start the year. Here's one of many, the 2023 GMC Sierra Denali, 1,500 crew cab, 4-wheel drive with $599 plus tax per month. Call Ted at the dealership, 626-795-8851. Thorson Buick GMC.
Make this your best year yet with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. By making the most of your own outdoors, you'll create a space your loved ones can enjoy for years to come. For more than 3 decades, homeowners have trusted System Pavers to create beautiful paving, stone driveways, patios, outdoor kitchens, turf lawns, and now decking. Save 10% on your entire outdoor remodel and call 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio right now. All orders must be placed by January 31st and website for details. Contractor license 661-575.
I'm attorney James Patinoki with a 1-800-NO-CAP urgent legal update. Anyone charged with a crime may now be eligible for diversion just to get a dismissal of the charges. If you've got a criminal case, you need to talk to the lawyers at 1-800-NO-CAP. 1-800-NO-CAP.
Shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, number one on the same high-quality items. One stop for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at ROTHSCHILD.com. Everyone, it's the
Save on Kroger brand pasta, Rotel Diced tomatoes, Chick-fil-A pasta, and more. Looking at $10 to $10 if you're home. Fresh to everyone. It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage nasal care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles. All the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this way. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, breathe better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Feeling stressed under the weight of financial stress or overwhelmed by debt? Are you dreaming of owning a home or launching a thriving business? At Operation Help, you can help. This holiday season, give yourself the gift of financial freedom. Our financial focus can empower you to realize your financial freedom. They are from the community they serve and are here to help brokers peace of mind, creating pathways to financial wellness and stability tailored to your needs. And all services are free of charge. Visit OperationHelp.org to learn more.
The Daily Calendar.
January 15th.
Oh, hey, today is Alpha Kappa Alpha Day, celebrating the first black female sorority founded in 1908. Today is also Civil Rights Day, a.k.a. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's also Blue Monday, supposed to be the saddest day of the year. It's cold and dark in January. If you're wondering, the happiest day of the year is thought to be July 14th. That does sound happy. In a long time from now. It's also National Bagel Day, so get smearing. That's your daily calendar from KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 is Conway Show. You know, a lot of people online are talking about how the Buffalo fans are freezing and they're all leaving the game early. The Buffaloes are playing the Steelers. Buffalo Bills against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, what they don't know about that area, and
My dad grew up in Cleveland. My mom grew up in Detroit, so I know a little bit more about the Midwest than most people out here. But those are not Buffalo fans leaving that stadium early. Those are Pittsburgh fans leaving that stadium
Please
early.
remove my handle
Pittsburgh is only about
from your bot
190
account.
miles. Maybe 200 miles?
No.
Something like that. It's only about 200 miles from Buffalo to Pittsburgh. It's less than driving to, I don't know, Las Vegas. It's closer. Pittsburgh is closer to Buffalo than we are to Las Vegas. Huh. It's so odd to say. Isn't that wild? But it's very close. I think it's 200. I'd have to look that up. I think it's 200 miles. And Cleveland's even closer, right, to Pittsburgh? Right? Yeah. Cleveland's 100 and, I don't know, 25-ish. All right, I'll look them both up. All right. Let's see. Pittsburgh to Buffalo. Let's see. Pittsburgh. How about Cleveland? That came up first. All right. Cleveland to Pittsburgh. You're going Cleveland to Pittsburgh. And I get you on the United. It leaves at 4:58 tomorrow morning. 132 miles from Cleveland to Pittsburgh. 132 miles. Essentially, about from South San Diego to North Los Angeles. That's about how far it is. Cleveland to Pittsburgh. Now, what was the other one we're doing? Buffalo. All right, Buffalo. Buffalo to Pittsburgh. I said 200 miles. I was off. 220 miles. 219.4 miles. Nice. All right. So, and most of that drive is on the lake. What a nightmare that is. Like right beside the lake? Yeah. You fly up, you go north from Pittsburgh until you hit Lake Erie. Then you go northeast. And, man, you got about 100 miles of lakeside drive. Wow, really? Wipe you out. And this time of year with the lake effect, that will wipe you out. That's all Erie? Yes, all Lake Erie. That's right. So you get up to Buffalo and you can go to see the falls there, Niagara Falls. You ever seen Niagara Falls? Oh, it's beautiful. How about Fellio's into Niagara Falls? She seems like a Niagara Falls kind of gal.
I have.
Yeah, and who'd you go, Mom and Dad?
Yep.
Oh, that's great. Mom and Dad moved you out there, huh?
Temporary.
I meant went with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
my mother lived in Maine, so we used to.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My dad was from Rhode Island, so when we go back to visit relatives, we would do that road trip.
How did they end up with it? Your mom's from Maine.
Yep.
Your dad's from Rhode Island.
Yep.
Never knew that before.
Yep.
And we've only known each other 15 years.
Yeah.
We're getting closer.
Well,
but
you're starting to open up.
Yeah, I didn't know you had brothers either.
Yeah, you're starting to ask questions.
Well, you're starting to offer information, which is great, Slips. So, she's got slippers on.
Oh,
she wears,
not today.
And then sweats. I mean,
I'm not wearing sweats. When was the last time you saw me in sweats?
She's like up in a lodge in Arrowhead.
That sounds great.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. But anyway, how did your parents end up in Denver?
My grandmother on my father's side had some respiratory illness, and they told her that the dry climate would be better for her health. So they moved to Colorado, and then my dad was in the Coast Guard and met my mom in Maine.
Wait, your dad was in the Denver Coast Guard?
No, Denver Coast Guard. No, he joined the Coast Guard, and he was stationed off the coast of Maine. And he met my mother that way.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
How'd they meet, you know?
Her girlfriend and his friend went out on a date, and they each brought them along.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
All right. So he swipes right
He swiped right.
on your mom? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. I know we got to take a break. I get it, Stephanie. I get it, buddy. Man, you standing up and pointing at the clock. I gotta get a video of that sometime.
Hands on the hips?
Yeah, just pointing at the clock with his big pointer. God almighty, make her heaven and earth. He's got that big pointer, that wooden pointer that the teachers had in school.
Yeah, the teacher, yeah.
And bang, he clicks it on the clock. Tick, 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 tick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Click, 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 click. You can hear it. I mean, you know? It's him clicking on that stupid clock in there. God almighty, is that irritating. All right, we're live on KFI, more now approach. Officials say more than 100 name plaques have been taken from graves at a cemetery in Carson, including part of a memorial for African-American soldiers killed in World War II, donated by boxer Joe Louis. The Republican presidential primaries start today with the Iowa caucuses. The extreme cold could be playing a factor as the wind chills could be hitting around 30 below zero. And the movie adaptation of the Broadway musical, which is an adaptation of the 2004 movie, Mean Girls, has taken in more than $33 million at the box office for its opening weekend. The Beekeeper came in second with $19 million in ticket sales. Big cloudy, foggy, cool tonight. Some cleared up tomorrow and a couple degrees warmer. And then a bit up and down all week. This report brought to you by Unbound.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Where we going? We're going to Upland, 210 freeway, eastbound Mountain Avenue. Crashed there into two middle lanes, and they're all shut down traffic. You know, it's a tanker leaking fuel there in traffic. It is jammed up. It's going to be closed for at least another half an hour there. Mike O'Brien looking at the City of Industry, KFI in the sky.
In the 605 southbound, it jams up just about, I'd say a little past Beverly. From Beverly, though, you'll be on the brakes right on through Whittier, down through the 5 before that loosens up. Northbound 605 on the brakes just leaving the 105. Typical slowing on and off up through Rose Hills. Now, if you're leaving the East LA interchange on the 5 southbound on the brakes there for pretty much the beginning of the split with the 2 and the 10 and the 60. There, it will be heavy down through the Downey area down to the 605. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. A little cold strike. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. This report is sponsored by Southern California Edison. Stay alert, stay safe. Southern California Edison reminds you that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it, and never put out a fire near a downed wire. Stay away and call 911. Learn more at SCE.com/stay safe.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024.
Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or your shoulder. Call QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief.
Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
This is the future of pain treatments. QC has tens of thousands of satisfied patients all over America. People with back pain or hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or an injury.
This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again. Get your life back, and listen, it's non-surgical.
If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today.
Call QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and now in Costa Mesa, 213-997-PAIN.
That's 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
It's okay not to be okay. Everyone needs some support sometimes. Together for Wellness connects Californians to available resources for emotional health and wellness. Everyone is welcome here. Explore our resources at togetherca.org.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. For years, I have told you that Sunlux is my preferred solar company. Well, the same is now true of the newest addition to the Sunlux family, All Guard Roofing. Sunlux went looking for a roofing company that they could trust and ended up building their own. That is All Guard, a dream team of the finest roofing professionals in Southern California. So contact All Guard for a free estimate today at allguardroofing.com, allguardroofing.com. CSLB 1107661.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. This struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, Don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at gawon'twait.com. That's gawon'twait.com. Looking for a vehicle that combines power, performance, and style? Then kick off the new year with a great deal on a new Toyota. The We Make It Easy sales event is going on now at your Toyota dealer. Drive home a new Camry, Corolla, or RAV4, a powerful new Tundra, or legendary 4Runner. Ready to show a brand new you in this brand new year? We make it easy. Toyota. Let's go places.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota, and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go places. At Ralph's, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one small click for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralphs.com. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Save on Kroger brand pasta, Rotel diced tomatoes, Chef Boyardee pasta, and more. Mix and match 10 for $10 with your card. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Outdoor recreation is alive and well at the Bard Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center. Fishing, boating, hunting, travel, off-road, and overland adventure. Hundreds of seminars and a full day of family fun. Don't miss it. Details at hallshows.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $9.90. Plus, free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Sorry. I was working in the yard over the weekend.
Oh.
Cleaning up the outdoor area. We had some storage bins outside in like an overhang, and I thought the overhang was fine. They're gonna do okay, right? They're in boxes, they're sealed, they're under an overhang, and I opened one up, and it's all the letters that I've ever sent my dad. He kept them forever.
Oh.
And there's like 200 of them.
Wow.
Soaking wet.
No.
All of them in water up to the top of the bin. They were all underwater. And so I had to take them out and go through them one by one, dry them out, lay them on towels in the garage, put the heater on in the garage. And I saved like 85% of them or more.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, which is nice. But I thought for sure all that stuff was inside in the closet. And I don't know how I moved it out there accidentally. But man, I felt horrible. I felt like a heel. You ever felt like a heel? No.
Sure. Yeah.
But so I'm working in the yard over the weekend. I got stung again in my mouth by a bee.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you think I was eating something right there, like a Rice Krispie treat, not so. I got stung by a
Rice
bee.
Krispie treats that you made.
I made the Rice Krispie
And then
treats.
individually wrapped, which I really appreciate.
Yes. They're individually wrapped, sitting there for all your enjoyment. And
They're very good.
And I brought in a lot because you can't just have one.
You really can't.
No.
They're addictive.
When you make a pan of Rice Krispie treats, you can eat the entire pan. Now, you couldn't eat the individual ingredients in a week. You could never eat 40 marshmallows in a week. You'd throw up. But you mix them with 6 cups of Rice Krispies, a little butter, and man, you're off to the races. You could keep eating them over and over and over again. But man, you have 2 marshmallows, you go into a coma. You get into a sugar shock.
I like that one person saying, please remove me from your butt. Just get off Twitter.
And I think they get that. Fair. I mean, nobody's sitting down to a bowl of Rice Krispies anymore. They get too soggy. They're too dainty. There's heartier breakfasts out there. There's stuff that's better for you out there. This is only to make these Rice Krispie treats. Not correct? Yeah, and it's a real cheap way to win friends at work.
But it's working.
It does work. All right, the Critics' Choice Awards. Nobody else but us cares about them, so we like to get into them every year. Let's find out who the big winner is in the Critics' Choice Awards.
The stars came out for the 29th annual show, honoring those who shine brightest on the big and small screens. Oppenheimer, no surprise, swept the ceremony with the most movie wins, bringing home 8 trophies, including Best Picture, Ensemble Cast, and Director.
Do you think that people who did Oppenheimer feel like they've got to go to the Critics' Choice Awards?
I was wondering about that, about all those winners that were up on that stage. Like, did they really feel like they had to be there?
I think they do, because maybe not for this movie, but if they snub the critics, maybe they give them a bad review on their next movie. You know, it's basically why don't they call them the Blackmail Awards? Why not just call it what it is?
The attend or else?
Yeah, we'll screw you over unless you attend our party awards. That's what it is.
Meanwhile, Bear, Succession, and Beef dominated in the world of television, and a special award went to Indiana Jones himself, Mr. Harrison Ford, taking home a trophy for career achievement.
And most survived plane crashes.
Really happy.
Didn't that guy have like 9 air crashes? I've never known a guy to plow his plane into so many buildings and golf courses.
How many times do we hear a small plane crash here in the Southland, and the vast majority of people talk Harrison Ford?
Yeah, it's always Harrison Ford, plowing into crap.
Indiana Jones himself, Mr. Harrison Ford, taking home a trophy for career achievement.
Yeah, not by the FAA, by the way.
Really happy to be here tonight to see.
Oh, come on. God, everybody just lies. He's a pilot with a huge A-list career in Hollywood. You think he wants to? I don't want to go to the Critics' Choice Awards. And I'm nobody in Hollywood. Okay, I've had a part in Licorice Pizza, which was a hit. But outside of that little part in Licorice Pizza, I'm a nobody. A nobody.
Come on.
Nobody in Hollywood. And I don't want to go. If somebody called me and said they had 2 tickets to the Critics' Choice Awards, I'd be like, wow, what a horrible friend you are. to make me say no to you. Because they're going to say no to you. And then you think Harrison Ford wants to go to the Critics' Choice Awards? He's lying.
Really happy to be here tonight to see what our business is turning into.
Yeah, into blackmailing directors and writers into going to this crap.
And all of the talented people who are getting opportunities, I want to thank my lovely wife.
Oh my God, he's going to cry at the Critics' Choice Awards? What's going on with this guy? They've got to take his pilot's license away. If he's going to get emotional at the Critics' Choice Awards when talking about his wife?
My lovely wife.
And even the people there are like, well, I don't know if we should clap for this guy.
He's married, he's married, he's married.
Yeah. Which wife? Keep it down, Carl. Keep it down, please.
I just love that who supports me
when you crash. When you crash into when you land on the wrong runway in Orange County. Remember his wife's Ally McBeal? Oh, is that right? Was the Flocker? It's a Flocker. Oh, so he did pretty well. Right, this guy. Right, this guy's got a pretty good career. Why is he flying himself around then? Yeah, he can't hire somebody to do this for him. Watch the instrument and not land on taxiways at airports.
Supports me when
I crash into golf courses.
When I need a lot of support. And I need a lot of support.
Harrison gets choked up. Gets me choked here, right?
Oh, and then they lie. Then they lie where they get choked up too.
And I need a lot of support.
Harrison gets choked up. Gets me choked up.
What gets you choked up watching this? Come on. Is there any truth in any of these stupid shows anymore?
They so cute, right? So adorable. Congratulations to him. And when it came to speeches, moving speeches, America Ferrera had the crowd feeling all the feels with these powerful words, accepting the See Her Award.
Because I grew up as a first-generation Honduran American girl in love with TV, film, and theater, who desperately wanted to be a part of a storytelling legacy.
The Critics' Choice Award. Let's save this speech for the Oscars. Well, wait. If you think you're gonna get to the Oscars, that's a saver. Save that for the Oscars. Don't blow this on the back stretch. Don't go to the whip on the back stretch. Go to the whip when you're quarter pole or a furlong away from the finish line. That's the Oscars.
That I could not see myself reflected in. Because of writers, directors, producers, and executives.
It's the Critics' Choice Award, Carlin.
Who were daring enough to rewrite outdated stories.
Save this speech for the Oscars. I'm telling you, don't blow the big speech on these also ratings.
And to challenge deeply entrenched biases, I and some of my beloved Latina colleagues have been supremely blessed to bring to life some fierce and fantastic.
What about the West Side, girl? You talk about that. You talk about the West Side.
And it was
Oh,
a
what
big
the
night
fuck?
for Barbie. 3 tunes from the soundtrack were nominated for Best Original Song.
Wow.
And the Critics' Choice is
I'm just kidding. All right, we're live. When we come back, we have Kelly Carlin with us, George Carlin's daughter. She's very funny, talking about her dad and AI, what that whole thing means. Plus, Dr. Ray Kucheri at 6 o'clock. He's one of our good friends, pulmonologist out of St. Joe's. And it's a lot of show. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, help, please. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour news from the LAPD. Says it's looking for a stolen lowrider worth $100,000.
Investigators say they've seen surveillance footage showing 2 men messing with the 1962 Chevy Impala convertible. The car was stolen January 11th from Seth Wayne's home in Woodland Hills.
I only had it for like a week and a half, but I've been wanting, this specific car for a long time.
Wayne told ABC7 he bought the car on Christmas Eve and it was stolen on his birthday. Seafoam green lowrider was in pristine condition, and Wayne says he can tell from the surveillance video the thieves knew nothing about the car. They tried to jump-start it, hotwire it, and eventually pushed it with a Prius along Ventura Boulevard. Wayne says he's gotten some tips the car was seen in Canoga Park. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A man who got into a fight with a woman at a restaurant in Palmdale is accused of crashing his car into the building. The LA County Sheriff's Department says the man was thought to be intoxicated when was asked to leave El Chapichazo restaurant last night. The guy apparently threw things as he was leaving, got into his car, and drove around the parking lot before crashing into the building. He took off with the car. No one was hurt. Fees were waived for admission to the San Bernardino and Cleveland National Forests this Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. They were charged today for activities that required a daily adventure pass. Other fee-free days are planned for National Get Outdoors Day, Juneteenth, National Public Lands Day, and Veterans Day. Forbes Advisor says California is the 38th state in the country with the least healthy population. The report says about 143 out of every 100,000 people in the state die of heart disease each year. It also found 10.9% of adults have diabetes.
The number of children in America with type 2 diabetes is estimated to skyrocket by nearly 700% over the next 40 years.
Senator Bernie Sanders has previously said a good place to start would be to ban junk food ads targeted at children. Forbes report last week says the total number of people in the U.S. with diabetes is expected to increase by 39.3% between 2025 and 2060. The National Guard has been deployed to parts of Kentucky. The winter storm is hitting that state. Governor Andy Beshear issued a warning to people who live there.
It is so cold, it will be so cold that it is tough for the salt and other treatments for the roads to work, meaning roads can be slick anywhere throughout Kentucky.
Beshear says the southeastern part of the state's forecast to get the most snow, with more than half a foot expected in some counties. Guard units were sent to major transportation hubs. Kentucky says it's got more than 2,000 officials, 1,400 snowplows responding. Houthi rebels have fired a missile and hit an American ship just off the coast of Yemen in the Gulf of Aden. BBC's Tom Rivers says the attack on the Gibraltar Eagle further escalates tensions in the Red Sea.
Vessel reports no injuries or significant damage and continuing its journey. But the Houthi attacks have set nerves on edge in the global shipping community.
Rivers says the Houthis have continued to target a crucial corridor linking Asian and Mideast shipments to the Suez Canal towards Europe. Officials say the attack comes less than a day after the rebels launched an anti-ship cruise missile toward an American destroyer in the Red Sea. Oppenheimer's won 8 Critics' Choice Awards. You heard Tim TCJ just talking about it, including Best Picture. Films Christopher Nolan won for Best Director last night. Robert Downey Jr. joined him in winning for Best Supporting Actor. The movie also won Best Acting Ensemble, Best Cinematography, Editing, Visual Effects, Best Score. Success for the story of atomic bomb mastermind Robert J. Oppenheimer comes a week after the film won 5 Golden Globe Awards, including Best Motion Picture. We're going to take a look at the 210 freeway with Pat.
Let's talk about Sweet Jade. Got into an accident. Some idiot plowed into you. Right? He wasn't watching where he's going, or she, and bang. So you got to do something about it. You can't just sit there. Let me give you an example of what happened here. A client's world was changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries. He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all. Nothing. Frustrated as hell. Called Sweet James. And what they do? They went to work. And they got him a massive $7 million win. That's huge. Now, in these situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. You need a great lawyer. Look, if you get somebody else and you end up with $9, don't blame us. Go with the best in this case. It's going to cost you the same thing if you go with the best lawyer, Sweet James, or your cousin who just graduated law school. You don't pay until you win. So go with the guys and gals with the most experience. You're right, that's Sweet James. Glad I talked to you. 809 million. 809 million and sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI, clouds, fog, all moving in tonight in the Southland. Lows above 40 degrees. Gradual clearing. A little warmer tomorrow. Still take highs around 60 at the beaches, 70 and up Metro Valley, Orange County, mid-70s, and then up high in the valleys, mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. It's a temperature back and forth, about 5 degrees each day getting through the week. Right now in Irvine, 59, Buena Park, 59, Burbank, 61, Torrance, 58 degrees. Let's get to a crash in Upland.
It's going to be on the 210 freeway eastbound. It's Mountain Avenue crash there, 2 middle lanes blocked. And it's a trailer that's leaking fuel in the lanes there. There were some injuries, too. It's hopefully going to clear soon. It's scheduled to clear almost now. In Irvine, crash there on the 5 northbound past Bay Parkway. Carpool lane is blocked with that one. It's slow from El Toro Road. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky, looking at Hollywood.
Yeah, the southbound side of the 101 loading up here just about Santa Monica Boulevard. From there, it's heavy into downtown Los Angeles. Northbound 101, little tight through downtown, and then once again, leaving Hollywood through the pass there up to Universal City. It's actually, in both cases, a little bit better than normal. Now, if you're heading out of Santa Monica on the 10 and eastbound, jamming up just before the 405, that's going to stay slow most of the way through downtown. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
And still some problems in Ontario, 10 freeway westbound at Vineyard. We've got a crash on the shoulder of the on-ramp there. It's slow from Milligan. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colstride.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. Conway Show. Kelly's got a new jacket on. It looks great, but she says she's had it for a long time. How long have you had this jacket?
Probably like 10 years.
Okay, that's nice. Looks very warm.
It is very warm.
But on the
zipper's
bottom,
broken.
Yeah, the zipper's broken. On the bottom, it looks like sweater material.
It is. That's what I like about it.
And it's fringing or fraying on the inside. Looks like the dogs got to it. The dogs got into it?
No, the dogs did not get to it.
No.
It is older.
Okay. All right. One of the funniest men, if not the funniest man in the world, is George Carlin. And he has a beautiful daughter who is trying desperately to save his great reputation and not let people believe that AI has anything to do with George Carlin. And she's with us. Kelly Carlin, how are you, darling?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Good to be here.
Always nice to hear your voice. I feel like we have a lot in common, but
just a little.
Every time I flip a TV on and I see your dad or I talk to anybody, everybody has the same story and how great he was to everybody. That's impossible to do in show business. Impossible.
Oh, he was a good human being, wasn't he?
That's right. That's right. So I listened to the AI special with.
I'm sorry.
I know. I had to do my homework for the program, and man, it's missing a lot. It's missing the heart. It's basically what your dad did 20, 30, 40 years ago with just updated references, but it doesn't have the heart, it doesn't have the timing, it doesn't have the humor. It's missing so many pieces of what your dad used to do.
It doesn't have the intelligence.
Yes, you're right. You're right. That's right.
You know, it really is that artificial. I mean, it can't replicate him. It can't replicate any human.
Right.
And it's a very poor facsimile of it. It's what we might call a good try. You know, but it is not, and it is just, the thing is, it's not him. That's my main grievance, is that, okay, they had a nice disclaimer at the beginning and all of that, but if you're going to call it his name, it better be him, and it's not. And so I just find that just starting there is so troubling.
Why wouldn't they contact you and get you involved, and you be the arbiter of what should be in that special or whatever the YouTube piece was?
Well, I can only guess. First of all, they know probably that I would say no way. Because it's ridiculous, and they're not interested in collaboration. They're interested in whatever this experiment they're doing, and it's, you know, the strange thing about it too is that it's really unclear about who actually controls the AI bot. And even though these two humans are on this podcast with this AI bot and seems to be collaborating with them creatively for this podcast, it's not clear who's behind this technology and who's setting off this algorithm in certain directions. If you watch the podcast where they talk about it, they look genuinely surprised and a little worried when the AI bot brings up the fact that this is what he has done. But then they kind of go on to, you know, I mean, they kind of poo-poo it a little bit, but there they are on this podcast, tacitly giving consent because they're having a conversation with this thing.
Right. But you know what? I'm glad that it wasn't great, because if it was great and somebody could recreate the intelligence, the timing, the heart, the intelligence again of your dad, then anybody could be recreated, and we're all out of work tomorrow.
Well, I think unfortunately that's the future anyway. Whether they can recreate something or make something with good quality,
right,
I don't think they care. I think it's really about creating very cheap content for people who don't have high standards. And they're going to just keep eating away at the standards of things. I mean, first of all, they call it all content these days, you know, so there's that immediately they've undermined, you know, the uniqueness of an artistic expression. So, you know, I think this is really about money in the end. And I think some of these people are interested in kind of the interesting curiosity experiment of it all. But, you know, human beings create things from their lived life, from their human brains, from their human imagination. And, you know, the thing about stand-up, too, which is so interesting, is that it's a, you know, except for like watching someone's comedy special, it's a live art form. You have to rely on the audience in the moment, getting it, connecting to it. You are in partnership with that. And part of being in the audience in a stand-up show is being in awe that a human being can come up with this stuff, you know? So it's such a human art form, you know, and so it's all very strange, but really what this has done for me is it's really woken me up about really the threat of AI, not just to performers and to artists. This is about all of us, because that, you know, with the deep fakes and all this kind of regeneration without consent, it's very frightening what they're going to be able to do and take all of our likenesses and identities and do whatever they, and, you know, whoever's in charge of these things, do whatever they think they want.
Yeah, and it's remarkable how good it's getting. I mean, we're only in, like, you know, if AI was 100%, we're only at the 2 or 3% level right now. And we did some experimenting with an AI bot that turned our show into Spanish. And man, I sounded exactly the same way I do now, but in Spanish. Bellio sounded the exact same way, but in Spanish. I mean, it's remarkable how good it is in the infancy stages. Can you imagine what it's like in 30 years?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And, you know, the most important thing, though, is that we, as citizens, as individual humans, that we get to have some say in this and how it's used and how it's infiltrated into our lives and into our culture, that we get to be a choice about it, and that we have some protection over some very essential things about our lives, you know, our identities, our autonomy, our agency, you know, the whole purpose of being a human being kind of a thing. So there's going to be plenty of amazing ways in which we can use AI, science, and medicine and all sorts of things. But even in all of that, you know, just because you can do something with technology doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, that's what my dad used to say to me all the time. Just because you can do radio doesn't mean you should, Tim. But when we come back, can you stay with us?
Yes, I can.
All right, hold on a sec. Kelly Garland's with us. And she told me something last time she came in studio. And she told me something that I still think about almost on a daily basis. And then I swear her name. Sometimes I use the F word. F. Kelly Garland. And I'll tell you why when we come back. It's Conway Show. We're live on KFI More Now, Chris.
Hey, did you feel it? Well, probably not, but a 4.5 magnitude earthquake hit off the coast about 60 miles south of Catalina Island. No damage or injuries reported. A fake 911 call about the White House being on fire sent emergency crews to the White House. President Biden was at Camp David at the time. And the anti-poverty group Oxfam says the wealth of the 5 richest men in the world went up 114% since 2020, while nearly 5 billion people have gotten poorer since the pandemic. Take a look at those freeways. Next.
Well, let's talk about American Vision windows. We have 8 of them in our house. They're my favorite 8 windows. Don't tell the other windows. They get pissed. But we used to have 4 windows that leaked all the time. When it rained, it smelled like a barn. It smelled like a zoo in our house. And I hated it. So we got new windows. It smells great. The heat stays in the winter. The noise stays out. Everyone's with sirens nowadays. You notice that? Every time you go to sleep, there's a siren. And it's somebody panicking, somebody's doing something, sirens ahoy. Well, this keeps out the noise, keeps the heat in, and I love them. And they make your house look great. It's the best window company in the world. Bill and Kathleen should get an award every single year for the best window company ever. And now, to save you money, you're going to get a free upgrade to Quadratherm this month only. You've got to take advantage of it. Time is ticking. 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, and free expert installation. Man, they're giving away the store. Take advantage of it while you can. Phone them up right away, 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. I'm prepared offer expires 1/31/24, CSB 77836.
Bit cloudy, foggy, cool tonight. Sun clearing up tomorrow during the day gradually, and a little warmer, just a couple degrees, and it'll kind of be like that up and down a few degrees each day all week. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. No places crash in Irvine.
Yeah, not so fast there. On 5 freeway northbound past Bake Parkway, carpool lane blocked with this one. You jammed back from El Toro Road. Let's check in with Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. You were in Hollywood. Where are you at now?
Yeah, just over Boyle Heights and a tough drive to the 710. 710 southbound, jammed up at the 5. A little better than normal, but still it'll be slowed down to about Florence before it loosens up. I also noticed the same kind of thing on the 605. 605 southbound, just slowing there from Whittier Boulevard down to the 5, much better than normal. And the north 605, a little better than normal there. That's pretty chunky, though, from the 5 up through Whittier. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
And most of the freeways are feeling a little lighter today. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colesriver.
Everything's better with avocado, and they're on sale now at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 4 large half avocados for $5 now through January 16th while supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
It's okay not to be okay. Everyone needs some support sometimes. Together for Wellness connects Californians to available resources for emotional health and wellness. Everyone is welcome here. Explore our resources at togetherca.org.
Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Call 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, it means even more. I take Ibrance, Palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell count that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, the Pink Floyd, the Who, the Stones, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Deep Cuts, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Yeah, I didn't eat a lot, and instead I spent $110 a gram for cocaine, which is about the same price as it is now. Boy, you talk about price leveling off. It is so much cheaper now. No, I'm not advocating you doing the cocaine. They'll handle, unless you're in law school or studying for the bar, then I do advocate it.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 Conway. So we have a high-speed chase that's on the 105 near Long Beach Boulevard, but it looks like they got their guy, and so that's a rap code for.
Well, they took off.
Channel. Oh, they did?
Yeah, they said there might have been up to 4 people in the car, but now they're thinking it might have just been 2, but they took off on foot.
Okay. All right. If they hook up with them again, we'll check it out. Kelly Carlin is with us. Very funny young lady. Dad happens to be George Carlin, and I gotta be honest with you. You came in here about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. I think it was pre-pandemic. Was it pre-pandemic, Kelly?
I think it was pre-pandemic, yes.
And I come back from, I'm starving. I starve myself to keep this figure. And I come back from the vending machine, and I'm eating a bag of Lay's potato chips. And you said to me, oh, you shouldn't eat that crap. That'll kill you. It'll clog up your veins. You'll get high cholesterol, and it's not going to be a good ending.
Every time I eat a bag of chips, I think about that now.
Every effing time. Without exception.
But you still eat the chips.
I eat the chips while I'm swearing your name.
Well, I'm so glad you think of me, Danny.
And my wife's like, why do you keep swearing her name? She seems like a lovely person. And I'm like, she started it, not me. Not me. Not me at all. All right, so we talked about your dad. I want to know what you're doing, though. I know a lot of people spend a lot of time talking about your dad, but you are as fascinating, as interesting, and as funny. What are you up to on a daily basis? You always are doing something interesting, something cool.
Yeah, I am doing the personal coaching stuff still. My business is called Humans on the Verge.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, so I'm still doing that, which I love. And I have little half-day events that I do, and then I have 8-week courses I do, and then of course I have this beautiful 1-year program for people. And it's really for anybody who finds themselves at a crossroads in their life, and it's usually people over 40, over 45. And who are looking to live a more authentic, courageous version of themselves in the next phase of life. Sometimes we're empty nesting, or we're switching careers, or maybe we've gone through a big breakup or a divorce or something. Or sometimes we just wake up and go, I know this isn't right for me anymore.
Right.
And I love working with people and helping them dig deeply. I have my master's in Jungian depth psychology, and so I love helping people dig deeply into who they really are and their authenticity to find something that feels more alive, more aligned, and richer. And because, we only get so much time on this planet, and we need to do it in some way that feels really fulfilling. So I'm doing that. I've got a little half-day event at the end of this month called Light Your Year on Fire. It's kind of my version of hey, let's start the year. But really what I'm focusing on with that work right now is kind of blends over to my other work, as you know, which is a writer and a performer, and I do memoir, personal storytelling. And what I'm doing is with this work now is I'm helping people think about their life as a story, right? Because it kind of feels that way. And what's the next chapter? How do you want to live into your next chapter? And how have you been living the story of your life? And so I'm excited to kind of mix this story methodology with actual, people helping them with their lives to kind of turn a corner for them.
That's great. A lot of people need that. I've gone the opposite way. I have a group I run called StayShallow.com, where we don't look into anything special in your life. You go to Walmart, you go to Target, you buy stuff, and then you just watch TV.
And eat bags of potato chips.
That's right. So Humans on the Verge, is that a website people can go to and join and get help and be part of this this group?
Yes, they can do two things. They can, of course, follow me on social media. I'm on Twitter, or whatever you want to call it, at Kelly_Carlin, and on there my link tree is in my bio. I'm also over at Instagram as Kelly Carlin is here. And of course, if you go to my website, kellycarlin.com, a little window will pop up and say, join my mailing list. And that's really how people find out about my stuff. I do talk about it on social media too. And then if they do go to Humans on the Verge, that talks about my year-long coaching program. If they really want some deep dive, some good time and space to really get to know themselves again,
that's cool.
Heal some things, and spend some time with a really quite amazing community of people we have who are doing this work. We have everything from like I said, empty nesters to CEOs to people who run nonprofits, all sorts of different types of people, artists, creatives, of course. So it's really fun. It's a real diverse group of people.
I was, Kelly Carlin's with us. I was with my daughter yesterday, and I did deliver a piece of mail. So went to the post office, and on the way back, I said to my daughter, who's 18, I said, I think I'm going to make a new friend this year. I haven't made a new friend in a while. I'm going to make a new friend and maybe talk about it on the radio and adopt or investigate a new friendship that I haven't had, and that might bring some joy to my life. And she says, Dad, that's a really dumb idea.
Well, that's what 18-year-old daughters say to you, of course. I think it's a great idea.
Is that right?
Especially, at our age, it's like you think you build friendships earlier in life or whatever, but friendships are so essential, and new friendships can be really exciting and fun because you get to know someone else, and you get there's a whole new exploration period,
Right.
And I think it brings new life into our actual lives. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
You know, when we were younger, you could make a friend in a heartbeat. Now you make a friend, and 2 weeks into it, you're like, do you have to do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're a little more picky at this age, for sure. Absolutely.
Have people been banging on you to do a weekly, a daily podcast or a radio show?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I left SiriusXM, my show there, for multiple of reasons, and I dropped my Waking from the American Dream podcast about 5 years ago when I started this coaching business, and kind of just was focusing being an entrepreneur. But I have to tell you, Tim, with this whole AI thing, I feel like I'm like a frontline person now on this. I think yes, and I think I'm going to reboot Waking from the American Dream, because this is kind of a topic we would be talking about anyway. And now I've been introduced in the last 5 days to the most fascinating people who are involved in this. And I'm like, I think I need to bring these people on and have yeah, so I'm excited. I think I'm going to do that probably in March. And
Kelly, by the way,
and you know, I love.
You have an open door here. Anytime you want to come by, anytime you want any publicity for anything you're doing, it's the least we can do for you, your family, and how great you've been for it to come on with us.
Oh, Tim, I so appreciate that. And I always see you as family, too, because like you said, we've just got a little something weird in common.
And we're only 4 months apart when it comes to age. How about that? I looked that up.
Yes, yeah. We're some sort of weird twins or something.
Our moms were pregnant at the same time.
Ah, that's weird to think about.
Isn't that wild?
That's awesome.
All right, thank you, and we'll talk soon. And please, if you call, you can't call us too often. If you want to come back on at 6:30 tonight, we'd love to have you.
Thanks, Tim. I love you.
All right, thanks, Kelly. All right, there she goes. Bye. Kelly Carlin, man, oh man, to grow up with George Carlin as your dad and still be that funny, that sane, and not be, you know, a miserable shut-in because of everybody talking about your dad is a tremendous feat.
That's a
tremendous feat.
You know.
No. I mean, it's not really a comparison. Really? I don't think so. I think George Carlin has always been known as the funniest man in the world. And you know, there are some people that also would say that about my dad, but when you talk about stand-up comedy, pure stand-up comedy, nobody touches George Carlin. Not even close. There's nobody in the same league. I mean, you couldn't even talk about, you know, they always talk about LeBron James and Michael Jordan. Right. There's no second to George Carlin. No, there's not.
You're looking at him, baby.
I mean, there's close. There's a Seinfeld, but it's not.
Seinfeld didn't have a TV show.
But Seinfeld wouldn't say it was close. Right. Seinfeld would also say George Carlin is, billion light years ahead of him. All right, we're live. The chase is over. If it comes back, we'll be all over that. We're live on KFI. We're here Monday, live on Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. We decided to come in to honor Martin Luther King Jr. We're live on KFI. More now.
California State Senator Scott Wiener is trying to make prosecuting auto burglars easier. To charge someone with auto burglary, prosecutors currently have to prove a car was locked when the thieves broke in and stole stuff. Pasadena Police Lieutenant Keith Gomez says due to the requirement, prosecutors often charge petty theft for car break-ins.
As a petty theft, the punishment, especially in LA County and in the state of California, is minimal at best.
If you fail, forcible entry would be enough to charge auto burglary. Wiener has introduced similar legislation twice in the past. This report brought to you by Cunning Dental. Public health officials are warning people about a spike in sicknesses across LA County. LA County Department of Public Health says the number of people in the hospital for COVID passed 800 per day earlier this month. The highest number of cases was reported around Christmas. Health officials said last week just under 4 people died from COVID per day in LA County. They say flu cases also went up at the beginning of the year. 7 people in Baltimore have suffered burns in a bonfire accident. 5 adults, 2 kids were hurt in what officials say was a cultural ceremony.
There was some type of community or cultural ritual taking place here in a burn pit. The fire apparently had not ignited as they indicated.
Baltimore City Fire's Kevin Cartwright says the people had poured gas on the fire. That's when it quickly ignited last night and burned several people in varying degrees. President Biden has raised more than $97 million for his presidential campaign and the Democratic Party in the 4th fundraising quarter last year. Biden's re-election campaign ended the year with $117 million. The campaign says that's the highest cash-on-hand figure for any Democratic candidate at this point in the cycle ever. And 2 museums in LA have been ranked in the top 10 most Instagrammable museums in America. Research by Storyboard, the photo wall art company, looked at the number of public Instagram posts with hashtags for popular museums around the country. They found New York's Museum of Modern Art came in first with 2.9 million hashtags. The LA County Museum of Art ranked fourth with more than 916,000 posts. And the Broad was right behind fifth place with nearly half a million. Some clouds, some fog, cool to cold temperatures again through the night, lows above 40 degrees. Tomorrow, clearing up by midday, mostly gradual clearing and a couple degrees warmer, then a few degrees cooler Wednesday, then warmer Thursday, and then cooler Friday. Right now it's 56 in Santa Monica, 60 in Corona. There's a crash in Monrovia.
This one is going to be on the 210 freeway eastbound, right before Myrtle crash in the carpool lane. 3 vehicles there. It's slow back from Santa Anita Avenue. Mike O'Brien's taking a bird's eye look at Anaheim Hills. KFI in the sky.
The 91 westbound on the breakdown from Imperial Highway into the 55. And if you transition south on the 55, that's looking pretty good down towards Tustin. Now, the eastbound 91, you're on the brakes here, just a little bit past Imperial Highway. From Imperial Highway to Green River, it's very tough. And then once again, you'll have some on and off slowing into Riverside. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Even in Montebello, we've got a stall. 60 freeway westbound right before San Gabriel Boulevard. The 2 right lanes are blocked there. Slow from Santa Anita. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Kohlschreiber. The music we listen to all year long.
The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2023.
And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox, April 1st.
Be here as the nominees for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are announced.
Let's get it started.
Thursday at 6 a.m.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
If you are seriously thinking of selling your home, call directbuyers.com at 844-242-SELL.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
New year, new yard. Hey, it's Deborah Mark, and I've got a deal for you. The holidays are over. It's now time to relax with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. System Pavers designs paving stone driveways, patios, outdoor kitchens, turf lawns, and now decking. That's right, decking. For a limited time, save 10% on your entire project. Call 800-PAVE-004 today or visit systempavers.com/radio.
All orders must be placed by January 31st. See website for details. Contractor's license 661-575. Most people don't think about a lawyer till the cups go on, but you are smarter than that. I'm attorney Darren Cavanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUPS. People in Southern Cal know to put 1-800-NO-CUPS on speed dial now, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUPS.
Did you know one of the worst things you could do is turn on your furnace after it's been sitting there all summer, gathering dust, without giving it a thorough tune-up first? Think about it. What if your car had been sitting in the garage for 6 months without ever running? Any piece of machinery that's been sitting needs to be tuned up. So call Service Champions. We'll tune up your furnace for just $88 and guarantee the results. We guarantee that your tuned-up furnace will save you $88 on your energy bills, and we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or we'll immediately refund your money, no questions asked. Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems. Call Service Champions right now to schedule your furnace tune-up at 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More stimulating talk.
KFI
a.m. 6:40. It's Conway Show. Doesn't it seem like New Year's was last night or 2 nights ago? We're already at the 15th of the month. We're halfway through January. Halfway through the first month. And what comes up after January? February, and then bang. Home Depot and Lowe's have their spring plants, spring furniture. Everything comes out, and we know that the seasons are changing because of the plants that are put out at Home Depot and Lowe's. The only, if you're back east right now, you know the seasons are changing because of the snow. And Kevin LeGret, one of our bosses here at KFI and iHeartMedia, he is such a Bills fan. He flew to Buffalo to watch this game today. Flew to Buffalo. That's a fan. And he's with us. Kevin LeGret, how are you, bub?
Let's go, dig on. I first of all, I want to say congratulations to you, because in the old days when you were doing the night show, you didn't have enough money to have a correspondent on the East Coast at this time. But now you're a big shot afternoon drive. Boom, right away, you have a correspondent on the East Coast to tell you exactly what happened with the Bills game.
Right, and not just a correspondent, but somebody who used to own radio stations in New York.
Amen. I'm ready to go. I'm so fired up right now. Big Bills win. Things going well. On the phone with my friend. Wow. Ding dong. I'm ready.
Now, first of all, when did you leave out? Did you leave LAX for Buffalo, and is it a direct flight?
No, actually, LAX to Buffalo is direct flight, but then I have an hour ride to my in-laws in Rochester. So left Thursday night late, took the red eye, got in around 4:30 in the morning, got a rental, and then did my whole thing.
Funny, so when they canceled the game, or postponed the game, I should say, how did that affect you and everybody else in Buffalo? I imagine there were a lot of people who got hotel rooms that were ready to go to the game yesterday.
Well, since I learned from you, I'm pawning off my family for free, so it didn't really affect me that much, because I don't leave until Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
So I'm okay. I'm doing a in-between, Greg Ashlock, he's a slave driver, so he has me going to Kentucky on Wednesday. So I leave Tuesday to go to Kentucky. I'm there for a couple of days. I'll be back in the office to your smiling face on Thursday and Friday.
Okay, now, did you go to the game today? Were you at the Steelers-Bills game?
I was there, and I have to be honest, I was a wimp. I was with a friend who used to be a client who got me in a suite, so it was easier. But boy, was it cold, and boy, was it a lot of fun.
So when you're
I gotta say something.
Okay, but wait a minute. So when you're in the suite at the Bills game, your only connection with ice is how much you're putting into your martini.
Absolutely, and I'm not drinking a martini, but I may be drinking something else.
All right, I get it. Ding dong. All right.
Not nearly as fun a thing out with you at Santa Ana, but we'll go through that later.
Okay. But that must have been a hell of a game to go there, and I mean, it was loud, it was cold. That's what football is all about.
It totally is. I mean, this time of the year, it's really what basic football was when we grew up, in the 70s and 80s, where it's grinded out a little bit, this and that. You got the pretty football, September, October, early November, or when you're in a dome, when you can just throw the ball around and there's no elements. But I think you saw it with Kansas City this weekend versus Miami, and you saw it today with the Bills versus the Steelers. It's grinded out. Deal with the weather, make things happen, and we'll go from there.
And Josh Allen, I don't know if you know this, because in the suite you might have been, eating and drinking too much. I don't even know if you watched the game. But Josh Allen's run of 52 yards was the second longest in playoff history for a quarterback.
Well, I know I'm on a huge radio station, Back to America. That's huge market, huge show with Tim Conway Jr. I love you, and you know that, but I got to tell you, I have a man crush on Josh Allen. He's just the greatest in the world. It's just ridiculous how good he is, and yes, I do know how huge that run was. And I know there's good and bad. I know the guy's wild, but man, the guy is just. In Josh, we trust, man. Bring Taylor Swift on. We're ready next Sunday.
But look, when a quarterback like Josh Allen outruns the free safety, that's a spirit breaker for Pittsburgh.
Totally, and that's exactly what I'm hoping happens. And I have to put my shameless plug in here. That's what I'm expecting to happen this year with the Los Angeles Dodgers, because their team is a bunch of Josh Allens, and we're just going to go and we're just going to take it to everyone. Don Martin's loving me right now.
Hey, now, where is this next game? Is it in Buffalo or is it in Kansas?
in Buffalo. Taylor Swift coming to Buffalo with her jacket, trying to dance in Buffalo. And
why are you coming home? Why did you stay for the next game?
I thought you missed me.
Well, I mean, look, we'd rather have a correspondent too, though, at the game.
But you told me things aren't the same in the office, and I'm not there. Now I'm hurt. I think you're lying. Were you faking this whole time?
But that's a big win for you to fly all the way back there for a win. That's a huge fan. I don't think I would have done that for the Rams.
I got to be honest with you, okay? Tim, I've never lied to you. Okay. You know I love you, but no. Yeah, I came out here to see my wife's in-laws. We just happened to be the game. So I parlay them together. I said my wife's in-laws, my wife's parents, my in-laws. It was good. We've had a great couple days, but it's always better with family, as you know, when you're stuck in a blizzard and all you're doing is sitting around an Italian family. We're eating tons of food and drinking tons of wine and having a good time.
So the pot was on, the gravy or the sauce was ready when you got there.
Oh, it was gravy with pork in it. You got the meatballs. You got everything. I mean, you talk about a complete video out of Sopranos or out of the Godfather 1. That's exactly what's been going on.
My stepmother, first generation Italian, and she made the sauce with pork, with beef, and meatballs. 3 types of meat in that sauce.
That's off the charts. We had the 2 one day, but never had the 3. But I agree, it'll curl your toes. You don't understand it, and that's one of the reasons why you got places like Rayos. Their Lincoln is great in LA. It's good, but it's not exactly there. But there's nothing like good East Coast Italian.
That's right. All right, safe trip back. We'll see you back here and go Bill.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me on. Talk to you soon.
You're the best. All right, Kevin LeGrec, who runs iHeartMedia here, one of the big wigs, flew back. I thought he was flying back for the game, but flew back to see his in-laws. And then the game happened to be in town. That is not my kind of luck. That is not my kind of luck. Never had that happen. I just go see the in-laws, and there's never a game, never a distraction. Always just in-laws. All right, we're live on K5. More now, friends.
The 75th Emmy Awards are happening right now, 4 months late because of the Hollywood strike. Matthew McFadden from Succession has won Best Supporting Actor in a Drama Series. Jennifer Coolidge has gotten Best Supporting Actress for a Drama for The White Lotus. And more awards are coming out. We'll give you more wrap-ups as the night moves on. Former President Trump is the projected winner of the Iowa caucuses. The results tonight are the first in what will be Trump's effort to get the GOP nomination for a 3rd time. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came in 2nd, and Houthi rebels have hit a ship owned by the U.S. just off the coast of Yemen in the Gulf of Aden. The attack on the Gibraltar Eagle comes after American-led strikes on the rebels who've been attacking ships over Israel's war with Hamas in the Gaza Strip. We'll take a look at the 210 freeway next.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to step on you there, Croge. All right, let's talk about, of course, advanced hair. Oh, yes. How about a New Year's resolution that it was so easy that I was even able to keep it? How about that? That is sensational. That is easy. It's Advanced Hair Simple 1-day FUE treatment. Now, you're going to feel more confident, more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing in places that have been balding for years, maybe even decades. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. I did that today. And you need to know what that feels like. You've got to know what that feels like. So from Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology of the highly experienced team, there's no one I trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand, and your comfort and your results are their top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate the new year with a fuller head of hair. Get yourself a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Phone them up, 844-333-HAIR, 844-333-HAIR. Discover what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with before and after photos on the website at advancedhair.com.
Some clouds and fog, cool temps tonight, some clearing tomorrow, and a little warmer, and then a bit up and down all week long during the day. This report brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. There's a crash in Upland.
This one's on the 210 freeway. It's been there for a while. 210 eastbound on Mountain Avenue. Crash in the 2 right lanes. They're shut down as they work to clear this leaked tanker truck. Some good news coming from another part of the 210. It's the 210 eastbound in Monrovia. That crash has been cleared right before Myrtle. KFI in the sky, that's Mike O'Brien, and he is looking at the home pass.
Yeah, it's still a tough one on both sides of the fence. Well, 15 northbound, it's jammed up now, just about Kenwood. Kenwood up to the 138, and the south 15 coming out of the high desert. They'll be on the brakes there from just past this area pretty much from the top of Oak Hill Summit down through Claycourt Fire Road before it loosens up. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Kohlschreiber.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store.
Level up your lunch with deals on crave-worthy salads at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find 2 Taylor Farms bagged salads for $6 from now until January 16th, while supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Oh, I gotta pay how much?
Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the cars serviced at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The Kitchen Store makes your dream kitchen easy. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com. 310kitchen.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded. I would love to be able to see where technology is in 500 years. I'm going to sign you up for a cloning program. No, a clone is not me. It's not my soul. 500 years from now, when I'm having this conversation with you,
Mo Kelly.
wow, we're back.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 Conway Show. Dr. Ray Kashari's coming out with us at 6 o'clock. He's always great. He was able to hold everybody together during the pandemic and to calm everybody down. Now we'll talk to him about a new antibiotic that can target the drug-resistant bacteria. Right now there are drug-resistant bacteria out there. Nothing can kill them. But the Europeans have come up with a brand new way to attack drug-resistant bacteria. So if you have an infection, if you know somebody that does, help is on its way. So at 6 o'clock, we'll talk to Dr. Ray Kashari. All right, if you're a fan of Friends, I know Bellio you are. Did you watch it when it came out every Thursday?
You know, I didn't watch it until it went into reruns.
Oh, I see.
But
Okay.
I was around when they were filming it,
Really?
and I knew people that were dumpster divers, which is what this story's kind of about.
What a brag.
Yeah, that's right. I had friends that were dumpster
Oh, yeah,
divers.
those dumpster divers. Yeah.
Well, they would find some cool stuff, and obviously this one's paid off.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm not answering your question. What did you ask me?
But I forget. You were in it, for God's sake. You were in Friends.
Yes, I was.
You were an extra. Yeah. And why didn't you get called back to do another? You did one show. Why weren't you called back?
I was pulling focus off some of the stars, and they asked me not to come back.
I've been pulling.
The camera's just drawn to.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, around Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, and Lisa Kudrow.
Yeah.
That's just not impossible. That's not possible.
It's possible.
It's not possible.
Were you wearing that same jacket that you wore?
Yeah, I'm wearing the trade sweater that my dog's got a hold of.
I got hold
Let's focus on Croziers a time, shall we?
No.
Come on, let's.
Crozier.
That's where those shoes
No. Crozier. Crozier fights back. Crozier fights back.
That's why you keep coming.
That's
to me.
right.
Well, that's
That's
when
right.
it starts fighting back.
Okay. All right. So, friends, somebody found something in the dumpster and sold it for a lot of money.
Friends, who remembers this iconic TV moment?
Hi, Ross. Take the Emily. Take the Rachel.
Whoa! Was that a big deal during Friends?
Huge.
When he didn't marry Emily, he married Rachel instead?
He said well, he never married Rachel.
Right, but did he do that accidentally?
Yeah, he did it accidentally.
Oh.
But he really loved Rachel.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Hi, Ross. Take the Emily. Take the Rachel.
Oh, boy. I bet the warm-up guy had fun with that. Oh, when we come back, he's going to not say Emily. It's going to be a surprise. So now, remember, when we come back, Rachel and the tall guy, they secretly love each other, but he's supposed to be marrying Emily. Oh, they're going to go to the scene. Okay, let's go. Those warm-up guys are always great.
Remember that? Well, one man's trash is another man's treasure because a pair of original scripts from the season 4 finale of Friends that were discovered in a garbage can just sold for nearly $30,000.
Wow, that's wild. 30 grand for trash?
According to the auction website, those pages were supposed to be destroyed after filming to avoid any of the spoilers from getting out. But a former employee at the London studio found them in the trash and held on to them for the last 25 years.
Wow. Man, $30,000. What a fine.
The former script owner said she's not even really a huge fan of Friends, but she's glad to.
What a bee. Right? I mean, had to throw that in, right? What an a-hole. You didn't have to throw that in. They made you $30,000. Just say you enjoyed the program.
The former script owner said she's not even really a huge fan of Friends.
Okay, well, guess what? I'm not a big fan of dumpster divers. How about that? Not like Belia. Belia loves it.
She's glad to pass the awesome memorabilia on to someone.
They didn't have paper shredders back then.
Wow, interesting. But imagine if that got out. I mean, that would have ruined the whole thing that we all just gathered at.
No, you would have gotten over it. I think you would have gotten over it. I'm sure you would have gotten over it if you knew that he was not going to say Emily, he was going to say Rachel. My guess is you would have been fine, man. Fine. I'm fine, man. All right, this is a horrible story. Grave robbers. They're stealing the brass plates off of gravestones. What's going on with people?
So sad that we have to say it has happened again. It was not even a week ago. I was across the street telling you about the damage and theft of headstones at Woodlawn Celestial Gardens. Now it has happened here at Lincoln Memorial Park, as owners feared it would with thieves after bronze.
The thought of someone even picking a cemetery to rob any type of metal or game was utterly disgusting to me.
Aisha Woods is furious.
I'm with her, by the way, with Aisha. I think it's terrible.
Utterly disgusting to me.
Aisha Woods is furious.
As you can see, all of these plaques are gone.
She says early Friday morning, thieves took at least 100 plaques off the mausoleum.
God. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to melt them and sell them for, $40. It's a disgrace.
At Lincoln Memorial Park,
it takes a lot of force to pry this off.
And for the face off a memorial donated in 1944 by boxer Joe Louis in the memory of African-American World War II soldiers.
Now, Joe Louis in the Sentinel newspaper, as they described, was here to dedicate. We won't have that anymore.
Like other recent cemetery thefts nearby, the suspects seem to be after anything bronze, which she's heard they'll sell to recyclers. Woods is one in a group of volunteers who've been taking care of the Carson Cemetery since the owners surrendered their license last summer. She knows everything that belongs here and what doesn't. Like these tools, she says, the culprits left behind, but she says they came back last night with their eyes on the bust of President Lincoln.
I believe that they know a lot about metal because they took some type of liquid to take off some of the patina to see if it is bronze.
Lincoln Memorial was one of the first integrated cemeteries in LA County, where veterans from as far back as the Civil War are laid to rest. Families are...
Wow, is that right? As far back as the Civil War.
As far back as the Civil War are laid to rest. Families are starting to come by and help Woods ID the missing plaques.
That's their name. That's their proof. And now this is gone because somebody wants metal. You know, that's heart-wrenching to me. As you can see, family members are just, they're doing their best. And they're replacing it with tape so they know, you know, and everybody know where they were.
The Sheriff's Department confirms they are assigning an investigator to the case. This is now the third cemetery in Carson and Compton that we've heard about this happening in recent weeks. Such a shame.
That's outrageous. It's unbelievable. It really is. I mean, how much lower can you get? They're stealing from grave sites. Basically, to sell it for scrap metal, how much can that possibly be worth? You know, $30, $40 maximum. That's outrageous. All right, when we come back, we'll talk to Dr. Ray Kasheri, world-class pulmonologist out of St. Joe's Hospital in Orange County. That guy is great. We're live on KFI AM 640. Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
And we have a winner. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Iowa caucuses officially underway. They could be over as soon as they started. Apparently, Donald Trump is the projected winner. This man says he has doubts about the former president, who is currently the front runner.
I don't think he can win the presidential election again. I just don't think he would get enough overall support.
Trump's leading by a wide margin in Iowa. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis fighting for second place. This woman says she's not sure.
I think I probably have a leaning more toward Nikki Haley at this point, but I'm willing to listen and hear what people have to say before making a final decision.
So she'll wait to see who aligns with the values that are important to her family. She'll wait. A spot in machine gun parts has federal officials in LA warning of stiff prison sentences for people caught with a conversion device. U.S. Attorney LA spokesman Kieran McAvoy says investigators have confiscated more than 31,000 conversion devices in the last 5 years.
Any weapon which shoots, is designed to shoot, or can be readily restored to shoot automatically more than one shot by a single function of the trigger, and the combination of parts intended for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun.
McAvoy says the conversion devices, also known as switches, chips, or auto sears, can make any gun release all the bullets in a clip with just a single pull of the trigger. He says possession of the conversion device can result in a 10-year federal prison sentence, even if no gun is present. A new push is underway in California to legalize psychedelics. A bill is expected to be introduced in the next few weeks that will allow psychedelic-assisted therapy and create a roadmap of what it would look like moving forward. Legislation passed the Assembly Health Committee last week that would fund a work group to study the benefits of the treatment. Governor Newsom vetoed last year's bill to decriminalize psychedelics, saying the state needed to establish treatment guidelines first. 4 people have been killed in a hot air balloon crash in Arizona. Officials say 13 people were aboard the balloon yesterday. 8 were skydivers.
This is sad. This is sad because it's you know, you go up on a Sunday morning just to feel the breeze, the coldness in your face, and expecting to see your friends skydive.
Eloy Mayor Micah Powell says the city is a close-knit community with a lot of skydivers. He says it has the world's largest drop zone, so when a tragedy like this occurs, it affects the community. 1 woman's been killed, nearly 20 others hurt in what police have called one of the worst terrorist attacks in central Israel since the war against Hamas began. ABC's Patrick Revel says 2 men stole cars and deliberately drove them into pedestrians.
Israel's Shin Bet security agency has now named the 2 suspects. They say that they're Palestinians who are residents of the West Bank from a town close to Hebron. One is aged 25, the other is aged 44, and they are apparently related.
Revel says at least 4 people are in serious condition. The men have been arrested. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s eldest son says he's emphasizing the importance of listening to diverse voices this year. Martin Luther King III says we need to find someone who will lead the nation by bringing people together.
We must move forward, not backward, not cut out history as we're trying to do in some communities, not reduce rights, but expand rights for everyone so every child can realize his or her dream or their dream.
He says when we work together, we bring stability into the political space. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would have celebrated his 95th birthday today. Assassinated in 1968. We'll take a look.
Right. Quick story. This one time. What's going on here?
Morongo, time to slide out there and enjoy yourself, man. They got a lot of great things coming up. You go out and play at Morongo because they're going off on all their bars, the draft beer specials.
This one time,
the biggest pro
we used to not get off Martin Luther King, and then we did. And the teachers that got off there, or to this one of them, I remember he didn't really know what to do. Like, He went to
February
some
16th, so get
Martin
your
Luther
out.
King
And download Morongo's app so you can get a free appetizer
Memorial
with the purchase of an entree
downtown
at CL,
Pawnee, and he said
Wednesdays
it was
and Thursdays. And
really
also the
inspirational. I always remember that. That was
$36,000
cool.
high limit room giveaway.
For
Two
Ridge,
high
yeah.
rollers. Or you get
University of Virginia,
$5,000
no.
cash every half
What are they doing
hour,
instead? They use
Fridays
something.
to
Who the
6
fuck knows?
at 6 to 7
Fuck is this?
p.m. That's where you find Belia. Those that high limit room, man. She loves it there. Winter gift giveaway. You get a heated throw blanket when you're in 500 points on your rewards card on the 23rd. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Best in the Southland. It's good time.
Southland weather from KFI. Some clouds, some fog coming in tonight, and cold temperatures again above 40 degrees. Gradually clearing up, a couple degrees warmer tomorrow, not much, around 60 at the beaches, around 70 and up Metro LA, Orange County, mid-70s, Inland Empire in the valleys, mid-60s in the high desert. Temperature back and forth about 2 or 3, maybe 5 degrees each day, getting through the week. Right now, Lake Forest 58, Anaheim 57, Santa Clarita 63, Claremont 60 degrees. Let's get to a crash in Ontario.
It's on the 10 freeway, eastbound right near Haven Avenue. Crash there in the carpool lane and center divided. It's a hit and run with some injuries. Somebody left the scene. They're looking for them, too. In the Anaheim Hills area, just stop and go traffic eastbound side of the 91 from Imperial Highway out to Gypsum Canyon. And the westbound side pretty slow from the Imperial Highway to the 55. And look out in Claremont. We've got a crash there, 10 freeway eastbound before Indian Hill. That's on the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldschreiber.
Get deals on what you need during MVP's bonus days at Lowe's. Right now, save $20 on select 5-gallon ceiling paint or primer by HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams. Plus, get 15% off and earn 3 times bonus points when you buy 4 or more Purdy products. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken in time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid 1/15 through 1/26. Subject to change.
Hey, you're up next. My throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 is Conway Show. If you're keeping an eye on Iowa, before we get to Dr. Ray Kasheri, Donald Trump is the projected winner at 55.5%, 55.5%. Ron DeSantis comes in second at 18.8%, and Nikki Haley third with 18.4%. And the second, third, and fourth choice will change throughout the evening, but Donald Trump, a big winner. He lost last time in Iowa 4 years ago to Senator Cruz, Ted Cruz. And now he has won Iowa by at least 30 points. So we'll keep an eye on those numbers as they come in. All right, Dr. Ray Kasheri is with us. Doctor, how are you, sir? Not yet. Oh, he's not with us yet. No. Oh, okay. We can keep talking about these numbers then. All right. If you're looking at Iowa, not all the numbers are in because of the storm. They have huge storms, freezing. Some places 30, 40 degrees below zero. So Donald Trump with the men won 56%. Let me see. No, 49% with men, 49% with women. So he's exactly at 49% with both of them. And then you look at the age groups, 30 to 44, age 30 to 44, 40% went with Donald Trump. Next one was Nikki Haley at 18%. And then 45 to 64, maybe you're in that group. 45 to 64, 52% went for Donald Trump. 65 plus at 55% for Donald Trump. And then you go into in which age group, we just did, then they broke age group down just a little more. But it looks like Donald Trump beat everybody soundly in every age group.
R.I.P. baby.
And as you see, the different counties come in, Adair, Adams, and there's still some more. There's a bunch of them that are not in yet. Benton's not in. There's no numbers there. Boone County, nothing. Let's see here. Buena Vista County, there's nothing. Butler, Calhoun, Carroll, Cass. I think there's 100 counties in Iowa, and most of them are not in. But Donald Trump, when you look at counties that are in, is winning by a wide margin. For instance, Clinton County. Not sure where Clinton County is, but Donald Trump's at 70%.
How about Jasper County?
The counties that are in Des Moines, Iowa, the big city there, Donald Trump's at 77% of Des Moines. Let's see what else is in here. Floyd County, he's at 64%, 64.2. Hancock County, 69.8%. Donald Trump in Henry County, 67%. Iowa County, there's Iowa County at 50%. That's the only one where he's under. No, I'm sorry, Johnston. There's Johnson and Iowa counties where he's under 50%. Actually, in Johnson County, Nikki Haley is winning 41% to 28%. Jones County, he has 61%. So I don't know how any money rolls into any of these candidates other than Donald Trump after tonight, and especially goes on to win the next two. I don't know who's giving a check to Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley. It doesn't seem like that's going anywhere. It will be an also ran, but there's no competition right now for Trump. Chris Christie's out. Asa Hutchinson, I think, is still in technically, but he's at 0%. And then you have Vivek Ramaswamy, he's at 5%. And so there's no reason for Vivek Ramaswamy to stay in at 5%. Nobody's going to give you any money when you're at 5%. Nobody. So anyway, so as these numbers roll in, we will have updates for you all night long. All night long. All right, Las Vegas. Let's go to Las Vegas. A lot of people enjoy Las Vegas. They love going for the booze, the gambling, the shows. And two more executives are leaving. A huge Fontainebleau is the new huge place in Las Vegas. And a lot of people are scrambling out of there. And it doesn't seem to make any sense.
Two more executives at the newly opened Fontainebleau Las Vegas have left less than a month after the resort's opening. A resort representative said that Chief Operating Officer Colleen Birch and Chief Marketing Officer Shane Smith voluntarily resigned. The departures mark the latest high-profile exit at the property that opened December 13th. Senior Vice President of Casino Operations Michael Clifford left the company within the last 2 weeks.
That's odd. For a hotel to open like that and for the three top executives to leave, there's something going on there. Something is happening there. You'll see news coming out on why that happened over the next couple of weeks, couple months. But that's not the only layoffs. You know, it's a horrible time to be laid off, middle of the winter, right after Christmas, where you need money to pay for all the presents and the gifts that you got for loved ones. Not a good time. But it's not just Fontainebleau in Las Vegas. Google, Amazon, and a lot more of these, some startups are losing people, firing people. What's going on?
Some companies kicking off the new year by tightening their belts as the once red-hot job market gradually cools off. This week alone, about a dozen major companies announced job cuts, including Amazon and Google's parent Alphabet. The two tech giants are reversing the hiring sprees they went on during the pandemic and cutting hundreds of jobs across multiple divisions. Citigroup is eliminating 20,000 jobs over the next 2 years as part of a restructuring to over 3,000 layoffs, or about 15% of its workforce.
Wow.
Other companies announcing layoffs so far this year include BlackRock, Universal Music Group, Duolingo, and the messaging platform Discord. For some companies, these job cuts are on top of larger layoff announcements that began last year. And while inflation is coming down, many businesses are still dealing with persistently high prices for things like manufacturing, materials, and shipping. Despite the layoffs, there are signs the job market is solid.
Oh, did you hear that? You hear that? Listen carefully. It's very important.
Despite the layoffs, there are signs the job market is solid. Unemployment at 3.7% is near a 50-year low.
Wow.
And economists say it looks like we'll avoid a recession. Still, some businesses are committed to doing more with less in the new year, and American workers are paying attention. The Great Resignation appears to be over. Workers are now quitting their jobs at the lowest rate in 3 years.
That is wild. I went to Costco over the weekend. I slid in there to pick up a few things, and they don't have it at my Burbank Costco yet, but up in Northern California, when you go to Costco, they check your membership card. You just have to flash it to get in. But in the near future, they're going to scan your card and look at the picture on your card to make sure it matches the person holding that card, or else you're not getting in.
With some bad news for anyone who out there who is borrowing a Costco membership card.
You know who you are.
I mean, we've all done it, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe testing out a new way to verify memberships. According to reports, Costco is trying out a new card scanner at entrances. It will scan your card to make sure the photo on the card matches the shopper. Customers who aren't members are still allowed to purchase prescriptions from the pharmacy, but can't enter the warehouse.
Oh, no. Out of here. Out of there with the warehouse. Can't get in. Well, man, they check your card on the way in. They check your card at the cashier when you go to pay. And then they check your receipt on the way out. Man, they suspicious of us.
Costco memberships cost between $60 to $120 a year.
This is why we can't steal nice things.
Yeah. Meantime, Sam's Club is working on new technology that will help customers check out faster. Instead of having a worker check your receipt before you leave, the chain is testing out artificial intelligence that can scan your cart and verify purchases. The new process will eliminate long waiting lines and cut down exit time. Nearly all 600 stores will have the technology by the end of the year.
Now, Crozier, you said that you don't show receipts. At Target, Walmart, Costco, where do you show and where do you no show?
Where I absolutely have to. Costco.
Costco, you show it.
Yeah.
They won't let you out of there unless you show it, right?
I don't know. I haven't really tried. I mean, look, I pay. It's a membership. I get it. Not a problem.
Okay. But what about Walmart?
Walmart, Best Buy is the one where I get it. You know, oh, can we say? I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't even slow down. They go, no, I'm good. And they've never questioned me again. They just sorry, no, dude.
I'm good. You know, I don't like when you go to Best Buy, they greet you. I don't like that because that means they're suspicious of you. Like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, oh, I know what that is.
Like they're trying to tell me, we got our eyes on you. We saw you come in.
We're keeping an eye on you, buddy. All right, when we come back, I discovered over the weekend the reason why there's pedals on those motorized bicycles. You know, those motorized bikes, you can either
what
pedal
used to be moped?
Yeah, they used to be moped, but now they're pedal assist, but nobody uses the pedal. Everybody just uses the gas. But I found out over the weekend why the pedals are necessary.
Oh.
And when we come back, I will tell you. It's on my show. Dr. Ray Kishar will be on this as well. We'll hook up with him. He's always great. We're live on KFI More Number.
Riverside County Sheriff's say a woman's been arrested over the stabbing death of another woman in Coachella. Jail records show the woman's also facing charges of carrying a concealed dagger. Forecasters say more storms are coming to the Southland. The National Weather Service's rain Saturday could bring up to an inch of rain in most areas, more than 2 inches in mountain and foothill areas through Monday. And surveillance video shows a 1962 Chevy Impala convertible being stolen. That's sad. Some guys tried to jumpstart it, hotwire it, even pushed it with a Prius on Ventura Boulevard Christmas Eve. The seafoam green souped-up lowrider's worth $100,000. We'll take a look at those freeways next.
All right, let's talk about American Vision Windows. The best windows in the world, the best window company in the world, and you need custom windows in your home. You need to keep the heat in the winter. You need to keep the heat out in the summer. Very important. And you need to keep the noise out all year round. We have 8 of them in our house. I'm a repeat customer, by the way. We had 4 installed, and I like them so good. We got 4 more. So, back, I'm repeat business with these guys. Bill and Kathleen, unbelievable job putting together an amazing company. And now it's available for you to take advantage of the prices here. How about this? For the month, this month only, for January, you're going to get QuadraTherm, an upgrade to QuadraTherm for free. A free upgrade to QuadraTherm this month only. Plus, 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, and expert installation will be for free. You've got to take advantage of this. I don't know how long they can keep this deal around. For all offers, phone them up, 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. On the credit, offers price 131.23, CSV 778-326.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places slow in Anaheim Hills.
You know what that means. The 91 is eastbound between Imperial Highway and Gypsum Canyon. That's where you're going to find the most brake lights. Very slow through there. Still working with a crash in Ontario. 10 freeway eastbound at Haven Avenue. The carpool lane is blocked as well as the center divide. And watch out in Ontario. Multi-vehicle crash on the 10 eastbound past Archibald. It's in the right lane and traffic slow from 4th Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colescriber.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Josh Allen threw for 3 touchdowns as the Bills beat the Steelers 31-17. Buffalo moved to the divisional round where they'll rekindle their rivalry with Kansas City on Sunday. This wild card weekend is wrapping up with the Buccaneers and Eagles. The early drafting clock for Saturday's divisional matchup with the 49ers and Packers, as San Francisco favored by 10. The Chargers completed their head coaching interview with Michigan's Jim Harbaugh. I'm Frank Aaron. From the versatile EQB to the sublime EQS sedan, Mercedes-Benz makes electric extraordinary. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQ. This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Level up your lunch with deals on crave-worthy salads at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find 2 Taylor Farms bagged salads for $6 from now until January 16th, while supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $9.90. Plus, free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm attorney Darren Kapinoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs, unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of her life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
AM 640, Count my show. Still trying to get Dr. Ray Kasheri on with us. And I don't know, I think we, obviously he didn't screw up. It must have been me. I think I must have told him the wrong day.
Or perhaps me.
Well, hell yeah.
I mean, I am the one that scheduled it.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a new meaning to the term tit slips.
Don't you start.
Okay. The reason why there are pedals on a lot of these, what used to be called mopeds, there's pedal assist now, because what I was told over the weekend by a guy who's in the know with these electric bikes is on most of those bikes, if there are pedals, you don't need to have it registered for license. But if there are no pedals, you better get a license. So isn't that wild? I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard from a guy who's in the know.
I'm curious how functional the pedals actually are.
I don't think they are. I think that's there just to avoid registration. Yeah.
It's not doing anything.
Wow, that thing's going 28 miles an hour. That guy's barely pedaling. That guy's good. That guy's really good. But everyone knows that you need a driver's license to drive a motor vehicle in California. I think everyone knows that, including motorcycles. But you don't need a license to ride a bicycle. But what about an electric bike? An e-bike is somewhere between a pedal-powered bike and a moped or a motorcycle. And the latest models, they resemble ordinary bikes. You know, the ones that you rode around as, when you were a child. But they come equipped with battery-powered motors, along with the pedals. And a growing number of people in the Encinitas area and throughout northern San Diego, they enjoy riding these e-bikes. Very convenient, easy way to get around. But if an e-bike has a motor, it might seem like you must be a certain age or possess a license to ride. Okay, here are the state requirements for e-bikes. By the way, there are 3 classes of e-bikes. The motors on Class 1 bikes are only active if the rider is pedaling and stop working once the cycle reaches 20 miles an hour. For Class 2 bikes, the rider can use the motor exclusively if they want, but the bike still cannot go faster than 20 miles an hour. Whenever you see an e-bike and it says maximum speed 20 miles an hour, that's there for a reason. That's the law.
Some of them go faster, but they can't lift back. I was going to say, is that saying what its potential is or what you should be doing with it?
I think they put a governor on it just to make sure they're in ordinance, that they
otherwise
obey the law.
Why do they care? Why does it matter that it's posted that if 20 is the max?
Right.
If that's what the max is.
Yeah, right, exactly. And if you're going downhill, it can go much faster. It's max, man. But the state law requires riders 17 and younger to wear a helmet when riding any type of e-bike, anything. And adults riding a Class 3 e-bike must wear a helmet as well. Also, Class 3 e-bikes are prohibited on Class 1 bike paths. You can't take them on the bike path. And so you can ride one in the bike lane that are separated, the bikeways on the streets here in Southern California, but you can't go on the bike path. Now, e-bikes and negligent drivers, no matter how careful you are, man, you always have a chance to get wiped out by a car, a truck, or an SUV. And it could seriously hurt you. So I know you look like an idiot in a helmet, but I know somebody that was riding a moped. He got into an accident and he died because he wasn't wearing a helmet. And he could be with us right now, saying hi to his kids, saying hi to his grandkids, and he's not with us anymore because he was riding a moped, got in an accident, and his head hit a cement pole. And if he just wore a helmet, I know you look goofy sometimes wearing a helmet, and helmet is for, not for old school guys, but I'm telling you, if it can save you, you could buy a few more years wearing that helmet. I don't think the goofy look is a reason not to wear one. Now, when I'm riding a bike, I never wear one. So, am I a hypocrite? You bet. 100%. 100%. But for kids out there, throw a helmet on. I'm not going to sit here and preach all day, but I know you might look like a goofball, but throw a helmet on.
I think they're cooler looking now.
Really?
Yeah, I think the helmets are a nice look.
Would you wear one around the office?
Yes, I would.
Really?
Yes, I would. I'll wear one tomorrow.
Okay. Do you have one?
Yeah, I have one for my bike.
For your
one of those ones with the mohawk
for
on it?
my Peloton, because I don't want to fall off. I want to take safety first.
You got a motorized Peloton? You don't like all the pedaling, huh?
Oh, it's a lot of work.
It is.
It really is.
Moped Peloton?
Pedal assist
Yeah.
That's
It's
great.
nice. It's a nice ride.
Yeah, right. You don't have to do anything.
Exactly. Just go.
All right. Very good. How often are you on the Peloton?
Like 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay. That's enough, right?
That's enough?
Yeah.
It
Right?
sounds like enough for me. Yeah.
It's enough.
Yeah.
You'll be fine, man.
Do you ride your bike?
My wife has a bike and my daughter has a bike. I occasionally get on one of those and ride around the
When you
neighborhood.
say occasionally.
Like 3 or 4 times a year.
When was the last time?
Over Thanksgiving.
Really?
Yeah. I don't ride much. I ride around 2 blocks. I get exhausted and I put it away.
After 2 blocks?
Yeah. Well, it's uphill a little, sort of. Yeah, I think it is.
That's all the cardio you get.
That's what I get. That's exactly right. Yeah. All right. Well, look, it's coming from a woman who has a motorized Peloton. You're going to bust my balls?
Yeah. I have.
Does John get on the motorized Peloton?
Yes, he does.
He enjoys that?
He does.
Yeah.
We get on the handlebars.
Yeah.
You take tours like of Italy and France?
It's not like you can. You actually can take tours.
Yeah. Is that nice?
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Can?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's not so funny anymore, huh?
Do you have to pay extra for that?
No.
It comes
Part
with
of
it?
the subscription, yes.
And that woman yells at you, keep up.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Keep going.
Are you that, like, so you're obviously doing a virtual screen in front of you. Are there other riders that you're aware of that are also doing it with you?
You can like, say, Shannon has a Peloton and Robin, we can ride together. You just can't see each other, but you can see you're on the same ride.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you see who's ahead, who's behind?
No.
Do you have a bigger screen? Can you put like a 65-inch screen so it looks like you're really in Italy? Like an idiot.
And then you pedal really fast and then get ahead of Robin and Shannon. Like they're way back there.
Have you ever been riding too fast and you go through the screen?
Oh, just once.
Damaged it?
Just once. I'm glad I was wearing my helmet that day.
But if you had 3 screens, one in front of you and one on each side of you, it looks like you're in Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for about $15,000. And it only really costs you like $3,000 to go.
Yeah. It's a lot of work, yeah.
It does seem like that. It really is. All right. Peloton away. We're live on KFI. More now with Crows.
A homeless guy wanted for domestic violence and animal cruelty has been arrested.
The LAPD says 32-year-old David Sumlin was arrested just after midnight, and his bail's been set at $50,000. Investigators say on the morning of January 2nd, Sumlin had an argument with the owner of a 4-month-old dog, and at some point during the exchange, Sumlin put a pillow over the puppy, pushed a gun into the pillow, and told the dog's owner, "It's either you or the dog." Then police say Sumlin shot 2 rounds, killing the puppy. Sumlin was known to frequent the areas around 7th Street and Stanford Avenue in downtown L.A. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
This report brought to you by System Paving. Health officials in San Diego County say they've gotten 41 reports of people getting sick after eating raw oysters. Just last week, the LA County Health Department said it had 27 cases from people who consumed the shellfish at 4 different restaurants. The oysters in San Diego County have been traced to a specific packing company in Mexico and were sent to the fish shop in Pacific Beach, Point Loma and Encinitas, and the Carlsbad Aqua Farm. NASA and Lockheed Martin have debuted the agency's X-59 quiet supersonic aircraft. NASA said Friday the one-of-a-kind experimental plane is meant to revolutionize air travel and pave the way for a new